the chief guest of the day, the Honorable Chief Minister of Kerala, Shri Pinarayi Vijayan, the President of the meeting, Shri P. Rajiv, Minister for Industries and Law, Government of Kerala, Srimati Veena George, Minister for Health, Women and Child Welfare, Government of Kerala, Padma Bhushan Dr. Krishna Ella, Shri S. Harikishore IAS, Shri Santosh Koshi Thomas, Shri C. Padmakumar, Dr. C. N. Ramchand, Shri Harikrishnan R., Dr. Praveen K.S., dignitaries of the dais, ladies and gentlemen. Today we are starting off with Bioconnect 2.0. This is supposed to bring together the brightest minds in the field of sciences, especially so in the realm of life sciences. Today and tomorrow, it's not just about the deliberations. Beyond that, we intend to reinforce the position of India in the Committee of Nations and also the special emphasis that the state has with regard to biosciences, life sciences, and so on, so that we would like to increase upon the participation. On this occasion, I would formally invite our Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Pinarayi Vijayan ji, who had just joined in. He would speak to us online. Welcome to you, sir.
To all the startups, companies, academics, and other stakeholders participating in Bioconnect 2.0. It gives me play a crucial role in our health, especially as lifestyle diseases are becoming more common. While there are already many industries in the food sector, integrating these industries with healthcare is becoming increasingly important. In the future, there will be a greater emphasis on developing new industries that combine food and health. Agri biotech is another area that is full of potential. However, Kerala's share in India's bioeconomy is only 2%. And through the life sciences part, we are working towards making a positive change. Kerala is also promoting research into bioenergy, a field that will become increasingly important as the world shifts towards renewable energy sources. The states having agricultural lands and diverse crops provide an opportunity to expand into bioenergy. To support the development of technology for healthcare devices, we have also established a medical technology consortium. Through this consortium, we aim to create a dynamic startup ecosystem in the healthcare sector by providing cutting-edge educational research programs, state-of-the-art incubation facilities, comprehensive services, and an extensive network of institutions. It is designed to drive Kerala advancements in healthcare. It is by combining industry, healthcare, and research that Kerala is transforming itself into a knowledge society. So, as to enable this transformation, we are bringing together researchers and industry experts from around the world to contribute to this vision through initiatives like Bioconnect 2.0. We look forward to collaborating with you all in this journey forward. With these words, I declare this conclave inaugurated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thanks a lot. I would welcome the dignitaries back to the dais stage. Shri P. Rajiv, Minister for Industries and Law, is the president of the meeting. In fact, many of the path-breaking initiatives that have been launched, initiated in this department during these years, have been the result of the kind of continued focus and the foresight he had shown towards planning in new areas which had never been explored earlier by the industry sector in the government, from the governmental side. In fact, the Life Sciences Park, the advancements that have taken place in the park, and also the Bioconnect itself has been the result of the kind of absolutely progressive thinking from his side. We welcome you to this function, sir. Srimati Veena George, Minister for Health, Women and Child Welfare, is not just a minister for me. She was my earlier boss, and we were together in the Health and Family Welfare Department with all the welfare of the state in the heart. And also, I would also strive to be, being the former health secretary, I would also strive to be the bridge between the health department and the industries department for all matters related to life sciences. We welcome you for all the kind of dynamism, with all the kind of dynamism you exhibited in the health family sector. We welcome you to this meeting. Padma Bhushan Dr. Krishna Ella has always been a great well-wisher of this state, a legendary personality. In fact, he has been the pride of the nation. We welcome you to this meeting. Shri S. Harikishore, IAS, Managing Director, Kerala State Industrial Development Corporation, has been the driving force behind most of the activities that we have undertaken in the realm of the Industries Department the last 3 years. I welcome you to the meeting. Shri C. Padmakumar, Director, Board of CLIP, has been one of the most active protagonists as far as the life sciences medical devices, technology, and the advancements are concerned, we welcome you to the meeting. Dr. C.N. Ramchand is a man of rich experience, tremendous insights, and high potential that he had exhibited in terms of advancing the cause of the state and the nation in this field has been extraordinary. We welcome you to the meeting. My colleagues, Sri Harikrishnan, Executive Director, KSIDC, has always been in the forefront in terms of the investment promotion activities. We welcome you to the meeting. Dr. Praveen KS, CEO CLIP, has provided an added impetus to all those activities that were taken in the Bio 360 and beyond. We welcome, and he's the prime organizer of this event. We welcome you to the meeting. Sri Santosh Kochi Thomas, he is the owner of some of the best industrial parks in the state as the managing director of Kinfra. We welcome you to the meeting. We have so many dignitaries over here, starting off from the boss of State Bank of India in Kerala, Mrs. Bhuvaneshwari, lots of other technocrats, friends from abroad, the Keltron managing director, lots of other industrialists, innovators, entrepreneurs. In fact, these 2 days are not just confined to talk, and talk. Instead of that, these talks, these interactions shall translate to dynamic positions as far as this particular sector is concerned and beyond, be it the biosciences, be it the life sciences, pharmaceuticals, or nutraceuticals. As far as Kerala is concerned, the major objective of the state is that with 6% of the total number of companies in this sector placed in Kerala, we've been able to advance up to 24% of the total turnover as far as this sector is concerned in this country. We intend to take forward that to 50%. Ultimately, it's about research, innovation, improvisation, and seeing to it that greater value additions are created as far as mankind is concerned, so that the societal benefit becomes tremendous. In that way, Bioconnect 2.0 starts today, spreads over these 2 days, and ultimately results in ever so many interactive, absolutely dynamic relations which would strive to take this country and the state forward. Thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you so much, sir, for extending that heartiest welcome to all the dignitaries on stage and off stage, and also giving us some food for thought as we move forward. So, ladies and gentlemen, we just witnessed our Honorable CM doing the official inaugural note. It was indeed a proud privilege and an honor for Life Sciences Kerala, as well as for Bioconnect, to have his auspicious presence along with the esteemed dignitaries on stage and off stage. So we are moving ahead. For the presidential address, let me now welcome onto the dais Sri P. Rajiv, Minister for Industries, Law and Coir, Government of Kerala. Sri P. Rajiv സാറിനെ നിറഞ്ഞ കയ്യടിയുടെ മേരെ ബഹുമാനത്തോടെ നമുക്ക് വേദിയിലേക്ക് സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യാം. Welcome, sir.
My colleague in the cabinet, Srimati Veena George, Honorable Minister for Health and Family Welfare, and Mr. Krishna Ella, no need of any introduction to the world, and dignitaries on and off the dais and dear friends. Indeed, it is a privilege for me to preside this prestigious program, Bioconnect, second edition. Honorable Chief Minister could not present physically here due to attend an important meeting in Delhi. But his inaugural speech already covered most of the significant features of the state of Kerala and how the government is trying to attract more investment in different sectors, particularly in this life science. The last edition gave more momentum to the activities of the government, particularly in the life science area. At that time, we were in number 15 in the ease of doing business. While we had assumed the office, our rank was 28. Nobody was behind us at that time in ease of doing business. Then we could improve our position to 15th and the category aspirants. But now, Kerala has been ranked the number 1 in ease of doing business in the country. Actually, it was a Herculean task. Kerala is well known for the world for its advancement in social service sector, particularly in education and healthcare. Kerala model of development is well appreciated by the economists of the world. It is almost similar to the Scandinavian countries in certain aspects, not in all. But in industry, there was a presumption. Everything is good for Kerala, goods on country, nice to travel. But for industry, no, that is not good. Several militant trade unions, some political intervention, red tapeism, that was a presumption. But we have changed all that. Actually, this presumption was far away from the reality. That was manufactured thing. Some issues were there, but generally Kerala is suitable for certain type of industries. At the time of the inaugural speech of Honorable Chief Minister, we removed all political and bureaucratic barricades before you for an easy travel. Few years back, our roads to the industry is very narrow with the gutters and humps. Now we have an expressway for investment in the state of Kerala. That is true. Kerala is not suitable for big manufacturing, polluting industries. Kerala is a small state only on the basis of landscape and population. But Kerala is very big for other activities. Only 1.2% of the landscape of the country, 2.6 or 7% of the population. And most of the land is highly ecological sensitive. One side belongs to Western Ghat, other side belongs to Zia Resort. In between the land belongs to wetland. And the wild forest population is very high. Now the wild animals is demanded more land for their activities. They are coming to the cities. That is the reality. But we have certain advantages. That is, first, highly skilled human resources. Kerala is present in 139 countries of the world. The big percentage of the IT and other knowledge-based workers are from the state of Kerala. But one additional thing I want to add today, that is biodiversity. 22% of the biodiversity of the country is found in this small state. That is a significant feature while we are discussing about the life science activities. 22%. Almost 22% of the biodiversity is found in this small state. And if we are thinking about the marine biodiversity, Kerala is very rich. That is another advantage of the state of Kerala. By recognizing these objective realities, which is prevail in the state of Kerala, we have adopted a new industrial policy. That policy, we are trying to convert the economy into a knowledge-based economy, and we are focused on 22 priority sectors. That is from artificial intelligence, robotics, machine data, machine learning, big data analysis, or graphene, and medical devices, and food processing, tourism, IT, obviously. These are some of the 22 priority sectors. Big manufacturing industries, if anybody is coming to me for demanding 2,000 acres of land, very difficult. If acquiring 100 acres of land in the state of Kerala, I have to discuss with more than 400 or 500 landowners. This is only one state in the country which is successfully done the land reforms. But in other state, you can acquire 2,000 acres of land by discussing only with 1 or 2 landowners. That is the difference. And population density is very high in the state of Kerala. That is why we are focusing on knowledge-based industries. Now our Principal Secretary has explained the specialty of this sector. In medical device industry, Kerala is now contributing 24% of the total turnover of the medical device industries of the country. We are trying to enhance it up to 50% within 10 years. That is our objective. Then, any other issues? Red tapeism? No. I have already mentioned we have removed all the blockades. You can start an industry if the investment is up to 50 crores of rupees, that is MSME category. Only 1 minute is required in the state of Kerala. 1 minute. That is case shift online mechanism. Using the acknowledgement certificate, you can run the industry for 3 years. Now we are going to amend the existing act with some modification. This acknowledgement certificate is to be modified as a deemed license for 3 years and 6 months. And our assembly had passed another act for big industries. If the investment is above 50 crores of rupees, then the license, composite license, should be given within 7 days after submitting the application along with all relevant documents. Everything is on the basis of software control mechanism. And this offices or departments intervention, untimely intervention, surprise visit, inspections, these things have created some controversy in the state of Kerala. Then we have adopted a new mechanism, Kerala Centralized Inspection System, fully software controlled inspection system. No subjective factors are working on this. Nobody can decide, I will go to this plant or I will go to that plant. The software will direct, X will go to this, Y to go to this. And the inspection report should submit to the public domain within 48 hours after the inspection. Then we have introduced a statutory grievance redress mechanism, first time in the country. Legislative Assembly has passed an act to address the grievances with regard to the service for establishing and running an industry in the state of Kerala. That mechanism has the powers to intervene the activities of all departments. This mechanism should take a decision on the complaint within 30 days. It is mandatory. And the officers should implement, irrespective of which department he or she belongs to, within 15 days. For the lapses from the side of the government officials, this mechanism has the power to penalize them up to 10,000 rupees. Normally, legislative assemblies and parliament passed the act to penalize the citizens of the country. First time in the state of Kerala Assembly passed a act to penalize the government servants for their lapses. That is statutory grievance redress mechanism. These are some steps we have taken. I would not like to take more time. Thereafter, we have adopted the policy which I have mentioned earlier, Industrial Policy 23-24, which identified 22 priority sectors. On the basis of that policy, now we are adopting sub-policies and frameworks. We have adopted logistic policy, going to publish export policy, ESG policy, environmental social governance. The first ESG policy of the country, the draft is almost ready. And graphene policy, the wonderful material of the world, future thing. And AI policy, GCC, Global Capability Centers framework, we are working on that. And yesterday, Mr. Ella mooted a new idea, coined a new idea, not no idea, but for us a new thing, that is skill university. Yesterday night we have discussed that also, how to establish. We have some skill updating mechanism like ASAP, but we are discussing that point also. Now we have very thriving ecosystem for industry in the state of Kerala for these knowledge-based industries. Life Science Park is one of the highly infrastructure mechanism for pharmaceuticals and medical devices industry. And recently, Union government has cleared manufacturing smart city at Palakkad. This is a part of the Kochi-Bangalore industrial corridor. We have acquired 1,710 acres of land within a record time, only 10 months. First time in the history of state of Kerala. We have spent more than 1,710 crores of rupees as our share. This is a 50-50 SPV mechanism with the union government and the state government. We have spent our money, already spent our money. Day after tomorrow, the central team is coming to Palakkad. Our principal secretary is the chairman of the newly constituted Kerala Industrial Development Corridor Development Corporation. And the joint secretary from the Union Government of India, he is the chief executive of this corporation. Day after tomorrow, both these officers will visit there and they will formulate a plan for establishing this manufacturing smart city. One interesting factor is out of these 1,710 acres of land, 460 acres of land is earmarked for pharmaceuticals and medical device industry. 465 acres. Then presence of the research institution. Honorable Chief Minister has mentioned that. I would not like to go to the details. But we have established the first digital university of the country. And we have established a Center of Excellence on Neutraceuticals, first time in the country, and also microbiome. And Mr. Raju George is here. They have established a Center for Metabolic Engineering and Synthetic Biology. Synthate Group has established a Center of Excellence in Cochin University with an investment of 20 crores of rupees. Thank you, Synthate Group, for taking that initiative. We are trying to strengthen the connect in between education institutions and industrial establishments. Agapa Group has already started some courses in some engineering colleges in the state. And we have the presence of Sri Chitra Institute of Science and Technology here in Thiruvananthapuram. They have developed the technology of blood bag, and Mr. Balagopal and Ms. Padmakumar is with us now as a part of the consortium. They have taken the risk to the industrial production of that research outputs. Now they are the #1 in the world, thermal penpole. And also they have, Sri Chitra developed the first indigenous heart valve. And their presence is the great advantage of this Life Science Park. I would like to express our gratitude to the Sri Chitra Institute and their officers for giving endless support to this institution. And the presence of Rajiv Gandhi Center of Biotechnology is here, and Center Plantation Crops Research Institute in Kayankulam, Center Coir Research Institute in Kalavur, National Institute of Virology in Alapi and Trivandrum, and we have a established model institute here in Thiruvananthapuram, the Institute of Virology. Our Health Minister, I think she will explain the details of that center. And also RGCB, NIIST, IISCR, these are some notable research institutions, world-class research ecosystem, part of ecosystem. I think this ecosystem is further strengthened by the proposed Center for Innovation, Technology and Entrepreneurship, a joint initiative with CSIR and NIIST. On behalf of the government of Kerala, I would like to express our gratitude to NIIST and CSIR for taking this initiative. I think it will change the particularly this Ayurvedic sector of the state of Kerala. As per their plan, there is as per their existing plan to establish a testing center for Ayush products. It will change the Ayurveda sector in the state of Kerala. And Kerala's forwarding thinking is already reflected in the industrial policy. Then with regard to the other issues, some militant trade unions, some and other things, we had convened a roundtable on logistic and maritime at Cochin. The CMD of Cochin Shipyard They built the first indigenous aircraft carrier of the country, Vikrant. It's a part of Make in India product, but made in Kerala. Make in India, but made in Kerala, without losing a single man hour. The CMD has explained in that roundtable, the last 25 years, not a single man hour lost by the agitations of workers in Cochin shipyard. The last 25 years. All trade unions are very active there. All trade unions are very active there, but they are very constructive. Not a industry was attacked by the workers in the last 2 decades in the state of Kerala. That was happened in other states, but it is not reported by the media. Total situation has been changed in a big manner. After this type of conclaves, we are considering this as a preparatory for our coming Invest Kerala Global Summit, which is going to be held on February 21st and 22nd at Kochi. We have organized an international conclave on generative AI along with IBM. Thereafter, we have organized a roundtable on robotics, then food processing industry, then logistic and maritime. This is the 5th one on life science. This is a preparatory of that global summit, but we are thinking to organize this Bioconnect every year in Thiruvananthapuram in October, the first part of October as an annual event. Then you can block your dates in every year, October, come to Kerala, enjoy the beauty of the state and work from Kerala. That is another slogan. Work from home, work near home, but work from Kerala. Kerala is suitable to work in 24/7 in the 365 days. No obstacles. You can enjoy the beauty. You can enjoy the taste of the food which you like. No restrictions. You can wear what you like. This is the right place to work. Then work from Kerala. Then I invite you all to the Invest Kerala Global Summit that is to be held on February 21st and 22nd. Please block your date for that. The output of this Bioconnect will give more momentum to the activities of the government to attract more investment and to create employment opportunities to the state of Kerala. Our higher education are more flexible to adapt the development in technology. The government has decided to establish campus industrial park, first time in the country. Higher education institutions can establish small industrial parks. The students can work there. If a student is he or she is studying in polymer technology, if they are working in a rubber technology industry, she or he will get remuneration from the industrial establishment and also credit from the higher education institution against hours working in the industry. This is a novel concept mooted by the government of Kerala. Now 80 higher education institutions has expressed their interest to establish campus industrial park in the state of Kerala. Then I think within 10 to 15 years, Kerala will become the global hub of knowledge, industries, and high-tech manufacturing industries. I request your support and help to achieve this goal. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sowing that seeds of motivation and inspiration to all of us. I'm sure that the policies that you have stated, such as work from Kerala, invest in Kerala, seems to be really, really lucrative, and we hope that we'll be able to accomplish them in the coming years. And also, as clearly quoted by him, Kerala is gaining a lot of momentum, attention, and has got the world's eyes in the ease of doing business development in the various sectors, especially life sciences. And we hope that the Bioconnect 2.0 will lead a path to many more developments that we will witness in the coming years. On that note, now it's time to welcome our next dignitary onto the dais. It's Srimati Veena George, Ministry for Health, Women and Child Welfare, Government of Kerala. Let's request Veena ma'am to kindly join us and deliver a few words. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Honorable Chief Minister Sri Pinarayi Vijayan, Honorable Minister for Law and Industries, Government of Kerala, Sri P. Rajiv, our respected Principal Secretary, Sri A.P.M. Mohammed Anish, IAS, respected dignitaries on dais, Padma Bhushan Dr. Krishna Ella, Sri S. Harikishore IAS, Sri Santosh Koshi Thomas, Sri Z. Padma Kumar, Sri C. N. Ramachand, Sri Hari Krishna Raj, Dr. Praveen K.S., respected dignitaries of the dais, my dear brothers and sisters. Happy to be a part of this august gathering where brilliant minds have joined together with a common passion for revolutionizing life sciences and healthcare. Bioconnect 2.0 is indeed an event that underscores Kerala's commitment to fostering innovation in life sciences and healthcare. As we stand on the cusp of groundbreaking advancements in science and technology, Kerala is determined and committed to be at the forefront of healthcare research and development. The government of Kerala is dedicated to building a comprehensive model that seamlessly integrates life sciences expertise with cutting-edge healthcare solutions. We firmly believe that research and innovation in life sciences are pivotal in addressing the health challenges of the future. Our ultimate goal is to establish Kerala as a global hub for life sciences, where innovations transcend borders and deliver tangible benefits to humanity. One of the critical health challenges our state has recently faced is primary amoebic meningoencephalitis, which is globally acknowledged as a rare disease. The mortality globally is 99%. Kerala has reported 19 cases this year. Yet, our healthcare system's unwavering commitment to early detection and aggressive treatment has resulted in several lives being saved. And I would like to mention that out of these 19 patients, we could help survive 14 patients. That is, the mortality has been reduced to 26%. And again, last year in the Nipah outbreak, which has happened in Kozhikode, as we all know, the mortality is about 70%, which comes under 70 to 90%. And last year, we could reduce the mortality again to 33%. This underscores the strength and resilience of Kerala's healthcare infrastructure. We have successfully handled other vital outbreaks like Nipah and Mpox, demonstrating our expertise in public health and disease control. Recently, Mpox case was reported in Kerala, and we did the genomic sequencing of the virus, and we found that it belongs to clade 1B. Of course, that is an issue which has got some global public health relevance, because so far outside the African countries, only in 2 countries clade 1B was detected. One was in Sweden and the second was in Thailand. And we were wondering why this virus or this is clade 1B. And Honorable Minister Sri P. Rajiv has mentioned about Institute of Advanced Virology. Honorable Chief Minister too mentioned about the institute. We are very proud about the institution because we can identify about 80 viruses in this institution. And also, as we all know, there is 99% similarity between clade 2B and clade 1B. And we officially we got the certification from NIV that this is clade 1B. As a state recognized for its ease of doing business, again, I would like to congratulate Kerala government's industrial department, Honorable Minister and the team for winning the first place in the country for ease of doing business. So for this ease of doing business, we now seek increased investment in Kerala, particularly in the life sciences sector. To address the challenge, Kerala is investing in research under the One Health platform, which integrates human and animal and environmental health. We believe that human health cannot stand on its own. It's related to animal health, and it is related to the environment, because this is an era of zoonotic diseases, new novel viruses. We are collaborating with institutions like the Indian Council of Medical Research and the Indian Institute of Science to develop a comprehensive action plan that will scale up diagnostics and enhance our understanding. In another transformative initiative, Kerala has established an advisory committee for the effective implementation of organ transplantation in the state. This is a significant milestone that will elevate our healthcare services and offer life-saving support to those in need. Moreover, Kerala's rich legacy in healthcare, coupled with our state-of-art infrastructure, position us as a leader in biotech and healthcare innovation. This is further reinforced by the upcoming vaccination production unit at the Kerala Life Sciences Industries Park, which will not only cater to Kerala's needs, but also to contribute to national and global vaccination efforts. And we are on the roads of producing monoclonal antibody. We have a monoclonal antibody from Australia, and that too in 2023 outbreak. Even in 2018, we got the monoclonal antibody from Australia, and 2023 also through ICMR, we could procure monoclonal antibody from Australia. But we have to develop monoclonal antibody on indigenous Nipah virus, and I hope that this year, 24-25, maybe by the end of 2025, December, our country will be able to produce monoclonal antibody. As we move forward, I want to reiterate that Government of Kerala is not just a facilitator, but a true partner in advancing life sciences and healthcare innovations. We envisage a resilient healthcare model driven by research, collaboration, and the incredible, as mentioned by Honorable Minister, by the incredible biodiversity that Kerala offers. The Kerala Life Sciences Industries Park is central to this vision, providing the necessary infrastructure, talent, and support for scientific innovations to thrive. Let's seize this opportunity to build a future where Kerala leads the way in life sciences, creating solutions that benefit both our state and the world. Thank you very much.
I mean, really like a scientist. And I think now scientists become politicians, unfortunately. So, but I think I'm really grateful, I think, to our Industry Ministry, Rajiv. And I'll tell you personal experience. I'm not here to speak something to impress anybody here. So what I'll say is the minister, what Rajiv spoke, and Madam Veena George spoke. And I think, look at Veena George spoke as if as a biotechnologist speak. You see that differences. I think that's country is changing. Country is changing. Demography is changing. And I think as the Rajiv Minister, and then I want to thank every member here, particularly Mohammed Anish and all the members here who are here. Since time short, I don't want to name everyone, but I'm thankful, grateful to all the people here. So I think, Rajiv sir told me one simple thing, that we want to be a knowledge sector. Kerala can be a knowledge sector, which doesn't pollute and create more jobs. And like God owns country, you can create truly a technology-oriented, knowledge-oriented state. There's an opportunity, great opportunity. The one nice thing about the knowledge industry, it doesn't pollute any environment. Look at the world is totally divided. today, right now, where we are, NATO, Warsaw, developing, and today, oil and no oil. And what is future is going to divide is the knowledge, is going to create the world. Totally dichotomous is going to happen. So I'm going to touch upon the life science, what Kerala government position on the life science. I think I've not seen any state. We created a Genome Valley in Hyderabad as more of a biotech cluster, and we created in Orissa, we're creating one in Bangalore, we're all creating all that cluster. But as a life science research angle, I don't think any state has done in the country. That is why I said I should come for this meeting. And I think the first state has envisaged that research is an important part of the life sciences and combine the virology, life science, medical device, all put together. I think that's an important strategy. And I see this strategy, what can lead to next 5 years. And I've seen those biotechnology clusters for the last 25 years in India, what all happening. I'll tell you some of the science. By tomorrow, we are all outdated in science, in biology. I'll tell you a few examples in the last 8-9 months, what happened in the biological science. I feel now I'm already outdated. Why I cannot be a PhD student today. That's my aspiration. Today, sequencing earlier used to take 20 years to sequence one genome, human genome, NIH. It brought to 45 days, 1 month, 5 days. Now it brought 5 hours. You give morning sample, by evening your human genome sequence is completed. It's totally changed. Many people would have heard pig transplant, pig heart is transplanted on the human body. And the person who survived for 1 month died. That's a different matter. But science started. So what they did is, they using a CRISPR, 7 genes in pig has been knocked off. So that major histocompatibility genes are knocked off in that. So the rejection from the human side minimized, and they took the pig heart and put it in the human body. So it's real. And I'll tell you another important example. Elon Musk company, Neuralink, they put a brain chip in the body. Now paralysis patient can move. Switzerland has done one important thing. So electrode, with using medical devices, put an electrode and some software and artificial intelligence of software according to the body weight of the person. And they manage. Now the paralysis patient is able to swim and walk. Swim and walk. So that's change. The science is rapid. This is all I'm talking last 6 months, 6-8 months. I'm not talking about last 5 years and all that. So science, I think, is paradigmically changing. Structural biology, where our minister was talking about artificial intelligence at the Investors Summit in 2015. And, artificial intelligence is amazingly changed in biology. One field that is revolutionized is structural biology, which will take 200,000 proteins. It will take 200 years for somebody to structural biology to elicit it. Using artificial intelligence, a Chinese company called Baidu and Google, Facebook, all of them, they put their own different strategies and they solve everything in 2 years. The whole structural biology of the proteins have phenomenally changed because structural biology is going to play major game in the life sciences to drive the future of science itself. And every vaccine is going to be decided based on the structural biology. Any therapeutic protein decided based on structural biology. This whole thing is going to change. And I think, the whole field is going to change. And I think what I want to tell is, what is a Kerala life sciences? I'm a scientist, I'm an entrepreneur. What I would like to do, when George Madam spoke about the Nipah, is important. So somebody should say that Kerala is free from Nipah. A simple slogan. Any science is a simple thinking is very important. The problem in Indian science, we complicate. We make 1,000 pages of document on one policy. And the 1,000 pages, nobody reads anybody. And that becomes a policy itself. So I think, think simple. How do you eradicate Nipah? Kerala state is Nipah. I think Kerala life sciences, I think all of them should have a moral responsibility now. In 2 years, 2 to 3 years, we should say that Nipah is solved from that, whether monoclonal antibody or whether it is a vaccine strategy, whatever it is a possible. It's easy technology, not a big science. Nipah free state. If Kerala life sciences can establish that brand name, that their one entity has solved the problem of the country itself, it stands out. And what Kerala government has contributed to this, and their mission is really achieved at a bigger game. And I think, what is that, and also life science is very important because Kamala Harris, when she released just 2 days back, her statement, what she wanted to do, U.S. economy, I was surprised. I thought they would talk about artificial intelligence and machine learning and all that thing. She put only 2 points. Only one is of biotechnology, and second is she put aerospace production. Only 2. Her whole policy. Chinese, what they did is very important strategy. Chinese, they have understood we can't compete with India on chemical technology. Chemistry, India was far ahead. They said we can't compete. So how do you make it to happen? Both China and Korea let's took the biology as a science. And they put all the strategy. I mean, the amount of spend, they spent about $430 billion on public-private partnership by China. They changed the 5 field and the PPP model. One, gene therapy. Second is CRISPR. Third was artificial intelligence. And fourth was robotics. And the fifth one I forgot. But 5 field, they totally changed, both Korea and China. And just only use the public-private. Make sure every industry is located within the university itself. Here, university want to give a land to industry, they treat it as if we are a foreign country, a person, industry. But I think no country, no industry also wants to solve the society problem. It's not that we want to exploit the businessman was doing all those days. But today, technologists, entrepreneurs, want to solve the society. The byproduct is the money. And I think, the whole science is revolutionizing in life sciences. Both, you look at US and China, Korea, all of them took life science strategy as a future. And I think India has to take, and I'm glad that Kerala government has taken that strategy of positioning that. You look at it simple. Kerala is a leadership in spice. What spice barrier will come to export? We need to predict that, and how the intervention of technologies can come in and solve that problem so that no spices can be, put in the customs somewhere, stop on the issues. Look at our minister was also in charge for coir. Coir, you look at it, hydroponics, entire coir industry can be exploited as you can impregnate some micronutrients along with the coir with nanoparticle technology and put as a hydroponic technology. And we can export to US and Europe, everywhere, wherever the hydroponics is used, we can export the entire coir impregnated with nutrients. A simple idea. It's for the new startups to exploit that type of things. And I think, creating a new horticulture crops. Today, we are importing a lot of imported fruits. How can we eliminate some of the fruits? And how dragon fruit, kiwi fruit, whatever it is, that can be grown in this biodiversity of Kerala without disturbing the biodiversity. And I think, I can tell so many things, but not important. But I think what Kerala Life Science, Praveen has got important, and the board members has got an important strategy. They have to show, if they have to show their presence, in 3 years, they have to show some tangible outcome of it. Not that we created these so many startups, we created, spent money, we did that. But somewhere Kerala government or Indian context of one problem solved within the next 3 years. That will give a kickstart for the future of it. I've seen some of the wonderful model of IDBI and Maharashtra government has done on public-private partnership, what they did for the defense establishment to pull it to Maharashtra state itself. Zero defense establishment in Maharashtra. How both government and Maharashtra government and IDBI joined together and pulled now the amazing startups in defense establishment in Maharashtra state. Simple intervention in 5-6 years. All 5-6 years has happened. I want Kerala Life Science to be positioned strategically. Look at 5 important issues. 1, medical device. 2, spice. Why not look at other things, field, maybe 5 field we can choose, and focus 1, 2, 3. That 1, 2, 3 has to give tangible results. Then only that whatever state government has taken a decision to fund this sort of program makes a sense and create a success story for the entire country. And this will be a platform. Kerala should be a model for creating a knowledge-based industry for the entire country. And thank you very much for giving the opportunity. Thank you, bye. I just want to share one point. Rajesh Saab has talked about the ease of business. When we are in Hyderabad, we always think, anybody we tell in Kerala we want to go, all my colleagues discourage me to go to Kerala. honestly. There's a OPEC is very difficult. Okay, it's like a stock market, you suddenly change it. So I think, the Kerala government has amazingly changed. I'll tell you one simple example. I'm putting a small project in Kochi. It's very important to tell. I'm not here to please a minister. I'm now 69. I don't have to please anybody. I'm unable to please my wife also even now. So I originally was supposed to set up that plant in Chennai because I'm from Chennai. I want to do it. Then I met a minister in Leela Palace Hotel in a CAA meeting. I got impressed. Let me see is it a political statement or is it real? So for 4 or 5 months down, I put the project, applied it to KSIDC. I didn't even talk to him. Okay, please, I've never used influence. Keep in mind, people think that, you would have used a lobby and all that. Okay, nothing. I just applied virtually. And you won't believe it, in exactly 8th or 9th day, I got allotment letter. And 5 days, I paid the payment. Okay, now the clearance is coming in. It is my own example story. It's not that I'm pleasing the minister. I don't have anything in Kerala, so not to please anybody here. But I'm telling you, it's happened. It's happening. There might be hurdle. The small issues will be coming in, but that is bound to be there in every country in the world. Okay, so that's where the entrepreneurs likes the challenges. You beat the challenges, you become a successful entrepreneur. Otherwise, you surrender to that, then you will never be a succeed in the country. I think, but I've seen myself that Kerala has created, and I think ease of doing business. That is why I want to say ease of doing is a ministry stating stand 100% or not. That is, I'm trying to watch on that, and that has to be told because Kerala means negative opinion in the entire country. Oh, Kerala, no. Oh, it's a big union, that problem, this problem, and all that. I think it's a great state, and living is good. People can work at even the village. You can start up a small unit in the village itself. That's amazing. Transportation, logistics is so good here. Healthcare system is reached to the village itself. And one can start up in the village itself and start the company. You don't have to be in Trivandrum malls. You don't have to be in Kochi. You can do anywhere. That is one nice thing about Kerala, being a small state and have a good logistic help. And you can do it. And I think I'm watching for that state of ease of doing business is true what he said. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for ending your speech on a very light note. Before leaving, may I request our Honourable Minister P. Rajiv to kindly step forward and offer a memento as a token of our love and gratitude to Padma Bhushan Dr. Krishna Ella, Bahumananaya Shri P. Rajiv Avrigale, നമ്മളുടെ ഇന്നത്തെ മുഖ്യാതിഥിയുമായ പത്മഭൂഷൺ ശ്രീ ഡോക്ടർ കൃഷ്ണ എല അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് ഒരു മെമന്റോ സമ്മാനിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് ക്ഷണിക്കുന്നു. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all join this with a good round of applause as Dr. Krishna Ella for sharing his wisdom as well as for sharing some of the hottest and relevant topics happening in the life sciences, not just in India but across the world. On that note, let me now invite Dr. Sri Anandakrishnan, Director of NIST, to talk about the project declared by our Honourable Minister, Sri P. Rajiv. May I request our Dr. C. Anandakrishnan to kindly step up. Welcome, sir.
Honourable CM of Kerala, Honourable Minister, Sri Rajiv, Honourable Minister, Veena Judge Ma'am, Padma Bhushan, our RC Chairman, Dr. Krishna Ella, sir, and all the dignitaries on the dais. Good morning to all. And first of all, I like to thank Kerala Government, Honourable CM and Minister for allotting 10 acres land for CSA and NIST to expanding our campus at Life Science 360 Park. Just now, Honourable Minister has mentioned about how fast Minister Office is working and also vouched by our RC Chairman, Krishna Ella, sir. I will tell you the small story about how we got this land. CSA NIST is 50 years old institute, 40 acres land given by the Kerala government 50 years back. Now we are going to celebrate 50 years this year. We are rapidly expanding our activities. Once I told my Honorable Secretary, Madam, we are expanding our institute, but land is very, very limited. We are not able to push it a little bit fast. Then Madam told, where is the land? We are searching the land. Once Madam traveling from Delhi to Trivandrum, same flight, next seat was Praveen was sitting. Then Madam and Praveen spoken 3 hours in the flight, landed at Trivandrum night 1:45. I was receiving the Madam. Madam told, you put up the proposal, Praveen is accepted. Everything happened in the 30,000 kilometer away. Then comes down. Then next day morning, I called our RC chairman. I had to get a formal approval from RC chairman. I told, sir, I wanted to put up this proposal. Go ahead, no problem. Raji sir, I know well. You put up the proposal, everything will be cleared. Within 2 days, I put up the proposal to Kerala government. 3 days, believe it or not, call has come from the minister's office. I went with my team. I given presentation what we are planning to do that, and our Hani sir was very happy. Just I finished the presentation, reached back to CSIR Nest. Praveen sent a message. In principle, approval has given for the land. You see that within a week, application, everything has been done. Today, Honorable Minister has announced it. This is going to be given to CSIR Nest. Now, question comes, what we are going to do that land? You know that hydrogen energy is doing very well. That is the future of the country. And already we started Vizhinjam port. And we are thinking big dream for Kerala government also. We wanted to not only use the hydrogen energy for our state, and also we wanted to export it. 2 hydrogen valley approved by the government of India. One is the Pune Hydrogen Valley, second one is the Kerala Hydrogen Valley. Kerala Hydrogen Valley is submitted by the Kerala government, UNERT and CSIR NIST to DST. DST is approved that project. So now we are going to set up the plant at the land where we are going to produce the green hydrogen. That hydrogen will be used in that industry, whichever it is coming to 360 Park. That is the first project we are going to establish as soon as the land is allotted to us. The second one is, Honorable CM already today, just now, CM told about only 2% of bioeconomy what Kerala is participating. That, as a CSIR NIST, we thought about it. We wanted to improve that 2 to 4 or 5% next 5 years' time. That's what we put up already proposal along with the Kerala government to Department of Biotechnology. And we are going to, if that proposal is accepted by the government of India, we are going to set bio manufacturing hub at that new land. That is not only the smart protein, nutraceutical, and all food allied processing, including that rubber and kaya. This is the what another project. Second project, what our Honorable Minister has mentioned about that Ayurveda. Kerala is hub of Ayurveda, but still very few industry has that full-fledged quality control system. That's what lagging to export into the Ayurveda product into other country. Even we are importing in even Kerala state. So keeping that view, CSIR NIST is setting up the quality control testing facilities on October 6th in our own campus at Papanangodu, and the expansion will be going to happen in new land with the production line. That's what our dream of making the Ayurveda Center of Excellence in Kerala, especially NIST, is going to set up. So all these things are keeping you another 5 years' time. The full-fledged technology innovation center is going to come up, the new land what is going to allotted by the government of Kerala. And wholeheartedly thank to our Honorable Minister and the whole team, especially Secretary and all the members who took the project very fast mode, and we are also wanted to do it as quick as possible. Once again, thank you so much for everyone is supporting this initiation. Thank you so much for me to share my thought.
Thank you so much, sir, for talking through your various stages of the project development. We wish you all the good luck. For the felicitation, let me now welcome onto dais Sri S. Harikishore, IAS, MD of KSIDC. Welcome, sir.
Due to paucity of time, I am offering felicitations on behalf of my colleagues also, Mr. Harikrishnan and Santosh Koshi, both are there. The objective of KSIDC is to strengthen the ecosystem in the state. With respect to Bioconnect, it is to strengthen life science sector. And also our second objective is to bring more investments to the state and of course to generate more employment. So we hope that these two-day deliberations will help us achieve both the goals. One is to strengthen the ecosystem, the deliberations, the feedback, the inputs that we receive from all of you will help us to strengthen the ecosystem, and also we hope that these deliberations and inputs will help us to get more investments to the state, to generate more employment to the state. So that's our expectation, and best wishes to the two-day conclave. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your wishes, sir. Now may I request Sri C. Padmakumar, Director, Board Member of KLIP, to kindly step forward for the felicitation. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable Minister, Dr. Krishna Ella, Principal Secretary, Industries, other dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. I must first congratulate the Industries Department, KSIDC, and the Life Sciences Industries Park for organizing such a conclave. I think this is going to be extremely helpful for the state. I just have a couple of messages for the audience. We in the Kerala Medical Technology Consortium have done a mapping of the medical device industry in the state. We find that contrary to what we thought when we started, we have actually 85 medical device companies operating in the state with a combined revenue of over $1 billion. The opportunity for those of you who are looking for investment is at least $4 billion by 2032. We also estimate that if you look at the broader life sciences sector, it is at least $30 billion by 2032. And I think Kerala has a lot of what it takes to get there. We have the research infrastructure, we have the talent, we have the industry, the startups. And I think government policy is now bringing it all together. So let me take this opportunity to wish the conference every success, and I'm looking forward to meeting many of you for personal discussions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now may I request Dr. C.N. Ramchand, Director, Board Member of KLIP, for the felicitation note. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, everybody, and Honorable Minister Sri P. Rajiv and Padma Bhushan Sri Krishna Ella, and all on the dais, and my dear friends, colleagues. So I really wanted to put forward a few points, but unfortunately there is no time. But I was involved in Bio 360 and Bioconclave last year. We had multiple programs last year because many discussions, talks. Apart from that one, we had panel discussions of pharma, biopharma, nutraceuticals. This year, additionally, few more things we have added, which is going to be nutraceuticals, agri-foods, agri-biotechnology, artificial intelligence, how this is related to healthcare, genomics. So these are some of the area which we will be having discussions in the next 2 days. And a couple of points I just wanted to mention that, our idea is that, bring up Kerala with a lot of industries, especially life sciences. Now, Kerala has a population of about 2.5% of the Indian population is from Kerala. Now, what is our consumption of drugs? Drugs, pharma, about 14%. Now, no other state is consuming so much in terms of per capita. So Kerala is maximum. What is our contribution to the production? It is minuscule. It is very difficult to tell how much percentage is, but it is extremely small. What is the reason? Because from the beginning, probably 50, 60 years back, we should have thought about introducing pharmaceuticals, biotech, or similar industries in India, because we have a lot of importance was given to Ayurveda. That is excellent, but we have not yet given importance to nutraceutical. Now I will tell you, one of the reasons could be, if you see, all over India, the pharma industry or biotech industry or nutra industry is like hub. For example, Hyderabad, if you see, there are 800 plus API plus formulation places are there. What is the reason? IDBI was established about 70 years back. What has happened? One industry comes up, lot of expertise comes up, and many other companies. And if you really see, there will be some connection with IDBI or those who have worked over there. Now, which is the other hub? Baroda and Ahmedabad. Baroda had established Alembic and Sarabhai almost 100 years back. Now, if you see about 1,200 pharmaceutical, whether it is API manufacturing or formulations are there. How it has come, these are all came from these companies. There will be some kind of relationship. The other thing is that I myself was the vice president of Sun Pharmaceutical, which is a 25-year-old company. Now it is 65,000 crore company. You know, what a phenomenal growth. What is the reason? A very visionary leader, Dilip Sangui, is there. And when I just realized that, you know, in the last 15, 20 years, at least 50 companies have came out of that and became very big company. Now, what are the other examples? There are a lot of examples in Delhi is there. Ranbaxy was one of the nodal center, and from that many other companies came. Then came Bombay. The multiple multinational companies came 40, 50 years then, and many companies came. So what I wanted to tell is that one of the requirement is that probably those type of such very large pharmaceutical companies not there in Kerala. What can be done is that, you know, a public-private partnership, maybe establish a company there. Maybe it will take 10 years, but I can definitely tell you, in few years' time, subsequent maybe 15, 20 years' time, many pharmaceuticals companies are coming. The other thing is that, you know, Kerala is extremely good in natural product extracts, which is selling, but that does not make money. If you have to make money, it should be converted into nutraceutical. For example, the India consumes nutraceutical about 3 billion, which is $300 billion in US, and most of it is going from India and China as the ingredient. So one of the things which we are, of course, going to have a discussion on that, how this can be done in Kerala, especially this extracts, how it can be converted to nutraceutical and can be introduced in the US market. I do not want to tell too much. Many other points I want to discuss, and thank you very much. It was a great conference, and I hope that you are all going to enjoy the next 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. With this, we come to the end of all the felicitations, and now to offer the official vote of thanks, may I request Dr. Praveen KS, CEO of KLIP, to kindly step forward. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, all. Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Ministers, esteemed dignitaries, distinguished guests and participants, I stand before you today with immense gratitude and deeply humbled by the opportunity to lead an initiative that holds such promises for Kerala's future in life sciences sector. It has not been long since the government of Kerala established the Kerala Life Science Industries Park, CLIP, as a subsidiary of KSIDC with the goal of fostering the comprehensive development of life sciences in our state. I wish to express my sincerest thanks to the state government and our Honorable Minister of Industry, Sri P. Raji, for entrusting me with the responsibility of guiding CLIP as its first CEO. My sincere gratitude to our Honorable Chief Minister, Sri Pinarayi Vijayan. Though unable to be with us in person today, he inaugurated this program virtually, which is a reflection of his deep commitment to Kerala's industrial and healthcare sectors. His leadership continues to inspire us as we chart the way forward to Kerala's growth. Thank you, Honorable Chief Minister, for our unwavering support. I thank our Honorable Industries Minister, Sri P. Rajiv, who has presided over this event. His visionary leadership and relentless dedication to industrial development have brought Kerala to the forefront, moving us from 28th position to the top in the ease of doing business rankings. It is a true privilege to work alongside a leader who is driven by the desire to innovate and transform. I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to Honorable Health Minister Ms. Veena George. Her leadership in the healthcare sector is an example of resilience and dedication, especially in the face of many challenges we encounter. My sincere thanks to Padma Bhushan Dr. Krishna Ella. Your presence and words at this conclave is invaluable, encouraging. Only very few can bridge the gap between research and industry in the way that you do. Your insights today have been inspiration to all of us, and I offer my sincere thanks for your contributions to both the field, to the events, and for the nation as well. I would like to express my sincere thanks to APM Muhammad Hanish, Principal Secretary of Industries, the department whose wisdom and leadership has been a driving force behind this initiative. My special thanks to Mr. Hari Kishore, Managing Director, KSADC. My sincere thanks to the board directors and also the Kinfra MD, Santosh Koshi, board directors and KMTC Chief Sri Padma Umar, Dr. Ramchand, and those who have attended the participating in this two-day conclave. And also I would like to express my very generous, sincere thanks to our generous sponsors, especially SBI, who has generously supported for this event, KMTC, Federal Bank and IndusBank, and also the media partners who are all along with us supporting all along this through event. I express my sincere gratitude to all of you, and also I express my sincere thanks to the NIST director as well and your team. I would like to conclude this session, express my sincere thanks, and also invite you for the inauguration of the exhibition event, which will be happening immediately after this function. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. With this, we come to the end of the inaugural ceremony. As mentioned in the vote of thanks, we are now proceeding for the inauguration of exhibits area by our Honorable Minister of Industries, Law and Coir, which will be happening on floor 1. A few important announcements before we proceed with the inaugural ceremony. First of all, requesting everyone to kindly make your way to the first floor to be part of the inaugural ceremony of the exhibits area. All the people who are part of the exhibit areas, people representing different stalls, kindly make your way to the located stalls before the inauguration happens. The next session will happen at 12 p.m. at this very same hall. So after the inaugural ceremony, requesting everyone who wishes to be the part of the next session here, the leaders talk paving the way ahead, kindly make your way to the ground floor. We also have an exclusive networking area on the first floor for any B2B and B2G. So kindly make use of the opportunity if you like to engage in some insightful talks with industry leaders. All the panel discussions will happen in the respective ballrooms. You may kindly check with our volunteers to ensure that you are in the right ballroom for the right talk. Last but not the least, we also have a tea, coffee, refreshments arranged on the first floor. So kindly enjoy the refreshments there. With this, we come to the end of the inaugural ceremony. Once again, thank you so much, everyone, for being part and witnessing this inaugural ceremony. Everyone who have come all the way from different parts of the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We can call. For their reference. This is my This is info. Okay, fine. Ladies and gentlemen, the session will be commencing shortly. Please take your seats. There is an announcement. Please ensure that the mobile phones are switched off or in silent mode. In case of an emergency, kindly step outside the venue and attend to your call. Let's ensure the smooth running of our sessions. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to all the esteemed guests, conference participants, and ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Kerala Life Sciences Industry Spark, we, your hosts for today's scientific sessions, Dr. Kamalika
and Dr. Rabina,
heartily welcome you to this exciting two-day international conclave and expo on life sciences, Bioconnect 2.0, Kerala 2024, with the theme Innovation to Industry. This event serves as a platform for bringing together industry leaders, researchers, and policymakers from various fields to discuss and explore the future of life sciences industry in Kerala. The meeting promises to be an enriching experience filled with insightful discussions, strong industry-academia collaborations, extensive networking opportunities, and showcasing the latest advancements in the life sciences sector.
We now begin our scientific sessions with much anticipated leaders' talk. So it is an honor to welcome two esteemed leaders, Sri Alok Katri, Chief Operating Officer, Bharat Serums and Vaccines Limited, and Dr. K.V. Subramanyam, President, Reliance Sciences, for the session entitling Paving the Way Ahead. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, another speaker, Dr. Jitendra Kumar, MD Birak, could not join us today. So we will be having two talks under these sessions, which explore key innovations, strategic approaches, and future directions in biotechnology and healthcare from the leaders who are shaping the biotech industry. So please put your hands together to welcome these eminent personalities.
It's my immense pleasure to call upon Mr. Alok Katri to deliver his talk. Mr. Katri is the Chief Operating Officer, India Business, Bharat Serums and Vaccines Limited. After finishing his graduation from Lucknow University, Mr. Alok completed MBA in Marketing and Finance. He is a seasoned sales professional and a versatile leader with diverse leadership expertise for over 3 decades. He has been serving the industry as growth catalyst with a proven track record of successful collaborations with multiple stakeholders and key decision makers. He served as the president of Cadila Pharmaceuticals India and as head established product business unit of Sanofi. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Katri. Welcome, sir. Whether it
So, ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon to all of you. And my name is Alok Katri, and I work for Bharat Serums and Vaccines Limited, which is known as BSV. I would like to really thank Dr. Praveen, who has invited me for this particular opportunity, and it's a great occasion to be here with all of you. Thanks to our Chief Minister of Kerala, as well as the Industries Minister, Mr. Pradeep. I think the type of work which has been done here in this state is definitely exemplary. As far as we are concerned in BSV, I would like to say here that our whole focus has been on innovation. So I was quite happy to come here because innovation, when we talk about, Innovation, when we talk about, it is very important that innovation gives solution to a problem of a patient. And as BSV, we are a patient-centric company. We are a leading women's health company in India and in the international markets, as BSV is present in around 70 countries of the world. We are in the area of hematology, critical care, and emergency medicine. So overall, when you look at our whole portfolio, as a company, we have got many unique products which are even patented or one of their kind. And what we have to really look at here is how do you take then innovation, what you do in the lab, to maximum number of patients, and I think that is something which we drive. Today, if you see the era of innovation, we are also getting into generative AI, which was being talked about some time back, and these will help to improve patient outcomes. So our motto in BSV are two: one, patient-centric; other is education and awareness of doctors through specialists, of patients through doctors. So these are the areas we have been. I would like to start my presentation with one very, I would say, good news, which I am sure you would appreciate. This picture speaks more than 100 or 1,000 words actually. It is a testament of our commitment towards building a healthy India with healthier mothers and healthier newborns. This is part of the BSV journey from plasma to recombinant. How recombinant therapies are revolutionizing the women's health. And what is this? We are talking about our product, which is one of the most prestigious and admired accolade for the R&D and innovation in the life sciences industry. I'm sure you would have heard about pre-Gallium. So like you have Nobel Peace Prize for different segments like peace and science, like you have Oscars. Okay. So on the similar lines, you have got Prix Gallienne, which is the most prestigious award a life science industry or a biotechnology industry can think of. So first time last year, towards the second half, Prix Gallienne came to India and they actually nominated 6 products which were innovative for the best biotechnology product. One of them was very popular brand Covishield as well. And there were many products from MNCs. And finally, it was BSV which won the award for Anti-D, the best biotechnology product. Anti-D has got many awards basically because of its innovation. But why I mentioned Prix Gallienne? Because it is something which we can all be proud of, because it is like considered to be the best award for anybody in this life sciences. Our core competency is in the area of clinical research, R&D and clinical studies. In fact, we have our R&D head, Dr. J.B. Jacob, who is sitting here and attending this conference. He's a very well-known R&D person in the industry. I'm sure you will get chance to interact with JB, during the course of today and tomorrow. So JB, if you can just stand up for the group. Yeah, thank you. So in clinical research, we are doing phase 2 to phase 4, human clinical trials. In R&D, we have a biotech platform, biological, novel delivery systems, regenerative medicines. And clinical studies, we are into animal studies in disease models and toxicology dose-dependent studies as well. So BSV has pioneered many firsts. So one, first in the world, biotech, as I talked about, Anti-D in the monoclonal form. And we have monoclonal tetanus. Then we moved to NDDS, where we got into amphotericin B emulsion formulation. This product is sold extensively internationally and in India. And then we got into recombinant Anti-D. So that is the first in the world when I talk about all the three. Then urinary trypsin inhibitor, equine rabies, which is our ATG. As you will know that today ATG of equine, okay, is available only from BSV in the world market. So for aplastic anemia, the core therapy is actually our product, which is equine ATG, which is known as Thymogam. And we are marketing it in the world also. Earlier, another multinational had this product, but due to COVID, their focus shifted there, and now we are the only one. We have NDDS system with propofol emulsion. We have the first biosimilar in India, biologically high pure HMG1, biotech recombinant FSH, but recombinant SCG, and novel delivery system, which we talked about, which is liposomal amphotericin B. So these are the overall, I would say, the first what BSV has achieved in the world with recombinant technology in women's health and fertility, product innovation, biopharma research, ecosystem through collaboration. BSV is the only one player globally with all fertility hormones on recombinant therapy. So we started with first recombinant, as you know, in Anti-D, and then FSH, then SCG, HMG, and now our R&D team is working on LH plus FSH combination and long-acting derivative of FSH, which is colifolitropin. India's first indigenously manufactured and marketed recombinant FSH, we call it Foligraph, and in fact, if you see, we used to have lyophilized multi-dose vials. From there, we moved to PFS, and in fact, today, our Foligraph has been compared in international studies with the originator and found to be comparable. That's why it is exported to many countries. We are the only player to have a first in the world, which is anti-D, immunoglobulin product, which is our monoclonal Roclone, and as I mentioned about anti-D, now the recombinant form also. So in Rh factor pregnancy, what exactly happened? The Rh negative mothers, they have an issue, especially when they are getting pregnant. And what happens is Rh negative blood type is exposed to fetal Rh positive blood cells, which in turn leads to immunization and formation of anti-D antibodies. And the signs and symptoms in a baby affected by Rh incompatibility can range from mild to severe. For example, cerebral palsy, neurological deficits, deafness, blindness, and heart diseases. The prevention is to give Rh negative mother Rh immunoglobulins. And there's only one company, in the world today to have our monoclonal as well as recombinant anti-D. So this is a unique product which the world market is looking forward to. We will be now getting into some of the larger markets as well. We are currently supplying the monoclonal formulation to many countries. Many governments, including Kerala, they are buying the monoclonal form of anti-D, which is Roclone. So this is a game changer product, and our patented product, which we are very proud of as an organization. But as I said, that it is not only to bring innovation, how to take it to the patients through doctors is absolutely very important. And you will be very happy to know that how do we do that? We have got Foxy, which has got approximately 45,000 gynecologists. And our partnership is with Foxy for awareness of Rh negative, and also for this year we have started RH MAC, which is a master class, which is available with credit being given to people who attend that master class, and available live workshops, virtual. It is on the platform of Foxy. Anybody who is a Foxy member, gynecologist, can go through and complete that entire master class. So this is how we are trying to see that the awareness of Rh negative increases amongst doctors. For the patients, we have got many, I would say, initiatives which are also going on through social media platforms as well of Foxy. So that is something which we are trying to do. And it's the only product which is made in India to be granted an international non-proprietary name, INN, by the WHO in December 21. So leading global and national guidelines like Foxy, RANZOC, NICE, NHS, they all recommend it, combination of ANC and PNC, anti-D immunoprophylaxis. It is there in the government approval as well. So we are delivering the innovation, as I said, because first we launched the 1980 we launched our plasma-derived anti-D. From there, R&D of in-house monoclonal anti-D, and then initiation of R&D for recombinant. Launch of monoclonal anti-D then happened in 2010, and 2017 we launched the recombinant of anti-D with clinical trials, and then completion happened in 2018 and then launch in the market. So I think it's a complete cycle, as you can see, from plasma to, I would say, monoclonal and then to recombinant. And as you know, in polyclonal you require human donors. Roclone, the monoclonal is produced in lab. Anti-D is also produced in lab. But the issue is that with recombinant there is a negligible risk, which may be there with plasma definitely, but little less in case of, I would say, monoclonal. Supply-wise, there is a dependence, and especially if you are dependent on polyclonic. But as we move to recombinant platform, the supplies can be unlimited, faster, and more efficient. the consistency of the product is much better. And that's why we are trying to move the global market and our institutional market to the recombinant NTID. So, in the institutions, this product is, sold across, or rather purchased across the government, state governments. So if you look at our state-wise policy inclusions in 3 years, we are into various states which are there, like Rajasthan, and this is for both ANC and PNC. Then Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh, Gujarat, Bihar, MP, Punjab, Karnataka, and UP. So 22 states contribute to around 99% of Rh negative deliveries, and we are present in 22 out of 36 states. The good part is now doctors are realizing that to reduce immunogenicity, you need both ANC and PNC use of this product. So delivering positivity in women's health has been one of our, I would say, objectives, basically. And as far as, I started with that, we got the Pre-Galleon Award for our product for the best biotechnology, which is our NTID, and that is something which we are all very proud of. So this is an Indian innovation, okay, completely indigenous, the plasma, the monoclonal part, and the recombinant part. Our continued innovation is there, like for example, in Trinbalimab, which is NTID, a recombinant Chinese hamster ovary cell line based mAb produced in CHO cells, developed as a successor to the clone. Animal free manufacturing we are working on. Large scale production with key production steps, okay. High protein expression achieved through DHFR gene amplification. Reduce cost and simplified purification. We are also looking at safety and quality, detailed characterization as per ICH guidelines, ensure product safety and quality. We are also working on basically that no animal derived components are used, which are reduces associated risk in production. And recombinant CHO based Trinbalimab offers benefits over traditional human plasma based NTID, which is earlier when it was anti-Rho-D, So I think these are some of the future innovations, and the global expansion we are actually now looking at with introduction of our NTID Trinbalimab in EU, Europe, UK, and US. So that is the overall, I think, plan for the next year or so. So with this, I would say we continue to build healthier India, bring life to life. So taking innovation, getting innovation done and taking innovation to the ultimate patients, okay, and improving health outcomes is something which BSV stands for. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Sri Katri, for sharing your valuable insights with us. Your talk has truly enriched our understanding on several groundbreaking translational research initiated by BSV. Now, I would like to request Sri Harikrishnan, Executive Director, KSIDC, to kindly present a memento to Sri Alok Katri as a token of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Moving on to our second speaker of the Leaders' Talk session, it's my immense pleasure to call upon Dr. K.V. Subramanyam, President, Reliance Life Sciences. Dr. Subramanyam needs no introduction. He is the President of Reliance Life Sciences, a part of Reliance Group of Companies, a biotechnology-based, research-driven organization in India, developing business opportunities in therapeutics, diagnostics, and prophylactics. He holds a degree in chemical engineering from NIT Trichy, an MBA from IIM Ahmedabad, and qualified as a chartered financial analyst. In 2011, he was named as a fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineers. With a career spanning 43 years at Reliance Group and Indian Petrochemical Corporations Limited, Dr. Subramanyam is credited with building Reliance Life Sciences from scratch, and which today excels in biotherapeutics, pharmaceuticals, diagnostics, and clinical research services. The company has the largest biosimilars and monoclonal antibody portfolio worldwide and the biggest plasma protein manufacturing facility in South Asia. He is also the author of 2 books, Taking Wings and Winning, and Fight Srinivas Strike. The stage is yours, sir.
Thank you, Kamalika. Good afternoon to all of you. It's a pleasure to be here, more so in Trivandrum because I spent my early years in Trivandrum and I was born not very far from here in Ernakulam. So it's always a great pleasure to be part of this city. I should also thank Sunita Chandran for some guidance on how I should be making this presentation. So what I'll try and do is to look at the evolution of biotechnology and juxtapose how Reliance Life Sciences evolved in that context. So if you look at biotechnology in the late 20th century, it was an emerging large opportunity, both in information technology and biotechnology. And biotechnology drugs were becoming a larger part of the top-selling drugs worldwide. And within that, monoclonal antibodies, which were in development for many years, were coming into play. Can you hear me at the back? Because sometimes I joke that I can't hear myself. So, and then we had stem cells and tissue engineering were also making a mark as potential therapies. In the other aspect, in the area of biotechnology, biopolymers were coming into play, and there were seen to be potential threats to the conventional polymers, particularly thermoplastics. And then biofuels were in the early stages of development. So this was clearly seen as something, as an opportunity, but we in Reliance saw it as a threat. So biopolymers, biofuels and biochemicals were seen as threat to the traditional polymer business. So Reliance is a very large player in polymers, polyester, fuels and chemicals. So naturally we said we have to be engaged in biotechnology. And so Reliance Life Sciences was formed with a mandate to explore biotechnology and see how we could build not only defensive approaches but also to exploit the opportunity. So this is a company that is 100% owned by the promoters of Reliance, that's the Ambani family. So what we did was we looked at all the opportunities in medical, plant, industrial and marine biotechnology. And we decided to develop initiatives in all these 3 areas, except marine biotechnology, which we thought was more in the longer term. But in 2008, we said the threat from industrial and plant biotechnology was more in the longer term, but there are larger opportunities in medical biotechnology. And so we kind of mandated ourselves to focus on medical biotechnology. So life started by a small pilot plant facility that we started in central Mumbai, but the larger research facilities we built in Navi Mumbai, which is a 20-acre campus. And the picture is actually the entrance to that campus. So in every sense, our foray into biotechnology was partly as a defensive strategy, but more to look at it as an opportunity. So what did we do? We built 3 major initiatives in plasma proteins, biosimilars and biopharmaceuticals. and the third one was in pharmaceuticals. So in plasma proteins, we do both mainstream and specialty plasma proteins. In biosimilars, we have the largest portfolio of biosimilars in the market and under development on a worldwide basis. In pharmaceuticals, we started with formulations and then we built the active pharmaceutical intermediates, and we wanted to be very focused on oncology, the later generation oncology pharmaceuticals, because it was too late in the day to be getting into generic pharmaceuticals. And then at some stage, we recognized the potential risk as far as China is concerned. So we started developing our own key starting materials. So today we are fully integrated from key starting materials to active pharmaceutical intermediates to pharma formulations. And in the recent past, we also started working on peptides. And then we had a services component of the business. We built our own clinical research organization. We also dabbled in stem cells. We built a cord blood repository, which does not only bioinsurance model for cord blood banking, but also to look at unrelated cord blood transplants. And we're probably the only company in India which have extensive experience with unrelated cord blood transplants. And then we also built a diagnostics initiative. So there are a few key features. So focus on hospital products. So we have a kind of a niche presence. And most of our products are used to treat patients in critical and intensive care. There's a lot of diversity of product streams looking at human uses, but in the recent past, we're also looking at animal products for animals. And we are also looking at a lot of depth in each of these product streams. So we manufacture almost everything that we market. We think that as a combination of in-house development, manufacture, and clinical trials, we have a fair amount of control on both schedules and costs. And then we see what is, we call it an integration across the value chain, from lab research, animal research, clinical development, manufacturing, and quality management. In plasma proteins, we're the largest integrated plasma protein producer in South Asia. And I talked about the biosimilar position that we have. But there is one aspect that we like to talk about, that is as far as quality is concerned. So today our quality ethos says that we'll have one standard, whether it's India or the world, whether it's human or animal. So at this time we are looking at how we can get approvals and promote biosimilars for animal use. So the dogs and cats also to get cancer, and then we're looking at those opportunities as well. So one quality that we've always practiced, so far it was for humans, and now we're also looking at animals. And by the way, the pet market is growing. A lot of people today don't want to have babies, but they like to have pets. So if you look ahead and see how biotechnology would evolve into the future, and you can look at it in different segments, I always say that the opportunity in biotechnology is so vast that it's very difficult to put your hands on saying that how big it is going to be and which are the areas that will come into play. So one evolution would be in the product market context. So today you have products, but as we go along, you'll have a product plus therapy. Example is gene therapy. So you might have a great product as a gene therapy product, but if a mess up takes place in the clinical context, then you have nothing. So it has to be a combination of a product and working very closely with clinicians in terms of ensuring that the product is able to meet its outcomes. As far as technology is concerned, the biopharmaceutical manufacturing process at some day would migrate to continuous manufacturing. There's a lot of work that's happening in that space, and also combined with high yielding process. So the moment we have much higher yields, from a business development point of view, you don't have to build additional manufacturing facilities. So that's a huge cost advantage. And then there's a genomics overlay in therapeutics and diagnostics. One example is the liquid biopsies. Going forward, you could, based on diagnosis of, let's say, blood sample, you could have some level of prediction of a lot of diseases or disorders. Gene editing has been talked about, and there's a lot of talk as far as AI-enabled drug discovery is concerned. AI will also come into play in other areas like analytics. Of course, the initial hype around AI has to die down, and then we'll have to see what value AI will deliver. And then, of course, you have the area of biosensors and 3D bioprinting, which will also come into play. As far as healthcare is concerned, it will be in artificial intelligence and robotics-driven healthcare. So tomorrow you'll have a doctor who's 80% doctor and 20% the physician. 80% technology and 20% the physician. If you look at regulatory context, there is more and more demand for extensive product characterization, and in some products, at least if your characterization is extremely good, then the requirement for clinical trial might come down to that extent. And then the other interesting that is happening in biotechnology is that many countries now want to have their own pharma play, more so after COVID. A lot of countries that we meet want to be involved in biopharmaceuticals, want to be involved in plasma proteins, and which is very interesting because countries are now recognizing, particularly after COVID, that they would be caught on the wrong foot if they do not have a presence in pharma or biopharma. So this is the way I see that the biotechnology industry would evolve. So if this is what it is going to play, and a lot of imponderables that one could think of. What we said in Reliance is that we will also look at new opportunities. So one area that we are currently focusing is on both human and animal vaccines, and along with that, neutralizing antibodies. The other area is animal health, both vaccines and also some generic products. But the more important area is innovative technologies, whether it's gene and cell therapy. We are currently developing about 10 gene therapies and 2 cell therapies. We're looking at nucleic acid therapeutics, mRNA oligonucleotides, and also therapeutic enzymes for orphan diseases. And we're building pilot plant facilities both for gene therapy and mRNA in the existing campus in Navi Mumbai. So what we are currently doing is to step up in terms of manufacturing scales in the existing areas, while we develop all the research and pilot scale manufacturing facilities in the new areas. So how the organization would evolve is that at a very broad level, we'll have 3 areas: therapeutics, diagnostics, and prophylactics. There's another component of genomics, which I have not included here, but that would be represented by Strand Life Sciences, where Reliance has an 80% stake in that company. So that would kind of complete the larger picture, which would, in all these areas, would cater to a wider medical need, not just human and animal, but also animal, and delivering a lot of products and services to address all these products and markets, not only in India, Europe, and US, but also we're increasingly going to what we call the more stringent regulated markets. So we have one campus in Navi Mumbai, which is getting saturated. Now we're building a new campus. The picture there is of the Nasik campus. It's a 160-acre campus, entirely devoted to life sciences, but mostly on manufacturing. And then the quality ethos that I talked about. So our future evolution will be driven by a broader and deeper product range, catering to wider medical needs and coming in from multiple locations. So that's basically what I wanted to share with you. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. K.V. Subramanyam, for your insightful and inspiring talk. Now, I would like to invite Dr. C.N. Ramchand, Director, Kerala Life Sciences Park, CEO and co-founder of Maxgenome Technologies, to present a memento to Dr. K.V. Subramanyam as a token of our gratitude. So let's extend our heartfelt appreciations to Dr. Subramanyam with a warm round of applause. Thank you so once again.
Now I'd like to introduce Mr. Santosh Kumar, DGM SME SBI Trivandrum, Mr. Kumar is a science graduate from Delhi University and joined SBI in 1998. He has immense expertise in bank, in retail and treasury. He will share some exciting offerings from SBI aimed for industries and startup. Please welcome Mr. Kumar on the stage.
Yeah, good afternoon, all of you. And thank you, Bio360 Life Sciences Park team, to give us an opportunity to showcase the products which SBI offers for established businesses as well as startups. So I'll be showing a glimpse of few banking solutions for these businesses. Now, so before going to products, though all of Indians know SBI, SBI being the largest bank, and as our tagline also says, banker to every Indian, it needs no introduction, but still this is some figures here which just say that where SBI stands. We have 50 crore plus customers, the market share highest in deposits as well as in advances. And as far as the SME sector is concerned, we are already 4.33 trillion reach in terms of advances, and we are targeting around 5 trillion by end of this year. And to cater to SME businesses, we have specialized branches all over the country. In Kerala, we have around 40 such branches with dedicated relationship managers who cater to SME businesses. Now, when we talk of banking, the first thing is how we have to do our transactions. So there are some transaction solutions, there are some collection solutions, paper-based as well as the electronic, which are provided by the bank. In electronic collections, there are mandate-based collections, POS machines, e-pay, payment aggregators, SBI Collect, which is a digital solution for collections of registration fees or recurring collections, then Bharat Bill Pay Service. So all these are the digital solutions. Apart from that, there are paper-based solutions also, check collection, cash collection, and the DD collection, etc. Similarly, we have various payment solutions also. Again, this is paper-based as well as digital or electronic payment-based solutions also, whether it is integrated through the internet banking platform which is provided by SBI, or we have a separate cash management product solution also which can be integrated with ERP or MIS of the companies also. Forex facilities also are available, and SBI eForex is a platform which is a very simple, easy to use platform through internet banking, where the Forex rates can be booked online, and the rates are almost at the market rate, which is driven by the CCIL Forex platform also. Other than that, there are non-fund based facilities, for example, LCs or bank guarantees, which are required by companies for importing the material or securing some orders. All these facilities are also available. This is our internet banking platform, especially made for business, the YONO Business. All facilities, everything which is required to do in bank, everything can be done at a single click with the YONO Business facilities. Payments, collections, loans, trade, Forex, everything is available online. We have a different variant of current accounts suited to individual needs of the businesses. Depending on the requirement, customer can choose their variety of current account, and the facilities are also accordingly there. For startups, we have a special current account, which is a Shubharam current account, And the main feature is that the minimum balance requirement is very low. Plus, for the first year, you don't need to maintain any average balance. Minimum average balance is not required to maintain, at least for first year. Other than that, there are a host of freebies or facilities which are otherwise chargeable for a normal account, but for the startups, these are not chargeable. Incidentally, we have started one startup cell in our Technopark branch, which is providing solutions beyond banking. So we have a space for startups where they can set up the meetings. We have a video conferencing facility for the startups where they can do a VC. Then we have regular sessions with the industry experts there. Weekly or fortnightly, we have some sessions which guides the startups for how to go about the either funding or otherwise also, apart from funding also, how to go about or how to create the startup or how to create value for the startup. So this is right now we have started at our Technopark branch. We'll be expanding to other branches also, depending on the number of startups are there. Then we have for employee benefits, we have a corporate salary package account. Corporate salary package account gives a host of benefits to the employees whose salaries are being credited in account with the State Bank of India. So these all facilities are available for employees also, and they also have special concessions in the loans availed from State Bank of India also if they have a corporate salary package account, apart from other facilities which are given. As far as credit solutions are concerned, apart from regular balance sheet financing, working capital and term loan, we have few specific schemes. One is the SBI Open Term Loan. The Open Term Loan is basically whenever you are requiring a capital expenditure and you need a term loan, but you have not decided or finalized the machinery or the how it will be basically spent. So you are given 12-month period. So a term loan is already sanctioned. Within 12-month period, as and when you finalize your investments, the term loan can be availed in multiple tranches. So that is one facility. Another facility is a special product for healthcare business. So healthcare business loan, hospitals and clinics, as well as the manufacturers of healthcare products. All these, anything related to manufacturing of healthcare or services of healthcare is covered under the healthcare business loan scheme, and term loan as well as cash credit limits or working capital limits are available for healthcare also. Then we have a special product called asset-backed loan, where if you have a collateral security, then you can take a loan against collateral security directly. If the working capitals are not justified, if the working capital requirement is not justified in normal course of business, then you can take a loan against property or asset-backed loan. We have a scheme called solar finance, where for setting up solar panels, we provide a loan. Then those who don't have collaterals, for them we have products which are covered under the CGTMSE scheme, and one product we have for the startups which is up to 10 crores, it is covered under the central guarantee scheme for a startup also. So that product is also available for startups. So for normal businesses, up to 5 crores is covered under CGTMSE, and for startups it can be up to 10 crores. Other than that, for very small value loans, the Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana is also available. So that is also available as far as credit solutions are concerned. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar, for that informative briefing on the SBI offerings. So I do also bank with SBI since my MSc days and still continuing. I'm sure this will, your talk will encourage many bright young minds to start some exciting biotech ventures. I would like to invite Dr. Bala Gopal Nair, Consultant Zydus and former Director Abbott, to present a memento as a token of our gratitude.
Now, we break for the networking lunch. For delegates, lunch is arranged on the first floor near the exhibit area. All speakers, moderators, and panelists, please make your way to Malabar Cafe on the ground floor to have your lunch. Enjoy your lunch, and we will reconvene the session afternoon at 2 p.m. There is an announcement also. If any one of you would like to schedule a one-on-one meeting for collaborations or discussion with any of the distinguished guests here today, we are happy to assist. For submitting the meeting request, please visit the designated contact person seated just near the networking area on the first floor close to the exhibition space. We look forward to facilitating these valuable connections. Thank you.
Just an announcement. So lunch will be ready in 10 more minutes. So use this time please to take a look at our exhibitor stall and make the most of it. Thank you.
Please be seated in the conference hall. To the afternoon session. Today, for life sciences. So we are excited to have a distinguished panel of experts joining us today, including Sri E. A. Subramanyam, Managing Director, KSDP, Sri Ajay Jacob, Managing Director, Sindite, Sri Ajay Varghese, Bipha Laboratories, and Sri Gimon Kora, CEO and Executive Director, Manikangor. To guide us through this important discussion, we are honored to have Mr. Balagopal C. as our moderator. So let us give a warm applause to our team here.
Now it's my immense pleasure to introduce our esteemed moderator for this session, Mr. Balagopal Chandrasekhar. Mr. Balagopal graduated in economics from Loyola College, Madras University and joined the IAS in 1977. He served in Manipur and Kerala until 1983, when he resigned to establish a venture for high-tech biomedical devices, leveraging expertise from Sri Chitra Tirunal Institute for Medical Sciences and Technology. His company became one of the largest manufacturers of blood bag systems globally, exporting over 50 countries. In 2012, he sold the company to a leading Japanese medical products maker and transitioned to investing in startups, mentoring entrepreneurs, and pursuing his diverse interests. Mr. Chandrasekhar was the chairman of the board of Federal Bank Limited until June 2023 and served on several boards, including the Center for Management Development Trivandrum and the advisory board of IIT Palakkad. He co-founded Anaha Trust with his wife Vinita, funding socially beneficial projects in health, education, and rural livelihood. An accomplished author, he has written 4 books and is active on social media, where he shares insights on contemporary affairs. So I now invite Mr. Balagopal to take it forward. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. It's a great pleasure for me to be here to participate in this panel discussion. The 4 panelists here are all good friends and experts in their field, and so it shall be my intention to give them as much time as possible to respond to the various questions which we will be putting to them. We have severe limitations in terms of time. I understand this is 45 minutes for this session, which gives us probably time for 2 rounds of going to each of the panelists, and then we will try and have a few questions from the House. I'm sure many of you would like to use the opportunity to of the presence of outstanding success stories in the life sciences business in Kerala to talk about their experience and the factors which were behind their success. I will keep my introductory remarks short, though I was asked to say something by way of introduction. Just a couple of facts which may be interesting for you. As you all know, most of the products classified which can broadly be classified under life sciences products, and specifically if you take healthcare related products, most of those used inside the country are imported today. A very small proportion of that only is manufactured here in India. If you take a specific field, for example, medical devices, probably less than 15% of the medical devices of all descriptions used in the country are made in the country. So this represents actually a huge business opportunity. Now, what is very interesting about Kerala is, of the registered 900 plus manufacturing units in the country for making medical devices and healthcare products, non-pharmaceutical device and hospital products, of the 900 plus, 6% of the number of units is located in Kerala. It's about 65. Is located in Kerala. But they account for nearly 20% of the output, which means that most of these, if you look into the names of these companies and the size of and the business which they do, etc., you will find that they are all high tech. Most of them are engaged in export business. And as you are all aware, for life sciences products and medical products, export business is very heavily regulated, which means only quality products will be allowed out. So those units in Kerala, the fact that they have been able to scale to national and some to even global scale, is vouches for the fact that they produce quality products. So I think the fact that there is an enabling ecosystem here is testified to by the fact that the 6% of the registered units in the country located in Kerala account for 20% of the products. So I don't want to go more into the background. I think when each of the speakers intervenes, they will be presenting their own views, and I think that's going to be the great value and takeaway for all of those of you who are fortunate enough to be here for this session. So I will. The first speaker here, I'll very briefly go through an introduction, because I think those of you who don't know the people who are participating here need to know, who they are and what they have accomplished. Mr. E.S. Subramanyam is a chemical engineer with more than 40 years experience in both public and private sectors. He is currently the managing director of the Kerala State Drugs and Pharmaceuticals. Prior to that, he was Director, Technical and Operations at HLL Lifecare, which is a Government of India concern, one of the leading entities in its field in the world. Prior to that, he was Managing Director of Bengal Chemicals and Pharmaceuticals Limited and was responsible for the revival of that company. He has extensive experience in the life sciences industry, particularly in vaccine manufacturing. And that's one of the reasons why the government of Kerala brought him to handle this important responsibility for taking Kerala State Drugs and Pharmaceuticals to the next level. I welcome you to the panel discussion. Then, thank you. Next is Aju Jacob, who is the Managing Director of Synthite Industries Limited, which is the world's largest producer of value-added spices and oleoresins. Though still a young man, but with a career spanning over 3 decades, he has driven the company's growth from 6 crores to more than 3,000 crores today. Under his leadership, it has expanded from a single unit to a global operation with more than 10 manufacturing units. I think many of us here should be interested to know they have manufacturing units in Xinjiang province of China also. That you should know that. Aju is a chemical engineer with an MBA from the ISB Hyderabad. He has expertise in various aspects of running and growing such businesses. So please welcome Aju Jacob. And next is Ajay George Verghese, who is very correctly, as the note describes, the visionary CEO of Bifa Ayurveda, which is a company with a rich heritage which dates back almost 100 years. Under his dynamic leadership, Bifa Ayurveda has transformed from a very traditional family-owned business into a globally recognized Ayurveda lifestyle brand. In fact, many of you would have seen Bifa Ayurveda stores in some of the leading airports in the country. So he's completely rebranded Ayurveda. And he's a strong advocate for innovation. He has spearheaded investments in R&D, and is helping to reshape and reposition Ayurveda from what it has, on the basis of an enormous legacy of 3,000 years of experience for the field. But it needs entrepreneurs like Ajay to reposition it and rebrand it. So please welcome Ajay Verghese. And our fourth member is Jimon Kora, who is the Executive Director and CEO of Man Cancor Ingredients Private Limited, which is part of a giant French multinational operation with manufacturing facilities in Kerala and other parts of India also. He has played a pivotal role in driving the company's growth over the past few decades. He's with a background in agriculture. He also has an MBA and a doctorate in business administration. He has expanded Man Cancor's business into new markets, achieving tenfold growth since becoming the CEO in 2006. Under his leadership, the company has become a respected player in naturals and spices segment. He's also a key figure in industry bodies, including he has helped in co-found the World Spice Organization and other leadership roles. Please welcome Jimon. So we have a very we have a panel rich in experience, in personal accomplishments, who have driven businesses, who have run businesses here, which have become global successes. They have many of these businesses, as I have explained, started small and grown rapidly, which means that I think it should be fairly self-evident that the ecosystem required for the growth of a knowledge-based sector like the life sciences business sector already exists in this state. So let me just start off by with the first question to Mr. Subramanyam, which is, Kerala has produced some inspiring success stories in life sciences sector. As I've explained, some of them are already here. What, in your opinion, is the reason, or are those factors which enable this sector to grow and to thrive in this state? And I would like to ask each one of you to respond to this, but let me start with Mr. Subramanyam.
Respected Balagopal sir and my dear co-panelists, very good afternoon to all of you. Let me first curtail myself to the KSDP story first. This company is a 50-year-old company owned by Government of Kerala, started in 74 in Alleppey, in the Venice of the East. It's had its ups and downs in the long history. In 2006, it was only having a turnover of rupees 10 crores. 2016, it gone to 30 crores of turnover. From 2016 onwards, Government of Kerala has invested almost 100 crores of rupees to make it a modern CGMP compliant pharma facility in Kerala. And today we have a beta-lactam plant, CGMP compliant beta-lactam plant, which manufacture capsules, tablet and dry powder injections. And we have a non-beta-lactam plant which can produce tablets, capsules and liquids. And we have crossed turnover of 125 crores last year. That was a great achievement compared to the earlier history of our company. Think we are only producing generics and selling to the tender market, mostly to Kerala government, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana government. Our direct marketing is only maybe a 5 to 6% only. Therefore, our value of 100 crores or 125 crores is actually equivalent to 500 or 600 crores of turnover in quantity if you take the branded generics market. We produce only generics and sell as generics only, whereas other manufacturers produce generics and sell as branded this one. Therefore, our quantity will be equivalent to 600 crores of this one. This is a shining example where government of Kerala has invested, supported the industries to grow in Kerala, and helped by giving purchase preference for the tenders in Kerala by offering 50% quantity reservation for MSMEs and PSUs and a L1 plus 15% price preference. It was a shining example of government supporting an industry, especially very low share of pharma industries, even though we consume about 15,000 crores of medicine in a year. Our production comes to only 200 crores or so. A very minuscule production in the state where we consume a large quantity of drugs compared to all other states. Per capita consumption in Kerala is very high. Therefore, this was a shining example. Even if we compare with other pharma public sector companies like earlier giants, IDPL, RDPL, the earlier company where I worked as MD, Bengal Chemicals, either closed down, this earlier two is already closed down, the other is in the disinvestment list. Therefore, this is a contrasting example Kerala can offer to other states where a government supported pharma company is growing, and we have two more projects coming. One is in the commissioning stage this year, that is for the IV fluids, LVP, SVP and ophthalmic solution plant with an investment of 60 crores, which is going to be in commercial operation by this year end. And we are entrusted with another big project for manufacture of anti-cancer drugs, Oncology Pharma Park at Alleppey again, with an investment of 260 crores. It's a KIFBI funded project, along with the 20% equity infusion from Kerala government. It's coming to be in another 3 years. We are ready for tendering for the civil works and the equipments in another 3 months. This is the story I want to just put for you. This company is not into the life sciences soon, but for the oncology pharma are coming, we will be into the biosimilars and everything in the near future.
Thank you, Subramanyam. Can I ask Aju to talk about Synthite's journey from being a regional player to a global leader in value-added spices and oleoresins?
Kerala was traditionally known for centuries, known for its spices that's grown, especially the pepper and the cardamom, and various other spices grown in the state. And India was known for spices. But it was all commodity that was being exported all over the world, and it was in the early 70s that my father, who was the founder of the business, got into the spice extraction, where he saw the opportunity for value addition, because as spices got into processed food industry, there was these spices being imported from India were being processed in the US or rest of the world. So that's where you saw the opportunity that it could be processed in India because it's originating here. Of course, technology was a challenge at that time, but the Center for Food Research Institute had a program. So we started with that, which was not the top notch in terms of technology, but from the very early 70s, or maybe 76, 77, Synthite always had a focus on research and development. We had a good team from then on, looking at the product development, and continued to excel in making sure that we made products that are compliant with the international requirements. So the focus on quality, technology in the earlier days definitely opened doors for us in the international market, where we were supplying into the multinational food companies or flavor and fragrance companies. And that gave us a lot of opportunity for these companies to come back to us with their needs in terms of spice and plant extracts. And we saw further value addition opportunities. And we have continued to stay ahead of the curve in terms of adopting technologies, and even in our own development in terms of the processing capabilities that has kept us ahead of the competition or other countries who also have similar process being done. For example, Vietnam grows the largest pepper grower today, but there's not much processing happening because all the knowledge lies in India. And that's how associated other industries similar to this have come up across India for various other spices and other plant extracts. So focusing on technology capabilities and developing products that needs the assurance for the certifications that are required for the world market are some of the key things. And some extra aspect that we've done is in terms of backward integration, because one main challenge with the spice processing, as you extract and concentrate, is the contaminants. So we had to work with farmers to grow material that are compliant, so that we can start with a good quality raw material to be able to extract a product that meets the market requirement. So over the years, we have consistently invested in that space that has kept us ahead of the competition, or seeing that the entire industry is growing along with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Aju. Now, I'll ask Ajay to highlight what made him initially, what made him think of rebranding Bifa Ayurveda when all the other Ayurveda companies in India took the traditional wellness route and, looked at the tourism sector, and the whole thing was about setting up spas, etc. What made him focus on investing in R&D, investing in manufacturing, improving process capability? Can you tell us that story?
Sure, thank you, Bala. I think Bifa is like any other company in Kerala. Kerala is known for Ayurveda, and we were in fact a company which was founded in 1929, so we've got a 90-year-old history. We've been 3 generations old. And I think like any other Ayurvedic company in Kerala, we were also as traditional as it could be. But the fact is, across decades, we started rewriting ourselves. So the whole point about us was, the company from when it was launched to now had a consistent track record of doing things ahead of the curve. So we were one of the first companies in Kerala to have made a bitter liquid Ayurvedic extract into a tablet. So we did it in the 1970s. Because we started manufacturing pharmaceuticals in 1955, we took that technology, put it into Ayurvedic processing, started making tablets which were palatable and which was even coated. So it looked like, I'm sure a lot of people know how Cadbury's Gems looks like. So we sugar coated it in 1980s. I used to pop it out, one of the medicines, as a sleeping pill, as gems. So that was how it was made. It was made in a strip pack. So what we consistently did from the beginning was, number one, offer convenience, create new applications. Primarily, if you were selling bitter extracts, you're competing with somebody else who's selling at $100, you're selling at $90, you're offering credit, which would you buy? So we were never interested in that. Our whole focus was always to create new things, new formats, new delivery mechanisms, new ways of delivering drugs. So this has been a consistent journey that we have done, and over a period of time we found that we had a lot of products which were convenient to use for lifestyle diseases. And Kerala happens to be a market where there were a lot of people with diabetes, a lot of people with hypertension, a lot of people with cholesterol, but we were not selling as much. Then we were just thinking about where would you meet these people, and that's when the whole concept of going out to the market, we started setting up retail stores because we wanted to see that our products are delivered to the consumers directly. That in fact was an experiment which started, which in fact forced us or challenged us to create new formats, new technologies, new offerings and new products. So ultimately, today, from what we were to what we are, we've created almost 200 plus products across skincare, hair care, fragrances. We in fact have a good collaboration with Synthite, where we were the first company in Kerala to have brought out a premium fragrance. So we've started with 4. We are almost coming out with another 20 more. So we have a collaboration with my friend Aju, who's a leader in fragrances. So this is again, we're talking about an example of collaboration. So first I talked about innovation. Second, I talked about collaboration. Third is sustained investment in R&D. In the last few years, we've been one of the first companies to have brought in technology. We've bought a product which is very effective for human papilloma virus from Talwar Research Foundation. We've already launched it. The product is retailing at about $120 basically for a 30 capsule, and that's in fact one of the few clinically documented product for human papilloma virus. We're coming out with a product for vaginosis, which is a probiotic phyto formulation for vaginosis. We've got a technology, an antiviral mouthwash from Bits Pilani. We've gotten a couple of technologies from DRD. We've gotten a technology for cordyceps also. So what I'm trying to say is, in the quick 3 minutes, what I tried to kind of tell you was, this is a journey which was transformative, which was innovative, which was collaborative, and which is continuing. So I would like to put it here. I guess that would probably fit in what I would want to say in a small period of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ajay. And now I'll ask Jimon to say something which will be of interest to our visitors from overseas also, because here is a case of a professional manager who started with an Indian startup company, grew it, and then he shifted to working for this French leader, man, and then he got man to come and acquire the earlier company which he worked in, and then has helped to grow that into one of the most successful, if my information is right, one of the most successful international divisions of the Man Group. So I request you to share with us your experiences, Jimon.
There's no beating quality. So if you have a product that is world class, you can take it to the market. That's a fundamental here. And that's the lesson that, when the company was formed early 70s, the technology at that point of time was very rudimentary, as Aju also mentioned. So we had to go to the US and get that technology from a company called Fritchie Dodge and Alcott. That was in early 70s. In mid 80s, we went to McCormick, which is the world's largest spice company. We had a joint venture with them. And the first time ever that there was a joint venture in the spice industry. And McCormick became a partner. And later in 2014, MAN became a joint venture partner to Cancor. And through this journey, what it meant is that people recognized the kind of quality of the products that you make, and more importantly, also the quality of people that you had. That was critical. The kind of team that you have, the kind of systems that you follow, where you also work with the right technologies, where they believe that you could be a technology partner and help drive their businesses also going forward. So there are different ways of looking at it. Technology, quality, market access, collaboration with market leaders globally. So these are the ones which actually shifted Cancor from what it was to what it is today and continuing to grow.
Thank you, Jimon. Now we'll come to in a second round. What I would just like each one of you to give your views and your based on your personal business experience. What are those things in the Kerala business ecosystem which you find were enabling factors which have helped your companies to grow, and which you feel are going to turn out to be, which will turn out to be important resources, important means of, and what are the ways you can leverage these strengths? So each one of you would probably be having different experiences. So I'll ask Mr. Subramanyam to start.
As all of us know, the Kerala resource pool or the ecosystem is so unique, and it is very, very difficult to emulate by any other state so immediately. But we lost out in the manufacturing sector. We had only a traditional industry set up in the early 50s or 40s, which was very strong compared to any other states like cashew, kaya, tiles, clay industries, and goods, and handloom across Kerala. Each district, Kollam had cashew, Alapi had kaya. All this is very, very strong, providing employment and providing export earnings also. But we lost out compared to other states in the manufacturing sector. We have very resurgence in the IT industry of late, which actually helps Kerala to earn employment potential and revenue. And the service industry like tourism also is helping, but the manufacturing industry is not really existing. If it comes to the pharma or life sciences, it was not existing. That is why the government push is actually going to help. Medical devices was only maybe Penpol, Termo-Penpol was there. Earlier it was only Penpol, and HLL was also doing same blood bank from the same technology from Srijitra. It was very, very, very low share of industries in this sector. But this government push for establishing the parks and giving incentives like reservation for the MSMEs or startups, 50% in the government procurement and the price preference of 15%. All these things are actually helping. It's helping us and help startup companies also. And the resource, we all know, if you take the pharma graduates coming out of the country, 10% is from Kerala only. We are the HR provider for the world industry. We may not be able to use them in Kerala, but we are providing them to all multinationals. I have experiences of trained manpower going to Ireland continuously. Every 3 months I will have 2-3 people, BPharm graduates trained in our factory going to Ireland. So we are a HR provider to world, and this technical manpower and the government support is actually going to help these industries to take shape, to take a foot in our Kerala.
Aju, can you share with us, for example, this is an astonishing growth. If you take the time span within which when your father started out with a small investment and today to what it has become a giant with 10 manufacturing locations across so many countries, etc. What was it about the ecosystem here which made it that still most of your investment, most of your growth and your R&D and core activities are all here? Why? What are those factors which helped you grow?
Definitely it's the quality of people and the commitment. So all of our initiatives, new initiatives have all started in Kerala. Some of them have moved out purely because of scale and volume that we had to move to other destinations, maybe closer to raw material. From a sustainability standpoint, we had to be close to where the raw materials are being grown. But still, if you look, all our key value-added, highly technology-involved products are still made in Kerala, surely because of the fact that we have quality people and the commitment is very high. We don't see that. Whereas elsewhere, at least in our experience, it's limited. So large volume products which needs, for example, when India had an opportunity in the late 80s or early 90s when paprika, which was a raw material that was from Spain, had a problem, and India had a chance to develop a product that is competing with that. Their entire technology, right, from pre-processing to the production and the evaluation, the development happened in Kerala, and then for about 2 years we continued to process here. But then traditionally the chilies come from north of Karnataka and from Andhra, so we had to go closer to the production and scale up the production there. But the entire product development happened here. Similarly, when we had an opportunity to work with a very sensitive product like mustard oil, where we had to adapt a new technology which was used in another industry, in the wine industry, we had adopted. So the technology was established in Kerala, the product development happened here. Subsequently, when we saw the opportunity in scale, we had to go to Ukraine and probably now in Australia where we would manufacture it because of the raw material availability. But in all of these, what we have seen is, even in our biotechnology initiative, that we have the initial product development and the technology development happened in Kerala. Also, we have a patented technology in extraction, which is solvent-free, which again, all the development work happened in Kerala. Now we do some of the scale manufacturing elsewhere purely because of the raw material scale. Kerala, you can't. So, which essentially means that the knowledge-based work, Kerala is a ground for that. There's clearly an opportunity because of the people and the capability that we have. So large-scale manufacturing may not be the opportunity for Kerala, but knowledge-based, as we see in IT, life sciences, or similar processing, where people capability is a big requirement. Kerala would be the ideal ground in which things could grow.
Ajay, can you tell us something about? Can you share your experiences of how Bifa Ayurveda expanded its brand globally by blending tradition and innovation? Now, and the fact that what were the elements in the ecosystem here, or which parts of the ecosystem here helped you to make this journey?
Thank you. Yeah, I think one of the elements that we've in fact adopted right from the beginning was In fact, we were in global markets right from 1970s. So we were one of the first companies from Kerala to be exporting Ayurvedic products to international markets. I'm talking about 1970s, much before I was even born. And that was a journey where we could kind of understand the requirements of the global market. One, quality. Second, packaging. We invest heavily on packaging because packaging is one point. We in India, we are great at making products, but do we package it right for the market? I doubt it. Today, today's India is changing. Today, our youngsters, every other company is doing very well. But this was a time where packaging was, we've invested on packaging. We invested on technology and machinery. Modern machinery was one of the other aspects. Presentation of product. And formats of communication was very different. Because when we are from Ayurveda, we always talk traditionally. We talk things which are ancient, traditional. We need to have those elements, those philosophies, those principles. We apply everything back, everything into the manufacturing as it was done traditionally. But when it comes to the format which we interface with the customer, that'll be always the best in class in terms of quality, technology, format, packaging. We see it as an experience. So it's primarily, when you look at it, it's not a product which you sell, you sell an experience. You sell everything with that, which includes all what I mentioned previously, number one. Second, if you look at Kerala, I would say Kerala as such is a brand. I'm not sure how many people have realized it. I'm very proud to say I'm from Kerala because I've led several delegations abroad wherein the kind of value that this land has is huge. The people from this state is across the world, and they are there in the medical industry, they're there in the paramedical industry, they're there in the research and development industry. I would ask you, where are they not? They're everywhere. You go to Delhi, they're everywhere. So that intellectual capital has been a great ambassador for the state. So when you say you represent the collective strength of the state, number one. Where else would you get qualified manpower? I mean, you have hundreds of thousands of students coming out qualified from the state, who can manage process for you, who can manage quality for you, who can manage systems for you. So the approach that the state itself has is very, very oriented towards certain process systems for the globe. The question we should ask, are we utilizing it? Are we really using it? Are we leveraging this? And look at connectivity from the state. Today we have a large international port, a seaport. How many ports do we have? Every 200 kilometers we have international connectivity. And we're getting a very good infrastructure of 6 lanes now. So these are all going to be very positive for the state. So you have connectivity, you have intellectual capital, you have knowledge, you have wonderful research institutions and universities here in the state. So if we can put it all together, the only thing with what we need to put up is we have to put up good industries which can grow world class. And we have a great opportunity here to move forward.
Thank you, Ajay. Jimon, very quickly, we are sort of running short of time. I want to give at least a few minutes for some questions from the house. Could you tell us, as a CEO of a multinational operation having factories in Kerala and outside Kerala, what are your experience? Because I had the good fortune of visiting your facility at Angamali and seeing a superb plant, so beautifully laid out. I couldn't believe actually that I was walking along the outside of the factories. It all looked so good, it looked like the inside of the factory. So could you tell us something about what were these local factors which helped you to grow the business?
Fundamentally, I think Kerala has an advantage because of the educational standards that we have. The fundamentals of education are so strong that we don't have to look beyond 5 kilometers radius of our factory for the kind of people we want for our factory. We bring them in, we train them, they're fantastic, they stay on. And we move them out to other plants around the country. So this ecosystem is very difficult for many other nations actually to have. We have 50 years of legacy in this business already, probably being one of the pioneers in the extraction industry. Vietnam produces the largest amount of pepper, but they don't have an extraction facility because they don't have the people there for it, who understand how it is to be done. We have the people here. We import raw materials from 30 countries around the world. We process it in India, and we export it. That's the strength of the ecosystem here. It's very difficult to replicate that way.
Okay. I think we now have a few minutes for questions. So I'll just request those who wish to ask questions to raise their hand. I'm sure somebody will get a mic to them, and to make the question as brief as possible so that we can get a few questions in. Please. Could we get a mic over to someone?
My question is directed to Mr. Ajay. Which are all the strategy you are adopting to integrate Ayurveda with allopathy? That is exploring the chemical nature of the ingredients. That is, you are adopting only that chemical analysis alone, or that spectroscopy and spectrometry also?
Thank you. See, I think Ayurveda has always been traditional. It has always been made earlier as a traditional process. Today, it's evolving into extraction, which I would say on both sides I'm flanked by the global extract manufacturers. So, in fact, the popular myth that we talk about Ayurveda, it's not standardized, it's not organized, there's nothing improper there. It's all properly defined. The myth is nothing in Ayurveda is quantifiable. Everything in Ayurveda you can quantify. The question is, we need to employ the right tools, the right parameters, and the right mechanisms to do it. That's it. It's evolved from a traditional process to a process of extraction today. So that means we are on par with the globe in terms of quality, in terms of understanding what exactly are the actives in it, any other parameters that would apply to an extract is what we apply, number one. In terms of quality control on formulations, we adopt the formulation that a pharma industry adopts today. So whatever that applies to a pharma industry gets applied there as well. That's 1, 2. As we go forward, we're talking about synthetic biology. So those are the emerging areas that we are looking at, can be future clues or future process that we have to all grow up to. Because in Kerala now already this whole process of system biology, the discussions are ongoing. Few units have been set up. So,
any other questions?
Yeah.
I think since we are, is there any other hand raised? No, okay. Anyway, what I would suggest is, our panelists are going to be here at the venue. So please take this opportunity to interact with them. I would just go one quick round once more, just asking them to, if any suggestions they have, either for the investors and others from outside who have come here, in terms of what they can do, what they should do, what they should be careful about, or you can make a suggestion about something which the government here and the business leaders here in Kerala need to do to take full advantage of the opportunities arising here. So please be as brief as possible, and let me start with Jimon and come back to you.
One aspect which actually we do very well in our ecosystem is that we produce the best at the lowest cost. And that's something which we really need to continue doing. And a classic example is when we sent Chandrayaan, it cost us $73 million US, whereas they made the movie Interstellar with $150 million US. That's the difference, and that comes from the brains working here at ISRO and all that. It is that strength and ability that we have that translates into everything that we do, not to be taken lightly. And I doubt if there are too many areas and platforms and other regions which can do this.
Thank you. Ajay?
For me, for those who are coming from outside, inside, I would say the larger narrative in Kerala is please don't come here, but that's absolutely a myth. We are all living proofs for that, number one. The general factor, the larger story, the loud story, what we hear is something is wrong here. Nothing is actually wrong here. If there was something wrong, none of us would have sat here on this stage and talking to you. There's nothing wrong. Second aspect is, if you look at the opportunity here, that's much more than what anybody would say. consider it, I would say that that's a big, big positive. There are always issues, that's everywhere, but the issue is not as big as it is shown or talked about. So there is an opportunity, wonderful pool of people, a great place to work, and to the government facilitates here. We've already been on the first rank on ease of doing business. It's a continuous process. The government is very open. We have issues, but then everything can be talked and everything gets, there's a very positive frame that's happening here. The government facilitates, so it doesn't obstruct you from doing things. This is how much I would like to say very loudly, because very few people talk about it, but I think this is a fact. So I wanted to really share that.
Thank you, Ajay.
Thanks.
Aju?
Yes, specific to the Bioconnect and the Biopark that the government has initiated. I was talking to Dr. Praveen this morning, so he was mentioning about a science center coming or a R&D lab coming. My only advice is that, don't do R&D for the sake of doing R&D. There should be industries there. Look at real business opportunities, and the research should be focused on that, so that there's an outcome from those R&D initiatives. That's my bit to the government.
Thank you, Aju. Very good. Subramanyam?
Again, to dispel about the negative image of Kerala, I have worked in a company called HLL Lifecare from 2016 onwards as Director Technical and Operations. We employ 2,000 people there. We never lost, maybe in last 15 years, a single manpower due to employee unrest or strike. And this company, where we employ almost 300 people in Alapi, we never lose any single mandate due to any labor unrest. So there's negative image, maybe outside Kerala, that is it's a very, very myth maybe. It is not really existing in Kerala, therefore there is no problem in coming and investing in Kerala. And if you compare the life sciences and the medical technology, we can think of more CROs like the IT industries can immediately come and put space here, so that the space can be immediately available in the park which are being constructed. They can come and start. Plug and play facilities, immediately they can start. If not the big manufacturing setup. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think we'll have to wrap up because we have run out of time. For those of our friends from outside Kerala who are here, like my colleagues have already indicated, our reputation probably precedes us, in the sense so there is both the good brand about the exotic nature of the place. It was described by National Geographic many years ago as one of the must-see destinations before you die. This must-see destination is Kerala. National Geographic said it, okay. So now the point is, I think from a life sciences industry perspective, what is important is what is the quality of people, the people resources which are available here, because this is a knowledge-intensive sector, and you need very highly trained people. And if you look at in terms of the size, the number of research institutions of both national and state level, which are dotted across the state here, probably this has the highest concentration of research institutions. Trivandrum city itself is probably one of the largest concentration of national and state level research labs anywhere in the country, starting from being the headquarters of the Space Research Organization with thousands of highly qualified engineers working and scientists working in various divisions, to becoming a hub for medical research, for life sciences research. The Tropical Botanical Garden and Research Institute and various other are here. So I think that is the real resource here, and it's not just a question of some subsidies given and some incentives of that kind given, because the real resource which is going to propel the knowledge-based industries from now on, and which have been propelling, and which actually hold back regions and states and provinces from realizing their full potential, is if they don't have these human resources. And Kerala, with its exceptionally high human development indices, which have reached developed country levels, although at third world incomes, has been described by great economists like Amartya Sen and others as one of the modern marvels of economic development. Now Kerala has to take many important steps, and as some of my colleagues have indicated, if the government of Kerala focuses on taking those steps, invests in the infrastructure and in all the other necessary ingredients required for industrial growth, I'm sure Kerala will be able to leverage this unique human resources which it has to great effect. And the life sciences sector here, it can become the national leader in the life sciences business sector. Thank you all for giving us such a patient hearing. Thank you.
That was truly an engaging discussion on the exploratory potential of Kerala for the innovative advancements and opportunities in the life science sector. Now, I take this moment to thank all the esteemed panelists and a special mention to the moderator of these sessions for guiding the panel discussion.
As we wrap up this engaging session, it's time to express our gratitude to our panelists and the esteemed moderator. I invite Dr. K.V. Subramanyam, President, Reliance Life Sciences, to please come up on stage to give the token of appreciation to our moderator. Thank you, sir. May I now request Mr. Balagopal to acknowledge our panelists on our behalf by presenting mementos. Yeah. Thank you all.
Next, we have an exciting session titled Showcasing Kerala, presented by Shri APM Mohammed Hanish, IAS.
He is presently serving and currently holds the post for Principal Secretary Industries Department and Revenue Department in Government of Kerala. Let's give a warm welcome to Sri APM Mohammed Hanish, please.
Most of us, and it's also the time when suddenly the eyelids begin to play a wonderful game with us, kind of a dance, a symphony. But that's when, suddenly when I entered the hall, I was so satisfied and absolutely happy to note that lots of good words were spoken about Kerala as an investment destination by all the panelists over here. Thank you very much for that, especially to the moderator, Mr. C. Balagopal, and all the wonderful panelists over there. To start off from that, I need not ultimately begin a story by stating that this is a mythical story. Instead of that, I can certainly start off from a solid ground which has been laid forth by the panelists before me. So I invite you to this little presentation on investment revenue in connection with the Bioconnect 2.0. Next. First thing, September 5 this year, just 22 days back, we were adjudged the first in the country in the State Business Reforms Action Plan. In terms of the business reforms, we achieved the top achiever status in 9 categories out of 30. It's the highest in the country. Andhra Pradesh came second with 5, and Gujarat was third with 3 in 3 categories. That was quite an interesting journey for a state which started off at the 28th position 4 years back. There was nobody below us. And we climbed on to the middle point 2 years later to the 15th position. And today we are at the first position. Among the 9 reform categories for which we were awarded the top achiever status, 7 were citizen-centric, that's most important, and 2 were business-centric. So we need to increase on the business-centric reforms as well, because beyond a point, it's not just the citizen-centric reforms that sell. So next. The Kerala advantage, everybody knows it, but then I will just reiterate it at the cost of repetition. Literacy rate, Human Development Index, first 100% digital state, highest mobile network. The number of international airports is 4 in number, and tomorrow it may increase to 5. High quality education, women empowerment. Remember, out of the total workforce in Kerala, 37% happen to be women. And in sustainable development goals, we are always number 1 in the country. And clean water and AQU, air quality index, far huge difference between the various cities up north and various other parts of the country and those cities and towns in Kerala. Next one. The health infrastructure gets intertwined, as has to happen, in a developed society as well as a developing society. So look at the birth rate, neonatal mortality rate, under 5 mortality rate, maternal mortality rate, expectancy of life at birth, and the total health expenditure per capita. Now look at it and then connect it to the human prosperity. Better health, better well-being, it gets connected to prosperity and better infrastructure as well. It gets connected to the robust infrastructure and a better workforce as well. Next one. Micro, small, medium enterprises have always been our strength. Starting off on 1st of April 2022, 2 years and 6 months later, the number of MSMEs that have been registered, exactly geotagged, absolutely documented, has been 295,000 MSMEs. And the employment generated has been around 6.5 lakh. It only means that it's all been individual enterprises, tiny enterprises, but we are trying to promote it as much as possible. Now, the next stage has begun, the Mission 1000. Among these MSMEs that have come about, 1,000 MSMEs are sought to be targeted, pulled up, propelled, hand-holding to be provided so that average turnover of 100 crore rupees is attained by these MSMEs. So altogether, 100,000 crore rupees worth turnover is sought to be created through the Mission 1000. 220 MSMEs have already got inside this Mission 1000. Subsidies, incentives, lots of promotion, participation in international trade shows and beyond. That's what we are planning to do. We started off with the 22-23 year was called the year of enterprise. 23-24 is a year of investment. And we are also looking at how much of reinvestment has happened. How much of investment has already happened? How much is happening more? Ultimately, when you put everything together, in the last 3 years, 30,000 crore rupees worth of investment has come to Kerala through the MSME sector, not through the major sector. Therefore, this is what we have been doing, the insurance scheme, and we also have the best space ecosystem which fosters MSME growth, Kerala Space Park, and ISRO and the institutions as well. Next one. The vibrant education and the skilling, as we have been emphasizing right from morning, 100 plus contemporary courses across 14 advanced sectors, custom-made skill development courses as per the industrial requirement. It has already started in some of the universities in the state. Dr. Krishna Ella gave the idea that why don't we have a skill university? We can certainly look at that in a very serious way. We will certainly think about it. Collaboration with the industry partners is getting as thick as possible. 85 campuses have come forward with the idea of implementing the campus industrial park scheme. The incubators are increasing with every passing day. These many institutions, medical colleges, research institutions, biotech, everything is there. And these are the organizations that have been, coordinating the whole show. Next one. The best in-class infrastructure and responsible investment agenda. 40 plus industrial parks we have in the state, 18 sector-specific parks, out of which the medical park, the medical devices park, Bio 360, many of you have already seen yesterday. We have the petrochemical, the rubber and so on. And we also introduced the private industrial estate scheme, which has become extremely popular now. One person or a group of persons who have got 10 acres or more can qualify to have a private industrial park. And it will have the status of a notified industrial area with all the exemptions and the protection and the insularity that's provided to industrial areas. Very popular scheme, promoting innovations in the sunrise sectors, top perform in the state energy and climate index, new areas, AI, robotics, design, EV, graphene, 3D printing are being emphasized, and green hydrogen adoption and renewable energy adoption has become the key towards such progress. Next one. The Kochi-Bangalore Industrial Corridor also followed in as a sequel to our #1 status in the country. 2 weeks back, 3 weeks back, the government of India announced that among the 12 industrial cities that are coming up in a massive scale across the country, on the border with Tamil Nadu, we have the city of Palghat and towards Tamil Nadu, 1,710 acres of land has already been taken into possession. Out of which, as the Honorable Minister remarked in the morning, 450 plus acres is being devoted to life sciences as such. Spread over 3 villages, already the DPR is ready, the master plan is ready, and we are expecting the central team to arrive in another few days, and then we will go for the tender process as well to create a world-class infrastructure, plug and play, and see to it that the best infrastructure, road connectivity, water, electricity, waste treatment, and the electronic connectivity is provided over there in tune with whatever has happened in the various cities that have been created as part of the Delhi-Mumbai Industrial Corridor at the beginning, like Dholera in Rajasthan and so on, in Gujarat and others. Investment expected 55,000 jobs, various industrial sectors, and already the current status is reported. The Central Cabinet report is received. A new special purpose company with myself as a chairman, Kerala Industrial Corridor Development Corporation, has been formed. It's a 50-50 entity with Government of India. Government of India takes care of the trunk infrastructure inside the park or inside the manufacturing cluster. And the external infra is to be provided by the state government. Again, Government of India has provided us through the Gati Shakti to the tune of something like 300 crore rupees. So in another 2-3 years' time, with a huge hinterland which adjoins Palghat and goes beyond, it's going to be the most exciting option. It gets connected to Salem, Dharmapuri, Hosur and Bangalore, and then to the Chennai-Bangalore Industrial Corridor as well. Next one. Now, focused government policies and initiatives, incentives were made. 22 priority sectors, which includes the medical devices as well. Lots of incentives were also brought in as part of the industrial policy. Export policy, logistics policy, and ESG. We always take pride in stating that our pecking order is nature, people, industry, and not the other way around. It's absolutely green in terms of the concept. Fast-track licensing, within 7 days, any entity, any enterprise that's investing more than 50 crore rupees will get the composite license in 7 days' time. Below 750 crores, if it's the green category, just clicking onto the computer and going onto the portal Case Swift, you can just get out the acknowledgement certificate, and then you can do the industry, do the business without any license, any approval, any permit for the next 3 years. That gives us sufficient cushion. And beyond 100 crores, beyond the confines of the industrial policy of 2023, subject to the size of the investment, subject to the number of employment that's generated, more and more incentives can be considered in the high power committee that's created under the chairmanship of the Honorable Chief Secretary. So sky is the limit. Come over. Next. Business incentives and support, just to list a few: financial support, innovation, and lots of initiatives in marketing, incentives for participation in trade fair, PLI special package. I told you about the massive investments to attract PLI investors, scale up incentive, 1 crore, 2 crore rupees for the startups, funding support for the infrastructure development. In private industrial parks, up to 3 crore rupees would be spent by the state government towards infrastructure. That's a grant from the state to the private industrial parks. Waiver of stamp duty, electricity duty exemption, access to finance through the IPO route, and investment subsidy incentive scheme. And importantly, the state goods and services tax reimbursement. And for those employees who are appointed there, 5,000 rupees would be paid by the government for the first year if he is a local. That's also done. Next one. Medical devices and biotechnology. We are home to 20 plus medtech players with an annual turnover of 7,350 crore rupees. It contributes to something like 24% of the total turnover in the country. Over 5,000 startups, including 700 plus, work in the healthcare and medical technology sector. Lots of activities. For instance, we have the Center of Excellence in Neutraceuticals, Microbiome, Biomanufacturing Park, the CSIR, NIST. Today morning we had signed the agreement with them for creating the Center of Excellence over there, and that's how we intend to progress. On the one hand, you need to have excellent R&D facilities. On the other hand, the integration with the market and the market-friendly policies of the government takes the enterprises forward in the right direction with sufficient or more critical hand-holding system from the government. On a day-to-day basis, key officials of the department and of the government will be in touch with you so as to provide a great deal of ease to the operations that take place in terms of the institution of the enterprises as well. Next one. As I stated, 70 plus medical device manufacturing, 3,900 startups, and we focus on biotechnology, life sciences, high value rubber products. And we have a rubber park also coming in the central Kerala region in Kottayam, and strong initiatives in pharma, Ayurveda, medical equipment, and we contribute to India's $27.9 billion pharmaceutical exports to various companies. Ayurveda, rubber industry, biodiversity, of course, as Honorable Minister had stated about the kind of enormous deal of potential in the aspect of biodiversity that the state holds, and the environmental quality as well. Next one. Trivandrum of late has become a hub for life sciences. The Bio 360 Park is there. We have lots of enterprises that have come about, various facilitating agencies like the KMTC, for instance. We have the Startup Mission. We have lots of research-oriented institutions, the TTK Healthcare Research, Terumo Pen Policy. Lots of institutions are there, which SCTIMST, Sri Chitra Institute, and the Rajiv Gandhi Center for Biotechnology and ISRA and NIST. All these together provide sufficient deal of qualitative inputs, superior quality workforce, and the best possible infrastructure, and the best possible environment and ecosystem as well. That's the win-win situation we can create in terms of the life sciences. Next one. That's it. And mail your queries, biokerala@ksidcmail.org or investkerala@ksidcmail.org. Feel free to contact us for anything and everything. We expect quantum jump in terms of the investment in the life science sector in the years to come with the kind of ideal policies a great deal of liberalization in the land allotment policies as well. I just wanted to add that onto it. This is a state that allows activity change from activity A to activity B inside an industrial park at a princely sum of rupees 10,000. This is a state which allows the transfer of ownership from Mr. A to Mr. B if industry doesn't really do good for Mr. A at an amount of rupees 25,000. So much of ease has been brought in. Subleasing has been allowed. In that way, we are strive to focus upon the kind of tremendous depth of the R&D facilities, the conducive ecosystem that we have created, and also the best possible government policies, initiatives, and the liberalization systems that you introduced. Together, I believe that all of you here would certainly evince more than the usual customary interest and bring over some deal of interest and investment into the state of Kerala. It would be our pleasure to welcome all of you, and I would state that this is the God's own country, which is not just known as the country where you have wonderful holidays and no work. Instead of that, let's strive to create a God's own country wherein you have sufficient time for holidays as well as work, and work at your own leisure, your own pleasure, and with kind of tremendous untrammeled freedom in terms of the color, in terms of the dress, in terms of the food, in terms of the customs, in terms of the habits. Absolutely untrammeled, unshackled. Come over, Kerala is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sri Harish, for your enlightening presentation on Kerala's industrial potential. Your insights are invaluable in highlighting the opportunities that lie ahead for businesses in this God's own country. So may I now invite Sri Aju Jacob, Managing Director, Sindite, to come forward and present a memento as a token of our appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in expressing our gratitude to Sri Harish with a warm round of applause.
Thank you. So we'll now move on to our second panel discussion. So before that, I just ask a couple of minutes so that we can just arrange the stage for the panel discussion. So our next panel discussion of the day is Global Life Science Ecosystems to Emulate. In this session, our esteemed panelists will discuss successful life sciences ecosystems across the globe and how these models can inspire growth in other regions. They will explore key innovations, collaborations, and challenges that define these thriving ecosystems, providing insights on how Kerala can integrate best practices from around the world.
We are privileged to have a distinguished panel of experts joining us today, including Srimati Joanne Land, Managing Director, Land Medical UK, Dr. Sam Whitehouse, CEO, Light Ops, Dr. Subramanyam, General Manager, Able India, and Dr. O.M. Manchanda, CEO, Dr. Lal's Path Labs. To guide us through this crucial discussion, we are honored to have Srimati Rosemary Hegde as our moderator. We request all the panelists and the moderator to please come up on the stage.
Services at Tata Consultancy Services, bringing over 35 years of extensive experience in the business, IT and consulting sectors. Throughout her career, she has served clients across various verticals, showcasing her versatility and expertise. At present, she manages a global unit dedicated to delivering innovative solutions for life sciences customers, focusing on clinical development, regulatory affairs, and safety operations. She is also instrumental in expanding the unit's capability into AI and machine learning-based business automation, driving efficiency and effectiveness in life sciences processes. Her leadership and commitment to advancing the life sciences sector make her a vital contributor to this industry. Please join me in welcoming Srimati Hegde to the stage. Now it's yours, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think we talked a little earlier on the earlier panels a lot about the indigenous industry. I should say they're indigenous but also MNCs from Kerala. And I think our panel today, we'll try to focus on what it takes to emulate a global life science ecosystem. In the life sciences ecosystem, if you look at the entire life cycle, you start with, R&D, your preclinical, your clinical life cycle, which includes everything, from a phase 1 to a phase 2, 3, and then you look at phase 4 depending on the geographies or the demographic that you're targeting. And then you have the med affairs, which really means that you need to sustain the products that are being, marketed in different geographies, making sure that there is a patient care ecosystem, there is a support for any safety signals and how that is treated. There is a support ecosystem for PAPs and PSPs, the patient support programs for any new drugs or devices or combination products that are there. Today we have a mix of experts in our panel, and we will explore what they would look for from this entire ecosystem play that a typical global life sciences ecosystem would provide. To start with, very briefly, I'll talk about myself. I'm from Tata Consultancy Services. Been, in IT a long time, and for the last 10 years in heading the life sciences BPO. So we do work for global pharmaceutical companies, biotech companies, in terms of the entire clinical development, safety and regulatory services. And I'm also from Kerala originally. My father was from Trivandrum, so there is a deep respect for the outlook in terms of the focus on education and the focus on healthcare indices of the population of the state. And we have clearly seen a lot of change in industry in Kerala especially over the last 10-15 years, I would say. A lot of people who have worked globally have come back and invested in industries and in industrial practices that make it truly global. While a lot of emphasis has been on food and bio-related industries and now medical devices, I think it would be good for us to explore how we can be truly a global network or an ecosystem across the life sciences industry. I'd like to introduce my panel while I think the names was introduced, but just to give a little perspective, Ms. Joanne Land, she started this company Land Medical as the founder and CEO out of something which was started as a personal experience of dealing with something like a H. pylori bacteria infection, and how there are strains of leading to AMR and how people are resistant. And through that personal experience and her scientific background and depth of experience in life sciences, she's come to produce a product which is potentially a very important solution for this bacteria infection, as well as potentially creating a platform for many other such, solutions. So welcome, Joanne. I'll also introduce Dr. Sam Whitehouse. He's also, been associated with life sciences right from his education and his intense experience in the chemical sciences. And he has moved since 2016 as the CEO of this company, which is focused on innovative solutions, which are light-induced and really making it effective to be used by a patient. I think we'll talk more about some of those solutions. Next is Dr. Bala Subramanyam, who's the head of Association of Biotechnology-led Enterprises. I think Dr. Bala Subramanyam has immense experience in multiple areas of industry, academics, and government, and hence plays a very key important role in being the facilitator between what life sciences industry, companies like what Joanne and Sam would look for, and what us, the government here, and the ecosystem that's supporting, he would help facilitate that. So that's a very important organization. And our fourth panelist is Dr. Om Manchanda, who's the CEO of Dr. Lal's Path Lab. Obviously, well-known hospital chain with Path Labs, and but more importantly, his depth of experience across life sciences industry, we would look for in getting some insights on how do we create this, how do we emulate a global life science ecosystem in Kerala and in India largely. So I'll start with asking Joanne if you can share your story and what is the field of work that you and your company are involved in terms of the products, and also your vision, and how does it contribute to the life sciences ecosystem? Just tap it again. Just right now.
Yeah, there. Okay, now it's working. So I just wanted to say thank you very much for the invite to sit on the panel of Bioconnect. It's a real privilege for me, and it's my first trip to India, so thank you very much. And thank you for the introduction. So I work in the field of Helicobacter pylori, or H. pylori. It infects 50%, or over 50% of the global population. And it's zoonotic, so it affects animals as well. So it's in the food chain. And for India, I read a study in Kerala of a hospital medical college that had done a study on children. And 10 to 19-year-olds, there was an 87% positive cases of H. pylori. So it's a problem for India as well as a problem for everywhere around the world. I, like you said, suffered from the infection myself, and I experienced antibiotic resistance. And I created a treatment with the help of Newcastle Medical School and the research there. And I checked myself, which was successful, and then I tested negative for H. pylori. So I've created this treatment that I would like to manufacture. It's a bit of a disruptor to the current treatment, because the current treatment is a universal treatment, which is triple or quadruple therapy around the world using 2 or 3 antibiotics, which are gaining resistance. So this is an opportunity to actually maybe add it into healthcare that would be a precursor to using antibiotics, to reduce the use of antibiotics. At the same time, what I realised in the UK is people aren't forthcoming, or the healthcare system is not forthcoming in testing for H. pylori, which is related to gastric cancer. It's in 95% of biopsies of gastric cancer. Recently it's been related to colon cancer, and it travels up into your esophagus and causing acid reflux. So my treatment is actually nutraceutical. It could be used initially as a symptomatic treatment for indigestion and acid reflux, but we are going to start a clinical trial, which we plan to do phase 1 and phase 2 in the UK. The clinician is from Delhi. Originally, he specialises in H. pylori. He's written more than 50 publications on Helicobacter pylori, but he suggested that potentially we do phase 3 of the clinical trial in India.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have enough of a hospital ecosystem here which could really support your phase 3 trial.
Yeah, and we're also working on the development of a PCR test that actually can identify the gastric cancer-causing strains and also the antimicrobial resistant strains to have a panelled PCR.
Okay. Thank you. Sam, coming to you. If you could tell us a little bit about your company's innovative medicine that you're looking at, and what would you like to see, how do you see it going forward?
Thank you. Thanks very much for the invite. I'm glad to say I'm in God's own country. I am a chemist who trained in Sheffield in Yorkshire, which is also very strong in medical devices, and any Yorkshireman would tell you that is also God's own country. So God obviously travelled somewhere between Yorkshire and Kerala. My background's very checkered. I started working making off-white compounds for Merck Sharp and Dome in neuroscience once upon a time. I worked in medical devices, making implants, making medical devices for delivery of devices into your heart. I worked in small businesses all my life. I'm not very good at being told what to do, so owning your own company is a viable alternative to that. I worked in diagnostics for a little while, mainly in infectious diseases. We work with the Gates and the Clinton Foundation here in India on a variety of different things, HPV, TB, malaria, dengue, a whole range of different things. I actually had part of my intestine removed, and that may be due to infection from H. pylori. And so I've had quite a checkered history. My business, Litox now, that is a piece of work that comes out of University in Durham, and we make light-activated compounds. So PDT is fairly well known. It's a new class of drug. It gets absorbed topically, so you can literally apply it to the area that you're interested in. The drug itself is fairly inactive, and I'll be very careful because regulators don't like some of the terms that you use. Fairly inactive in the dark, and when you shine a blue light on it, 450 nanometers, it becomes toxic, kills the cells that it's in, and therefore can treat the cancerous cells. I was asked yesterday why India is so important. And for me, India is not necessarily new. I've been to many different cities. Kerala is probably the quietest I've been to, which is wonderful. But the state of Kerala has 35 million people in 2022, making it about half the population of the UK. The UK deaths in 2022 from oral cancer was 3,500. That was a rise of about 30% over COVID times. The equivalent here in a 35 million person population was 32,000 deaths. So nearly 10 times the amount of deaths with half the population. Now that's causative. Chewing tobacco and things like that are obviously an issue, but also the fact that actually preventative measures are not available in the same way, and there's not really a lot of options for the patients in this field. Generally, surgery is the first thing, and if you can imagine, last month I was in Bangalore and I met a 14-year-old boy who was due to have half his tongue removed, and that consequence is huge. So what we've tried to develop is a drug that is, one, affordable, so it's a small molecule drug, and that the process is really easy, so you're able to essentially apply the gel directly to the cancer in the mouth, shine the light on it, that's about 30 seconds, a minute of light, And that starts the process of cell death, and that then induces immune responses. That means hopefully we'll see a functional tissue repair. So if it's on your tongue, you get your taste buds back. For me, it isn't a question of why are you here, it's a question of why shouldn't you be here. You know, if you line up every oral cancer patient in the world, one for every third person in that row is an Indian person. So we have to do it here. We will go to clinic in the UK next summer, and then we'll look to bring the drug here to run phase 3 trials and do a multi-center trial. And I've got to say, you know, the people of Kerala are wonderfully happy people. The level of education here is superb. From what I can see, the hospital infrastructure is great as well. So that's why I'm here, and thank you very much for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the hospital ecosystem is here, and probably, you know, doing it in the scientific way, a phase 3 trial is something that this state could definitely do, and the rest of India as well. I'll go to Dr. Subramanyam. If you can share further insights and, you know, what your organization does and really helps how these kind of problem statements are addressed.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Government of Kerala and all the team here for inviting us and making able part of the ecosystem partner here. We are very happy to be part of this event. Last year also we were there. We had a few of our leadership team representing last time. So we are very happy to be here. And to give a brief, Association of Biotechnology-Led Enterprises is a 2 decades old organization. It was basically started way back in 2003 when biotechnology was very nascent stage, when only few companies were there. Now we can see that we have almost 600 plus enterprise and more than 8,500 startups. Apart from that, you have lot many R&D institutes, lot many academic institutes, and almost 4 lakh students all over India are pursuing the courses related to biotechnology and life sciences. The huge shift that is happening for the last 2 decades. And we as an association, we work closely with both center as well as state to see that they have a proper progressive and very kind of ease of doing kind of system in the place, so that we can do a business here and we can solve many of the problems. And in the process, we can see that if you're beginning, when you see in 2011, 12, hardly any state had a biotechnology policy or licenses policy. Now, if you see, almost 20 to 25 states have a biotechnology policy, and they have a lot of schemes and programs, fiscal incentives, concessions given to the industry, as well as supporting academia for pursuing R&D, other things. So there's a large shift has happened for the last 2 decades, and it is we as association as well as an industry, it's for us to capitalize on this, and we provide that platform for making it grow further.
Yeah, thank you. Let me ask Dr. Manchanda, you know, about your hospital and what is the work that's being done and how do you see it playing a role here in life sciences?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having me here. I actually, I visited a stall last year in Delhi where I got to know about this 360 park, Life Sciences Park. And that generated a lot of interest in me as to understand what exactly is happening here. And initially I was supposed to come as a delegate to understand what's really going on. Once I got connected, then I was requested, can I be part of this panel? So that's how I am here. I don't know if some of you may know about us. Dr. Lal Path Labs is India's largest diagnostic chain. We do have business in Kerala, but a large part of our business is in northern part of India and eastern part of India. We have close to, our business model is something called hub and spoke, where hubs are labs and spokes are collection points. And we have close to 275, 280 labs and 5,000 collection points. And we nearly test 100,000 patient samples every day. And this whole testing of blood samples and tissues, etc. We move from one part of the country to centralized labs. It's a huge, massive operations that happens day in, day out. And while we are a medical company, at the same time, we are a big logistics company as well, because you're moving samples all over the place. So I know you're going to ask me again about the life sciences part of it, but that is what essentially we do as a company. Our vision is to really widen the footprint as much as possible. We recently did an acquisition in Mumbai. We have now a very large business in West as well. So we are looking at South in a big way. We did some acquisition many years back in Cochin. We have reasonably large business in Kerala, reasonably large business in Karnataka. I think we are still a long way to go in Tamil Nadu and Andhra. But otherwise, that's how we run our business. Now, coming back to this question, I guess you will come back, and I have some points to add later. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. You can see that there are multiple scenarios and, business opportunities and plays that you have in the life sciences space. So coming back to you, Joanne, how do you see Kerala as an ally in your journey and your vision of the company? And, you just saw some very innovative and smart industrialists. So where would you see how Kerala can play a role in this, in your journey?
So I think the panel before was excellent to see and hear, because I think it was very inspiring. And I think what I understood so far with Kerala is you've got an incredible education system, as well as being a beautiful country or state, that I think it could be a very good base for me for the Far East. The Far East for me personally, in my company and what it's trying to achieve, is a very high infection rate in the Far East of H. pylori. China, Singapore, Japan, they've all got rates higher than 70%. So I need to find a base somewhere in the Far East that I can rely on through collaborations to manufacture the treatment and to manufacture the PCR test. It's not just in humans, like I said earlier, it's zoonotic, it's in animals as well. And I like One Health's approach to AMR. It has to cross humans and animals. So I'm really looking for some good collaborations. I think in terms of the clinical trial, I think it's very important, being a company based in the UK, that it follows MHRA's approvals. So it would be very important to try and collaborate with a hospital trust or a clinical trial unit that had MHRA's approval, or we could collaborate together in order to get MHRA's approval.
Right. I think in India we have become a hub for life sciences supporting global trials. So there is a lot of knowledge of trials for FDA, MHRA, EMA, PMDA, the works. And so that expertise is available. We do have a way to get, specific hospitals who can be part of your trial, who understand how to run it as per the MHRA. The protocol, of course, will be defined accordingly. But there is that skill set base and that knowledge in India, because there is experience of running global trials. So definitely, I think Kerala having life sciences degrees, pharmacy degrees, and I think what was not mentioned, which I felt is relevant, because I try to get skills in nursing as well. Because very often in pharmacovigilance or for running the trial, like Joanne said, you need to have an understanding of pharmacology and doing the clinical trial, but also the medical understanding. When you talk about efficacy of the drug versus efficacy and the safety, right? So you do need the medical skills as well, which is what we have, and we are able to
you won't get it. So they all have to come together. And it's really the government's role to try and facilitate that and showcase that. And I think, events like this are superb at doing that. And we're still lagging behind, I think, from where we are in the north. So myself and Joe are both based in the northeast. And we still struggle to get any noise away from the sort of golden triangle, Cambridge, Oxford, London noise. But unfortunately, that's what you're competing against. And you can see the same here, with the other hubs in India. But I think what you do have is the will and the skills that have come here. And you can see that, I've met more people here from more different cities. That's not the right way to say it. But, I went to Bangalore and I met people from Bangalore. I went to Hyderabad, I met people from Hyderabad. I come to Kerala, I meet people from all over India. And that may be just because everyone loves it here. And if you send an invite, people go, yeah, absolutely. But it shows that is an attraction to the area and that it is a growing hub and it is important. And, investment feeds growth. So hopefully we see more investment from that. I think for me personally, it seems like a place that, it's very easy to do business. The UK, Singapore, and seemingly Kerala. And if it's easy to do business here, then that's what you need, because you need less hurdles. I mean, it's hard enough getting a drug to market, but if the business hurdles are there, then you're never going to get there. So you need to know these places where you can come, that you can get the support. And that's just the network of people around you to support that.
Absolutely. So I think you raised a very important point. It's not just having good enough to have the knowledge. The political will and the political ecosystem, and more importantly, the institutional ecosystem to support what you need to do in life science is very important. If you have to run a trial, you need to recruit the right, you need to be part of the right hospitals. If you have to get the right diagnostics, you need to have approvals in place. Absolutely. And the political will and the political support system is extremely important, and we see that here.
I think as a foreign entity, let's say, I'm not going to come here and pretend that I'm going to run, a multi-center trial from abroad. You need partners, and whether that's a licensing deal, whether that's a partnership, a joint venture, you can create as many business structures as you like. But if you have someone who understands the region, understands how to run that, and if it's a large pharma company, then maybe also the funds to run it, then absolutely, that's the sort of golden ticket, if you like.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. And I think the entrepreneurial spirit is here in a strong way now. So I think you will get, takers for that, for what you're saying. We hope to see that. And I think I would say one more thing. I mean, because from my perspective as well, being part of the Tata TCS, we have multiple centers in India, and like you said, a lot of noise is given to the big centers, right? You have Mumbai, Pune, Hyderabad, they're all big. But it's also very difficult to sustain because, it becomes more and more expensive. And I think Kerala, today we have 3,000 people. I just went to the TCS office, 3,000 people in IT sitting there. I was really amazed. And I think now that we have gone past that initial hump where we're on the journey to be on a fast track, so there is enormous capacity to tap into the talent here and put it in a structured way back into industry, either through technology, science. Life sciences specifically will need both the biotech, the tech, as well as the, the biology and the science and the pharmacology of it. And all that is here. What it needs to do, government support is there. What it needs is having entrepreneurship, which is supported, and, to collaborate with industries like yourselves. So we look forward to that. So, Dr. Balasubramanyam, I think you have been kind of translating for people like Sam and Joanne and really going to the government and saying, look, this is what we need, right? So, really, what kind of things do you work on to help?
Yeah, and thanks you asked that question because, the recent E3 policy that has come, it is because of the the pressure that industry started putting on the government to come with, because biomanufacturing is one which is going to make a lot of difference in coming decades, and everyone is aware of it. And when you talk to seniors like Subramanyam and other people, they'll tell you that. How they have been telling all the people to take care of that. Now, when the policy comes, when government listens, that means we are in touch with them and things are happening. That's what we do generally. Similarly, the case with biodiversity law, industry had few challenges there. So we took it up to the center and through the state also. So then some changes have been made there also, but still a long way to go. As biotechnology is very regulatory prone. So we are talking to many agencies, and DBT has come with what is known as BioWrap, which is a kind of single window for all clearances, but still things are not moving the way we wanted it. And challenges are there, definitely. But we are, with the support of, obviously with the state and center, we hope to change the landscape here. And the example what we see is the number of startups, number of industry that is coming up, that itself shows that we are optimistic. Both political as well as the ruling class will help us in terms of making much more easier for us. And in terms of global, what we do basically is that we participate in many events overseas. We take government officials there, even Kerala and other state government people also had been there. So they get exposed to all the overseas the ecosystem that is there. So like what we see, like Boston, if you go there, Kendall Square is something where a startup can bump with an enterprise. So in the process, what happens, the business happens there. So then they have some investment happening. So I was just thinking now, because we went to the Bio 360 Park, so they have to construct one good cafe there so that enterprise people start talking to each other. Enterprise and startup, they need to talk to each other. Then only things can happen. So that kind of, every city has a capacity to become a Boston, what you call a hub in India. But only thing is that it's a question of time that happens, because you can see as it a number already 8,500, 9,000 we are talking about. So in another 5 to 10 years, we are talking about reaching at least 35,000 startups will be there. So you can see the kind of activity that is going to happen. From our side, we play an interface kind of role between state, center, and the industry. And we are hopeful that we will come with some good initiatives to support all of us, actually.
Thank you. Dr. Manchanda, I think, we were talking about what you suggest, that how we operate in the life sciences ecosystem from your experience and what we can do.
Yeah, so I think the topic is pretty vast, and if I were to probably lay down the footprint for Life Sciences Park, so I would look at one is forms of life. So you have agriculture, you have animals, and then you have human beings, right? Now, on the other side, there could be 3 or 4 areas which I would look at. One is the research and development. And I think that you've been talking quite a bit about this whole clinical trial. I would rather take it to the next stage where at least we see in human health the role of genomics. The entire gene sequencing is like the buzzword these days. Virtually wherever I go, only the gene sequence is being talked about. Other day I attended a conference on oncology. It's playing a big role in actually solving, serious issues related to health. So gene sequencing is becoming a big thing. So to me, when you do NGS, again, all 3 forms of life, you can do research. The second area is in terms of, I think it's been talked about, this whole AMR, the kind of misuse or abuse of antibiotics that's happening in our ecosystem. Understanding how to tackle this AMR, this whole subject of One Health, which is WHO product and project. In fact, India Health government is actually giving a lot of focus on this project. Again, that could actually be a focus of this area as well. Now, the second big platform could be whole manufacturing itself. Let's say for people like us, we deal with a lot of IVD companies. In fact, Agape is one company we deal with quite a bit. There are a lot of focus which is happening on PLI, which is about Make in India. A lot of med devices are actually right now imported that actually could be another big theme for these parks to really bring in startups or manufacturing companies being together. The third is, of course, which is more customer facing, whether it's patients, whether it's hospitals, whether it's labs like us, or maybe, as you talked about this phase 1, phase 2 clinical trial, because they're virtually, everybody has to be together. You have a pharma company, you have a lab, you have hospitals, so you all could put that thread together. But personally, I would say whatever it is, the sweet spot is, I think the single biggest sort of a success factor behind all this has to be scale. If you don't build scale, then you will not be able to leverage economies of scale itself. And sometimes I find that if some idea is not commercially viable, it just dies its own natural death. So it's important to build scale rather than staying fragmented, doing a little bit of everything. I think we must try and do one or two big things and build a scale. And once you achieve success, then obviously other parts of the life sciences all will fall in place.
Absolutely. I think what you said is very important. You know, how do you transition from the stage of startup to a established industry and then sustain it through a business model which is going to be working? And so I think that's something we need to think about in Kerala as well. I think we have the components of it. But for example, if you're looking at clinical trial for one product, but is there somebody or a set of hospitals who are able to do trials in multiple therapeutic areas and who are able to, get the patient profile that is needed? So, for example, the Tata Medical Center in Kolkata they are doing a lot of research on, different dosages in pediatric profile with the same oncology drug. But it's a lot of, there is some personalization involved. And there is a trial we are doing for a TMC where they are looking at, different dosages and really changing that and seeing the effectiveness in this pediatric population. And it is such a brilliant story, actually. I mean, it's just one story. I'm sure each story has its own journey. But I think that tells you that there are patient profiles and there is a need to address those kind of treatments because you can change, if you give a standard dosage, it affects different children differently. So you really need to have more focus on personalized therapies. So that's an example. But the hospital and the construct of the hospital as a place where you can run a trial with the right set of patients, with the ability to have the understanding of how to deploy that protocol into the trial, I think is something important. I don't know, anybody wants to, Sam, you want to share some thoughts?
I mean, for us, that's exactly where we started. So we had the platform, we developed the drug. When you think about it, if you can get the drug there and you can get a light there, and it's a squamous cell carcinoma or a topical carcinoma, that's where you want to be. So we looked at skin because it's obvious, put the gel on, light it up, very, very obvious. And we actually have a wound care. It's a different drug, but it's targeting bacteria. And we're bringing that forwards as well. But the oral cancer drug could be used in cervical, it could be used in skin, it could be used in ocular. So long as you can get the drug to there and you can get the light to there, it work. The hard part about that is, do you have to reformulate again and again? And how many clinical trials can you afford to fund at one time? And so we see this as a sort of, let's start with oral cancer, build the safety data, and then you can go out and look for other places where you can do that. But there's only certain centers where you have that sort of density of patient data that you can do that with.
Right. I think one more thing that you touched upon is the technology. And while we talk about, obviously the in vitro, in vivo, but the in silico is becoming very important now. To your point about can we do different trials without having to run the whole gamut of it, I think India is well poised to give you the kind of skill sets that are needed. We have these mathematical models, and I think Kerala should definitely, in my view, take a step forward there in building those analytical models, the in silico models, the twins. We have models where we've done a digital skin, for example. So you don't need to do a trial physically on patients, but you, with a physical and chemical model of the skin, you can do an in silico model trial. So that's the kind of work that is possible through the tech aspect of it, the analytical, the mathematical, and the R&D combined. Those possibilities are there. So I think there's a lot to look forward. I think we know that there is definitely a lot of convergence from the industry, from the hospital chains and the devices companies, path labs. I mean, the works, it's an ecosystem that is available here in Kerala. But I would be open it to anyone. We have probably time for a question if anybody would like to ask the panel. Yeah, please go ahead.
The question is directed to that Mrs. John. The thing is, you have identified that a specific variant of H. pylori is causative for peptic ulcer.
Sorry, could you repeat that,
No,
please?
you have identified a specific strain of H. pylori is causative for that.
So the treatment actually treats urease-positive bacteria, but because H. pylori is prolific with its urease activity in the gut, it makes it a great bacteria to treat.
No, the thing is that which protein molecule is confined from the gene of that H. pylori? Is it identified?
Which protein, I think?
Which
is
protein
expressed.
molecule that is causative for the peptic ulcer that is confined from that genomic of the
I think you're talking about whether it is a cause for peptic ulcer?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that's what you said, right? So
No,
he's talking about whether it's a cause for peptic ulcer.
No. The thing is, he's viewing in a different angle of treating the ulcer, no? I am viewing in a different angle of viewing that treating the cancer by resonating that molecule and breaking the bond. Yes.
I think I understand. So there are different strains of H. pylori, and some are naturally more causative into the peptic ulcers that then turn into gastric cancers. In the same way in HPV, the 16, 18 strains are very similar. Yeah, I think the full understanding of how that works isn't fully known yet. And that's partly because the pylori itself can become dormant. And so actually treating this can become quite difficult, and it's a very sustained infection over a long period of time. But I think this is why Joe's looking
which molecule is changing that ulcer into that
I don't think that's fully understood.
Oh, I think there's various different strains of H. pylori that actually cause gastric cancer. But it's the H. pylori that, actually it was Professor Marshall in a Western Australian university that in 1983 discovered that H. pylori caused peptic ulcers. Prior to that, people thought it was bad hygiene or poor food choices. And actually, it's quite a funny story because they actually won an OBE for it. Or Nobel Prize, actually, they won for their discovery. They swallowed the bacteria themselves, and they documented the peptic ulcers that it caused. They then took antibiotics, and they removed the infection, and they won a Nobel Prize for it.
No, which molecule is...
I think we'll take that question offline. I think we're out of time now. Thank you for that. And I think just to conclude, I think we have the political will, the industrial expertise, the clinical knowledge, and what we need, and the devices expertise, and the hospitals and the path labs to really support this ecosystem. So we look forward to Kerala truly being a global life sciences ecosystem. Thank you all.
That was an insightful and enriching discussion on how Kerala can integrate best practices from the global life science ecosystem. Now take this moment to thank and honoring the esteemed panelists and moderators of this panel discussions. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to our esteemed panelists and a special thanks to our moderator, Srimati Rosemary Hegde, for skillfully guiding this session. May I request Dr. Pravi, CEO, Kerala Life Science and Industrial Park, to join us on the stage and kindly present a memento to our moderator of this session as a token of our deepest gratitude. Now, may I request Srimati Rosemary Hegde to kindly present mementos to our panelists as a gesture of gratitude. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in honoring our esteemed panelists in this moment.
Thank you all. We'll now take a short break. Tea is arranged outside. And just a note, we are running short of time. Please, if you can come back within 10 minutes so that we can start the
gentlemen, hope you had a refreshing coffee break and ready to engage for our next panel discussion themed on nutraceuticals and agri-foods.
Nutraceuticals and probiotics are increasingly recognized as alternative medicine for enhancing overall health and boosting immunity. They are also demonstrating significant promise in the agri-food industry. This panel discussion holds special significance, especially considering Kerala's rich diversity of medicinal plants and traditional knowledge. There is immense potential to develop nutraceutical formulations from these invaluable resources and tap into global markets. With the increasing focus on preventive healthcare, we'll explore how nutraceuticals can enhance wellness and improve quality of our life. Agri-food and agricultural biotechnology, on the other hand, work on enhancing food quality and yield through genetic and technological interventions to improve the efficacy and stability of food products and meeting the demands of the global market.
So, we are honored to have a distinguished panel of experts with us today, including Dr. Murali Padigaru, Vice President, Research and Development, Omni Active Health Technologies, Shri S.K. Menon, CEO, Muralia, Dr. Ruby John, Chief Scientist, Center of Excellence in Nutraceuticals, Government of Kerala, Srimati Amrita Shenoy, Director, TMV Natural Oils and Extracts Private Limited, Shri K.O. Isaac, CEO, Vitalis Biosciences Private Limited, and Professor G.M. Nair, President, Kerala Academy of Science and Director, Cliff University of Kerala. And moderating this important session, we are privileged to have Dr. C.N. Ramchand. I request all the panelists and moderators, please come and join on the stage.
It's my pleasure to introduce our esteemed moderator for this session, Dr. C.N. Ramchand. He is the director of CLIP and co-founder and CEO of Magnum Technologies Private Limited. He is a prominent figure in the biotechnology and life sciences sector, bringing a wealth of experience in research and entrepreneurship. His leadership at innovation-driven companies like Magnum Technologies has significantly advanced both health sciences and agri-food. Dr. Ramchand has got his PhD from MS University, Baroda, and after that he has 13 years of experience in teaching and research at University of Sheffield, UK. In addition to his role at Magnum, Dr. Ramchand serves as a CEO of Theragen Molecular Innovations, Director of Theragen Biologics of India and US. He has been honored as a Fellow of the Kerala Academy of Life Sciences and holds a prestigious position of Professor of Practice at MG University. Furthermore, he contributes to academia as a visiting professor at Swinburne University, Australia. He has introduced over 200 different products in the pharma, biotech, nutraceutical and medical devices sector and has more than 60 international patents and more than 100 publications. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much and good evening to all of you. You are going to have one more session after this. So this session is going to be slightly longer than the other session because we have some eminent 6 panelists are there. And let me tell you, this is going to be a slightly complex because it's not only one area. So we have got 4 or 5 different areas that we first sort of, independently do one on nutraceuticals and nutrigenomics. Then subsequently another one on agri-foods and agricultural biotechnology. But what has happened because of limitation of time, or we have everything combined together, but we are going to have about an hour's time. I will introduce you one by one. Before that, I will tell you the sessions, what I am going to moderate. So you all know about nutraceutical. Probably I don't need to explain what is nutraceutical. But one thing, let me tell you that quite a lot of natural products are originated in India, especially in Kerala. But whether we have really commercialized to the extent what it deserves, that is one thing we will have to ask a question. The reason what I am telling is that the worldwide, the nutraceutical business is about, 1,000 billion or 800, 900 billion dollars. Almost 300 billion. It's almost reaching this year 300 billion in the US market alone. Now, nutraceutical, when I am telling, in the US, nutraceutical is plant extracts, certain animal extracts, plus vitamins, minerals. In India, vitamins and minerals comes under drugs and cosmeceuticals. Now, there is something called DSHIA, Dietary, DSHEA, that Dietary Supplement, yeah. So I just forgot the expression. So DSHEA, yeah, Education Act, Supplement Education Act. Anyway, that is a rule developed in the US Parliament whereby that, nutraceutical can be introduced in the US people comparatively easily, because you don't need to have a specific approval from FDA. It's not like India, because if it is grandfathered, that is DSHIA, based on DSHIA, you can introduce that product. This means that, as long as you are not going to extract using acetone or, something new nutraceutical, then there is no problem. That is one best part. This is the reason in the US it has reached up to 300 billion and 80% of the population consumes some kind of nutraceutical. Whereas in India, I think it is about 3 to 4 billion, 1 or 2% of the US. All over the world, it is about 700, 800 billion. Now, what the nutraceutical people in India or, the extractors, what they do is that, they send the extract. They do not formulate. Now, there is a big difference. The moment you formulate, the operating profit has become 70, 80%. This is what I am telling from my personal experience. On the other hand, if you are simply taking extract and selling, you cannot make more than 10 or 15%. This is what my understanding. Okay. Now, but I mentioned that you do not require too much of US FDA approval. But if you are going through, if you want to make it a big brand, then you have to go through a good distributor or other nutraceutical big company. Now, if you are going through that one, they will ask some, there are so many different requirements are there. One is a patent. Unless you file a patent, nobody is going to take your product or a distributor. The reason is that once it becomes a commercially successful product, they do not want other people to come. But getting a patent is not that simple. A synthetic molecule, a product patent is comparatively easy. Here, it is not like that. You can have a formulation patent, application patent, or you can something called synergy patent, which probably some of the panelists might be able to explain. That is one of the things. Second thing is that you also need the mechanism, how this works. You need to explain to them what is it. There should be a publication related to that mechanism, should be there. Then you also need some small tox study. Then bioavailability study, what is called BABE study. The bioavailability part is very important, because you also please remember most natural products, phytochemicals, do not have good bioavailability. Some of product like curcumin, almost 0.1% or zero bioavailability. There are some has got for example, hydroxycitric has got good bioavailability. So that is another thing what you have to show. Then clinical evidence. In human clinical evidence, these are the requirement to introduce, but it is not very complex. Okay. On the other hand, in India, all these things are not required. You need to have FSSAI approval and a CGMP manufacturing. You will be able to sell that one. But the problem is that competition and not much is sold. And theoretically, doctors are not allowed to sell because they can't prescribe this one. This is one thing. And please also remember, I've noticed that, all over India, many of the universities, one of the things what they are trying to do is they extract natural product, make it as a drug, which is not going to be successful. The reason is that you just see last 25 years, nothing has come converting a natural product into a drug molecule, except 20 years back EPA, eicosapentaenoic acid, or fish oil, which has come from reducing triglyceride. So what you have to simply do is that, develop a nutraceutical, do all these things, then you will be able to successfully introduce in the US market. The second best market is Europe, then Korea, then Japan. This is briefly about the nutraceutical, and there is another session called Nutrigenomics, how nutrient or nutrient sensors can interact with your genome, how the transcriptome and proteome can be changed, but that we are not going to discuss today. The reason is that one of the eminent speaker, Dr. Sri Kumar, will be here, so we have shifted that to artificial intelligence and how artificial intelligence can be connected to nutrigenomics. Now, third session, what we are going to discuss is on agri-foods. Now, what exactly is agri-foods? Mainly feeds that is normally given to animals, layer, broiler chicken, ruminants, or other animals, or aquaculture. You might be knowing that in chicken, you can get a 4 kg chicken for probably 300, 400 rupees. Probably about 30 years back also a kg of chicken was costing that much. Now also it's costing that much. You know what is the reason? The feed cost only 20 rupees to 22 rupees. Now if the animal and the chicken become a 4 kg chicken in 35 to 40 days, they are trying to reduce that because they can't move. They are kept somewhere going on feeding, and 8 kg, that means about 160 rupees feed is given. You will get a chicken worth about 400 rupees. Now, what is the science behind? The science behind it is that you are adding, simple feeds and supplements. The supplements are mainly to improve safety, efficacy, and, there is something called feed conversion ratio. That means if you are giving 1 kg, everything can be completely metabolized without losing energy and completely converted into fat, proteins, and carbohydrate. Of course, that is not possible. So this is the science, what is going on, and a lot of supplements are there. Now, interestingly, hardly anybody in India is working on that, this area. The feed supplements, which can really improve the FCR thing. So that is another part which probably some of the experts are there, can have questions. And third is on agriculture biotechnology. And Dr. G.M. Nair is there. So he probably will be answering about that. And another session is on fragrances and essential oil. Whether this will come under nutraceuticals, probably yes, isn't it? Fragrance and nutraceutical. So Amrita Shana is there. She will be answering on that. And one more session, that is on dairy. So dairy animals, the milk-related products, and probiotics. So probably all these questions we can ask to Dr. S.K. Menon. Dr. S.K. Menon has a dairy in Chennai, and his office is here. I understand that he sells all his product throughout Kerala and throughout India too, throughout Kerala. Okay. So these are the panelists. These are the areas what we are going to discuss. And as a first thing, let me introduce the panelist. Sorry, I kept it over there. So let me introduce first to Dr. Murali Padigaru. So he is the Divisional Vice President, Research and Development, OmniActive Health Technologies. Yesterday I realized that, OmniActive Health Technologies is a quite big company, which is based in Mumbai. And he has 30 years of research experience in the area of drug discovery and development in nutraceutical and pharmaceutical industry. He was also a person like me, basically into drug discovery and shifted to nutraceutical business. And his areas of work is on oncology, metabolic disorders, inflammatory diseases. Extensive research experience both in academia, industry, with focus on translational early discovery to clinics. So 25 clinical trials he has conducted, part of Human Genome Project while he was in US. So next is Dr. S.K. Menon. Dr. S.K. Menon is an accomplished MBA professional with over 26 years of extensive experience in strategic planning, sales and marketing, business development and profit center operations in the FMCG sector across the Gulf and India. Currently serving as CEO of Murallia Dairy in Trivandrum. He excels in developing and executing strategies to achieve business objectives while closely monitoring competitor activities to maintain market share. His expertise lies in identifying new market opportunities and enhancing consumer engagement for business success. We have now Dr. Ruby John Anto. So she was, Dr. Ruby John Anto did her PhD at Amla Cancer Research Center, Thrissur, and was part of the Cancer Research Program of Rajiv Gandhi Center for Biotechnology till her retirement from RGCB as scientist in 2023. She has also served as visiting scientist at MD Anderson Cancer Center, Houston, USA. Currently, she is working as chief scientist at COE in Neutraceuticals as honorary scientist at Institute of Advanced Virology under Government of Kerala. Amrita Shenoy is an young entrepreneur, and she also has the basis of science as well as entrepreneurship as well as an MBA. So director at TMV Natural Oils and Extract Private Limited continues her family's 66-year-old tradition in producing natural fragrances and flavor ingredients. Prior to her role at TMV, Amrita worked in fragrance evaluation at Guardian, a global leader in fragrances and flavors, where she developed a wide range of fragrances for both global and regional clients. Dr. K.O. Isaac, so I know him for quite a while. We are the first two people who attended from Gujarat, vibrant Gujarat, and we had an opportunity to meet with Modi, sit with him, and talk about the. I just had the opportunity to work on nanotechnology. So with a triple majors in chemistry, botany, and zoology in BSc and MBA in marketing, and over 30 years of experience in consulting, engineering, and process development across nutrition, life sciences, pharma, food and beverages, and clinical research, Isaac started his career with the Thapar Group in corporate management and later as promoter, managing director and CEO in the biotech, nutrition and pharmaceutical sectors. He is currently a co-founder and CEO of Vitalis Biosciences, which is located at the Life Sciences Park. I think I don't need to introduce Dr. G.M. Nair because at least everybody in Kerala knows him because he is also the chairman of or president of Kerala Academy of Sciences. So Dr. G.M. Nair was a professor and head department of plant sciences as well as Dean School of Biological Sciences, Central University of Kerala, Kasaragod. He also was head in charge, Department of Environmental Sciences, Central University of Kerala till 2013. He was established the state-of-the-art laboratories in both Department of CUK and brought in work culture in the School of Biological Sciences. He also has played a significant role in site selection, master plan preparation, and establishment and infrastructure building activities during the inception stages of CUK. Let us not spend too much time. What we can do is just start asking some kind of questions and you can answer. And what I thought, I have prepared some questions, very simple questions, such a way that, general population, because nutraceutical is an area which everybody is interested. So that, the general public or population will be able to understand that. And So maybe I can start with you. So how do we make Kerala a global manufacturing hub for global nutrition? So what is the industry-government interface required to achieve this? What makes Kerala an ideal location for developing nutraceutical? The question is very simple, that, if we want to make nutraceutical industry, because a lot of nutritional extracts are made here, an industry can be made, nutraceutical. What should be done? What should government do?
Good afternoon, everyone. And I also want to thank the Bioconnect, for organizing this wonderful program. It has been a great experience, and also inviting us. And for me, Kerala is, although I live in Bangalore, but Kerala is very fond, very fond of Kerala, because I come from coastal Karnataka, bordering Kerala with cultural and geographical similarities. So it's very close to my heart. And so to answer your question, today, the nutraceutical industry has become very big, as you mentioned, globally, and there is a lot of demand in the world, and with the change in the habit of consumers, expectation from the nutraceutical product, it's not the same what it was before in terms of what is expected from the consumers. So people want scientifically validated, quality nutraceutical product, and there is a lot of regulatory issues coming up, and also adulteration, and the heavy metal toxicity. So there are a lot of challenges coming in the face, in the way of nutraceuticals in producing globally qualified product. So I think from that point of view, and also when it comes to nutraceutical, although it is traditionally inspired by Ayurveda, we need to translate that information to the the world, in a way they can understand, which is basically the language of science, as compared to what we know about traditionally from the understanding of the Ayurveda. To convert that, translate that understanding of Ayurveda to the science, so that we can explain to the world. I think the academic and government can help us in a big way for nutraceutical company, because nutraceuticals industries, they don't innovate. They basically develop products. Innovation has to come from academia. And since academia is basically, sponsored by the government can help us in a big way. Like as you mentioned earlier, because of the changing consumer expectation from the nutraceutical, we need a lot of formulation technologies, as you mentioned, bioavailability, and also the compliance and sustainability again, environmental sustainability. Some of these harvesting practices of nutraceutical plant products, for example, there is environmental issues. So in all these areas, the government can help a lot in creating globally, acceptable, qualified nutraceutical product. And, particularly Kerala, because Ayurveda is very well rooted. And again, as I want to inform that, at OmniActive, we develop plant-based nutraceutical product, basically inspired by the traditional knowledge of Ayurveda and qualified with the science. So all the ideas come from Ayurveda and practices of Ayurveda. So again, Kerala being a hub of Ayurvedic culture, like all over the country, we talk about Ayurveda. Most of the basic fundamentals come from Kerala. So Kerala is rich in Ayurvedic culture and practices, and there is, geographically, there is a diverse source of plant materials which are, again, come from Ayurveda, and from, a lot of them come from Kerala itself. In fact, our OmniActive itself dependent on many manufacturers of products from Kerala, like Synthite, for example. So I think Kerala is very well poised to contribute in a big way, where we can, get ideas or inspiration from our traditional Ayurveda, from Kerala culture, Ayurvedic culture, and convert that into a global scientific product from academic support.
Thank you. And what I suggest is that, subsequent question, if we can restrict it to 2 minutes or 3 minutes would be, so that at least everybody can cover about 3 to 4 questions. That's what I feel. So it doesn't matter in case if you have to explain, that is fine, but if this is possible. My next question is to Dr. S.K. Menon. What I understand is that you have established a very successful dairy farm, including a cattle farm, then, the milk processing unit, the products from that, and also some probiotics you have introduced. So your experience is from end to end, because, so establishing a cattle farm is not that simple. A lot of things have to look into. So can you please explain your journey from setting up this cattle farm into the processing of the milk and, the business development towards that?
I will try to keep my answers very brief because we have to respect the 2-minute time. So essentially we started out by saying that we will have a vertically integrated unit which will have our own units for producing corn, which we feed to our cows, and then also have a very sophisticated automated dairy in Ambasamudram, Tirunelveli, which houses currently around 600 cows and which has got a 400 to 500 acre facility. The processing plant happens in Katakada in Trivandrum, and we also are setting up a unit with the help of KSIDC in Angamali in Cochin. So what we have seen is that the Kerala, India populace, the landscape is changing. Food has started moving from just sustenance to also convenience to value-added foods. So there is a lot of focus on people these days on health and well-being. And I think some of the things that people are extremely interested in looking at is to look at reduced sugar, increasing calcium content, reducing fat, increasing fiber. And as part of this journey, I think probiotics also play a very important role, especially in the age of post-COVID. I think we were one of the first companies in Kerala to introduce a strain of probiotics in our yogurt, which is very well patented by Value of Finland, and it has got a lot of acceptance in the European market. And we use this particular strain of probiotic called LGG, which has been reasonably well accepted by our consumers. We also have got a lot of help from nutritionists, from doctors who have started recommending it for geriatric patients as well as for patients who have got health issues with their gut intestinal flora. So this is where we are trying to innovate and try to give me first kind of a product range.
Thank you. So let me ask another question to Dr. G.M. Nair. So you have worked extensively on, medicinal plants and plant-based products. So how do medicinal plants from Kerala contribute to the nutraceutical industry? And what can the industry do to improve further?
Thank you. Okay, there are people to answer these questions, but maybe that since I have worked on medicinal plants while I was the director of Tropical Botanic Garden and Research Institute, and also later in the University of Kerala. Medicinal plants, as we have been discussing about it, Kerala's biodiversity is so rich, very unique, and you have number of medicinal plants available which are not being tapped for their medicinal purposes. They say that there are about 200,000 molecules identified from medicinal plants, but most of them have not gone for a translational approach to make them available as a drug or probably as a formulation. And in spite of having this much of great bio wealth with us, probably this translation approach, because you would find a number of papers coming in from the institutions and the universities, but putting them as a drug molecule into the market has not been materialized to that extent. There are several reasons for it. One is that once you put it, to get an approval as a pure molecule, when you put the medicinal molecule as a drug, it becomes behaves exactly like that of a pharmaceutical drug. So the legislation becomes a problem. But what is needed is that when you have herbal formulations available, plenty. Most of those companies have come out with polyherbal or single plant herbal formulations, which they either sell it as a herbal drug, mostly not. They say that it is nutraceutical because that's a safe way of, easing the legislative processes, the kind of approval processes. So what is lacking here is that we have not created an environment. Probably Government of Kerala has started a translational research center in the University of Kerala, whose aim is to put all these into translation approach, because you will have the approach of bench to bedside. You would work in a laboratory, but you don't take it outside. So that's what the constraint that we have. Unless we plan to put them into this kind of things, where with the government approach, as well as using the translation approach, I'm sure things would work much more. That's what I just wanted to say.
Thank you very much. Next to Amrita. So fragrances and flavors. So how is the demand for science-backed fragrances influencing the fragrance industry? And what role does scientific validation play in the development of these products? And please also explain how you are extracting fragrances versus, because everyone knows about nutraceutical. Fragrances, not many people know. So please explain, because everyone knows about synthetic fragrances. That's why.
Hello. Yeah. So, hi everyone. Thank you so much to Bioconnect for having me here. So, like Dr. Ramchand said, everybody is aware of synthetic fragrance ingredients because it's cheaper to produce and there is a growing demand for fragrances as everybody has more disposable income and things like that. But there is also a very competitive market when it comes to fragrances, like everybody wants a copy of a Dior fragrance or a Chanel fragrance and so on. But of course, like all of these synthetic fragrances fragrance ingredients are developed from like the inspiration of natural ingredients. Like for example, essential oils is a very big market which goes into the development of natural fragrances. So we also produce natural isolates, which is the active component in essential oils. Like suppose citral from lemongrass, we isolate it through fractional distillation, and there is a growing demand for such natural products as well. Now, coming back to the main question of the demand for science-backed fragrances, I think this is truly revolutionizing the industry of the fragrances itself, because nowadays consumers are more and more aware of what goes into a product, and they all want to use products which are proven with health benefits like stress relief or improved focus and things like that. So this is changing the way that perfumers also formulate a fragrance, because there are a lot more scientific studies that go into the validation of the fragrance itself. And like Dr. Murli said, a lot of botanical products and like essential oils are used in fragrances nowadays, which are rooted in Ayurveda and traditional medicine. So that way, also perfumers also partner with neuroscientists nowadays to see the effect that smells have on like brain function and things like that. And I only think this is going to increase in the future as consumers also grow more and more aware of the effect that the products that they use have on their overall well-being. So.
Thank you. Next question is to Dr. Isaac. So, I think your company is also working on personal nutrition, nutrigenomics, and a similar area, isn't it? So, maybe in a very simple way, you should explain nutrigenomics to our audience, and how can it shape the future of nutraceutical, and how can nutraceutical be personalized based on the person's genetic code. So these are the two things. So one is on nutrigenomics, personal, just briefly you can explain, and the other questions.
Thank you, Dr. Ramchand. It's always a pleasure to be here with you. Ladies and gentlemen, interesting question, but difficult to answer in simple terms. But as the term specifies, it's how nutrition works with your genetic makeup. So each of us is very different. We're all different organisms in myriad ways. And how we respond to any nutrition is different from the other person, even if you're in the same family. And this has become a very interesting area where you can focus nutrition for the specific requirements of individuals. And it actually is reflected in how well they perform, how well they grow, how well they are able to resist disease, how their longevity can be improved, and so on and so forth. So nutrigenomics combines their gene and their disposition to various nutrition elements. Now, the future of the industry with regard to personalized nutrition, as is with personalized medicine, is nutrition is expected to look at a different perspective. How do you create a healthy individual, and how do you make sure that that individual is able to sustain himself or herself through their lifespan without having the need to go down to any form of disease or to resist disease. So each of us is going to probably over the next couple of decades going to be more involved with products that reflect our genetic profile. And as you have different organizations who are able to give you your profile and say what you're responsive to and what you're allergic to and so on and so forth, you will be able to identify the kind of foods and kind of nutrition that will improve you as an individual and your performance across your lifespan. I suppose that's the simplest way I can define this.
Thank you very much. And my next question is to Dr. Ruby John Anto. What I understand is that, you have worked extensively when you were in Rajiv Gandhi Institute, and you are setting up an institute in Kerala Life Sciences Park. Can you briefly tell some important work in the nutraceutical area, which can be translational in the institute, as well as the other thing is that, how Ayurvedic product, or, most of the Ayurvedic products has got plant extracts. So how that can be, or some of those can be converted into a nutraceutical supplements.
In the case of Ayurveda products, many Ayurveda products have, it is a combination of different natural products. But when we analyze them separately, we don't find that much activity. So that means they are producing a synergistic effect. Many Ayurvedic products are like that. But there are some compounds which they give individual effects also. For example, curcumin. Curcumin is an ingredient of many Ayurveda products, but curcumin individually also has effect. But as he told, the bioavailability is always a problem. But there are molecules which can improve the bioavailability. For example, piperine from the pepper. Yeah. So when we do a combination, so that can make a formulation like that. A small amount of piperine with curcumin can improve the bioavailability. Like that, there are many other compounds also. For example, in our lab itself, we have identified many molecules. For example, tryptandrin. We found that this molecule is very effective against melanoma and non-melanoma skin cancer. Many other studies have shown that they are very effective against leukemia. But we are thinking that maybe if we can, and there are, when we came to the extraction, the final extraction of the tryptandrin, in between we found a formulation which is half of which is a water soluble product and the other one is tryptandrin. We found that this formulation also is as effective as tryptandrin or more effective. So that can form as a nutraceutical. So I think there are many products. So if we dig the Ayurveda drugs, we will get many more. And in Ayurveda itself is a complex, it is a nutraceutical mixture. But the problem is many Ayurvedic drugs are very effective, but we don't have a systematic recording of the effect. So depending upon the individual variations will be there in that case.
Maybe I will ask this like a comment, and maybe see, nutraceuticals are not for treatment. You can't have disease claims. It is very clear.
Yes.
And normally, except few, purified nutraceuticals are not accepted because it should be an extract but well defined.
Correct.
Okay. Now, why people, because nutraceuticals are divided into 15 divisions. For example, skin health, eye health, gastrointestinal health, or CNS health, cardiovascular health, pain management, glucose management. This is the way it is divided. I don't know whether it follows in India. This is the international law. Now, what my suggestion is that, when you are introducing these products in the US market, what are the norms you are looking into? And your most of the sales are in the US market, isn't it?
That's right. Yeah.
So what all things you are looking into? And, to get into either through a distributor or through a big company like G and
GNC,
yeah,
or
all those
Costco,
things.
Walmart.
What are the different things what you are looking into?
So, yeah. So, like as you mentioned earlier, we don't treat the disease by using nutraceutical product. We develop product for health management. So accordingly, we identify the area that is manageable, where we can manage the health rather than saying that cure the disease. So mostly, in our case, at OmniActive, we particularly look at those conditions which are age-related, particularly, like in our case, for example, our leading product is lutein, which is a carotenoid which we extract from marigold flower. We are the leader in the world in lutein business. So basically, it helps in management of eye health. Like as we age, people develop blindness for various reasons. So it helps in management of eye health. That is one area. And the other thing is like physical activity. That is another aspect where as you age, physical activity goes down, like a knee joint pain or knee issues, or and then sleep, stress, cognition. So these are the areas where we don't claim that we cure the disease, but we help in management of the health to improve the cognition or reduce the stress. So we use these kind of claims. So we enter only in those kind of areas. In fact, that is the reason, although the sugar management is a big market, but it is very tricky because it falls into the more of a clinical kind of, the disease area. So we don't go there as easily, or it needs more convincing to do in terms of setting up the clinical trials, long-term clinical trials. It's more expensive. So we don't go to that area. So that is one of the aspects in terms of what is expected in terms of benefit for the consumer. And the other thing is, as you mentioned, by far the US is the biggest market and is also most easy to enter. Like as you mentioned, it is as long as it is listed in the dietary supplement list of US compendium, so you can go into. There is no restriction. Don't need any FDA regulations and things like that. But what we need is you need a reach to get into these big companies. So you need a sales force, which is pretty expensive to manage in US. So if you have a network with these big companies like Costco, Walmart, and GNC and Bosch and Lomb, these kind of companies, which, for example, OmniActive has successfully managed to, sustain and manage a group of these sales force. We have a network of these, with these companies, and we also work with these companies and looking at what they are looking for in future. So we work with them as a collaborative partner to develop product for them. So this is the kind of the approaches that we are taking to develop products in a nutraceutical area.
Yeah, just a comment that, please remember that what I've noticed that, many of the people in the university, they try to extract, purify, and a single component. Now, what will happen? Let's assume that even this single component finally is clinically very efficacious. What will happen is, if it has to be introduced worldwide, it has to be synthesized. Now, there is something called chiral molecules, like, because most of these natural products are having chiral centers. It will become extraordinarily difficult to synthesize that. So without synthesis, it will not become profitable. That is one thing, if at all you are able to find out. The second thing is that any kind of, if you have the target protein, it's not very difficult to synthesize based on the target, because any good medicinal chemist will be able to synthesize that one. So it is not required to go to a natural product and extract. A natural product should be introduced as a nutraceutical, mainly as a supplement or as an adjuvant therapy. So if you are developing as a drug molecule, please remember, last year, now no one is working on small molecule. Everyone is slowly shifting into biologics. The reason is that in the last 2 years, only 8-10 molecules have come up. So you need to understand the complexity of developing an NCE, small molecule. Then, it is far, far, far difficult to convert a natural extract into a drug molecule. In the last 30 years, only one molecule has come up, which is EPA, eicosapentaenoic acid, which is a, ethyl EPA. That is, so that is for triglyceride reduction. So otherwise that, everyone is using this to develop as a nutraceutical supplement, mainly for this world over market. My next question is to Dr. Nair. So how can agricultural biotechnology improve the efficacy and stability of food products?
Thank you, Ramchand. You put me now to the comfort zone. Okay. See, agricultural biotechnology focuses on different aspects. Not only improving the quality of the food, but also that we like to address the abiotic and biotic stresses to make the plants to produce more. Now, if you have to just specifically sequence it, see, after the independence, we started with breeding crop plants. We produce certain improved crop plants, the three to four, and thereby we had Green Revolution. Green Revolution did not address, it was addressing only the quantity of food production, because we wanted to have more, there were starving people. Later, we realized that there are a lot of problems associated with Green Revolution. The way we approached it, we wanted to make it into a different approach, that is a kind of evergreen revolution, using all the technologies. Now, later what people thought was that we should improve not just the quantity, but the quality too, the nutritional improvement, the biofortification, all these are to be done. So initially what we started was to go for mutation breeding. Using different physical or chemical mutagens, we have tried to go for making plants to do much better, especially in terms of quality. There came an era when, genetic engineering that came in, where we have genetically modified plants, especially some of those very striking developments in genetic modifications, wherein plants have been made to defend themselves. Immunization process, kind of, they were defending the pests and other kind of. So, for example, a classical example is BT cotton. Monsanto, a multinational company, and many other companies have started making plants where they could defend using a gene borrowed from Bacillus thuringiensis. So BT cotton was there. Unfortunately, there are a lot of mudslinging on this process, and there was only till now, though there are a number of private and public laboratories working on this, only BT cotton has come to the light, gone to the farmer's field. The main reason is that people, mudsling and do a lot of allegations onto this process where it is an unnatural thing. And then, of course, there were a lot of developments. Monsanto especially had developed BT brinjal. It also prevents the pest menace on that. BT brinjal, when it was put for approval, the genetic modified approval committee appraisal committee. They had approved it, but then the Ministry of Environment and Forest have stopped it for getting into the field trials, mainly because the NGOs and others have gone for putting legislation not to do that. But Monsanto did not do that. What they did was the technology which they have developed, it is an intensive, input-intensive program. So they put all this to Bangladesh. So in Bangladesh, they say that about more than 90% of BT brinjal, very beautiful BT brinjal, are being cultivated extensively in Bangladesh, not in India. There was another one which developed by Dr. Deepak Pental of Delhi University, the GM mustard. That was very safe kind of technology, but that also was not given an approval. Of late, that they have approved it, but then it doesn't come to the farmers' field. Now, there is a paradigm shift. You have gone for making several other kind of gene editing process. Genetic modification would be something which would you borrow a gene from other source, but gene editing would be editing the gene itself to make it much more perform much better. So, for example, we have later intervention is through what is called as CRISPR-Cas technology. This is a very, very precise mechanism of manipulating gene within by just changing one or two nucleotides so that the gene function becomes improved. Probably by this you can do wonders. For example, especially in many of the nutraceuticals you have, or food products, you have anti-nutrients. And this is a menace. So you could stop anti-nutrients by just going for CRISPR-Cas9 technology. You could improve the productivity of secondary metabolites, which are the medicinal compounds, through manipulating the pathway using this process. So this, I'm sure, of course, this is just infant science. There are several publications coming in, but as I said, that they're not being translated and probably not put for approval by the competent authorities. But I'm sure that this is going to make a revolution in this. It's a big paradigm shift in modification because it doesn't borrow any gene from outside, it is within it. So what we are looking forward is to have many industries or many other organizations to come forward to have this technology being used just for improving the food quality, not for productivity, food quality, pest menace, biotic and biotic stresses, all these are now being looked into, but then it would take some time for it to come for approval. And I'm sure that nobody can put any kind of mudslinging on this because this is just manipulating one's own genomic makeup. So I think there is a future for improving the quality of food, especially you can do it otherwise, food quality improvement can be done otherwise, but then in situ, within the plant itself, you can do this. I'm sure that it's going to be reproducible, it would be carried forward, and I'm sure that we'll have a great future of having all this being addressed in food sector using CRISPR-Cas9 technology.
Thank you. Yeah. My next question is to Dr. Isaac. This is regarding label claims. There is something called responsible label claims, and there is a lot of regulations are there. For example, in a nutraceutical or a supplement, somebody is writing it can reduce inflammation, it can reduce pain, that is not allowed. Or it can reduce HbA1c, because many times I've seen that is absolutely wrong. If you can reduce glucose level, no. Maximum you can pain management, that you can write. Or you can also write managing the glucose level, that way you can write. So there is very specific way of writing. There is no disease claim for nutraceutical. So many people write like this, irresponsible label claims. So my question to Dr. Isaac is that, so what government can do to support, we need to also define what industry needs to do with regard to responsible nutrition, as most of the label claims are based on defective and deficient clinical data. Exactly that. This is a major problem, and what should be done?
This is a challenge that the industry across the globe faces. But countries like India, where legislation is still not very definitive, we have a lot of loopholes where different products go with I would say, deficient label claims. Let's look at how we have evolved. We've gone on from the strength in Ayurveda, then we went into phytochemicals, which is basically extracted products out of plants, and then we have formulated them, and then we have offered them. So when you, as Dr. Ramchandra said, when you extract a single component or a composite set of components from a plant, and then you say that it has the same attributes as the combination that was there in Ayurveda, you are actually working in a blurred area. While Ayurveda has some amount of data that has been generated over thousands of years, phytochemical combinations offering the same thing is not really very precise or very clear. Clinical research is something that still is a little cautious about phytochemicals, because it's never one individual chemical or component that is responsible for a certain response by the human being or the animal that consumes it. It's often a combination of different things that bring about that. So creating a capsule and saying that this is going to be curing your diabetes or your prostate enlargement or your cardiovascular disease is really a sham. Here, the challenge is not just with the government in being the policeman. It is also with regard to industry. We in industry who are looking at global markets have to be more responsible. We have to have certain codes that we need to follow between ourselves, saying that these things need to be promoted in this manner. There is a move by the government in Kerala to look at Kerala being a center for nutraceuticals. And we should not look at only the traditional Ayurveda or the phytochemical industry. They've already gone beyond the boundaries of our country. They are well known across the world. We have companies in Kerala who are globally recognized in these areas. What we need to do is, how do we go beyond them? And when we do that, what are the regulatory challenges that we face? And how do we get around it? Just because you want to create a market, you don't write garbage on a label and try to promote it to, saying that it is going to cure somebody. If you go to your chemist stores or over-the-counter stores, you will find number of products which are promising you different things. But believe me, there is very little, none of that is based on clear technical data. There are very few phytochemicals that have that kind of work that has been done on it. I'm not saying that it is not there, but a lot more needs to be done. So whether it is the government, whether it is research institutions, whether it is academia, I think everybody needs to get together and create a format which allows us to make a claim. When we make a claim, when we are saying that we are going to make Kerala a center for nutrition or nutraceuticals, we also need to create an ecosystem which supports responsible nutrition. And unless we do that, people are going to laugh at us over the world. I mean, there are a lot of products across which have been sold from various parts of India, which have caused a lot of markets to laugh about the claims that we have made. And that is bad for us as an industry, bad for us as a nation. And it's never going to work in the markets. Therefore, it is important that it's not just the government, Dr. Ramchandra. I think it is also industry, also key people who are stakeholders in this, who need to get together and create a responsible nutrition format that the industry needs to follow.
So I think this growing demand for, transparency and sustainability across industries is putting more pressure on just fair trade and ethical practices in general. So a few months ago, there was a documentary released by BBC, which explored the supply chain of jasmine essential oil, which in Egypt, and as you know, this essential oil is used across the fragrance industry in like fine fragrances as well as consumer products. So it's a very debatable topic, but I think the gist of it is that companies now need to be aware of the ingredients that they put into their products and ensure that it is sustainable and traceable. So, and in general, the natural fragrance and flavor industry is influenced a lot by climatic changes and a lot of factors which influence it, like political factors, etc. So there is a growing demand for it to be more traceable. So there are a few ways that companies choose to address this. And I think the more logical way is to partner with the supplier at the source, like us, so who can work with farmers and cooperatives at the grassroots level and ensure that fair trade and practices are followed throughout the supply chain. So, yeah.
Thank you. Next question is to Dr. Ruby. We probably have about one or two more questions. So, during that, multiple product development or, extractions or other nutraceutical development at RGCB, or in the future, have you done any clinical evaluations or you are planning to do in the new place?
Actually, we identified a compound and that it has been transferred, we patented it, and the patent has been transferred to a multinational company in US. So they are trying to do the clinical evaluation at Mayo Clinic, but this, and since we have given the compound, but it is a water-soluble compound. So what we cannot do the clinical trial here because the problem is, as you told, it is very difficult to synthesize the molecule. It can be synthesized, the cost is too much. But we back calculated the amount of leaf powder. Since it is a water-soluble molecule, we back calculated the amount of leaf powder containing that much amount of the compound. And we actually, this is a product given by Ayurveda and naturopathy doctors to fatty liver and liver cancer patients. So we are doing a trial like that. Actually, that much amount of leaf powder is being given. The IC50 dose of the compound containing that leaf powder is given to the patients, and we are finding very good. More than 75 participants are there, healthy volunteers are there. Excellent results are coming out of that.
Thank you. We don't have much time. So we have only 2 minutes, so I'm not going to have any more questions. But then what I suggest is that, audience can have a few questions can be asked so that, some of us can answer your questions. I'm sure that in nutraceutical, a lot of people have questions.
Thank you so much. I think this question is to Mr. Nair. I think you talked about agriculture, new interventions in agriculture where you mentioned about increasing yield and productivity of, nutrient productivity of herbs and other things being the future of the industry. So the question is this technology ready to transfer or do we need to really look for approvals, number one? Second, would it come under the genetically modified classification, which could possibly be a problem?
It would definitely come under the genetic modification because you need to have the approval from the genetic engineering appraisal committee.
In India or abroad?
In India.
Okay.
In India.
Okay.
Because we have now, because we have problems, we had encoded problem when we went in for genetic manipulations, taking gene from other sources. Now this is in situ modification. So CRISPR-Cas9 technology will not have any other adverse impact because it's within the organism.
Okay.
Nothing is being. So it would improve the nutritional quality. It would prevent the anti-nutritional effect of compounds by suppressing that particular compound to be produced, and then also that it can go for preventing, the pest menace by making certain compounds to be produced in larger quantities, or probably through the abiotic stress where salinity and drought are major problems. So this would definitely improve the quality as well as the quantity of both together.
But is it ready for industrial transfer or is it still in
I
the
think there are so much of outcomes there. It's going to be, but then as I said, it's an infant science. So to make it into a translational process, it would take some time. I'm sure that it's going to be a big industry. Probably many of the international giants and national giants would come forward to do that, to take up that. But that's a promising a shift from the normal way of manipulation. Thank you.
Okay, I have a question related to nutraceuticals. So when you launch a nutraceutical, who really decides that it's not a drug but a nutraceutical, it's a food product? Which are the regulatory bodies you have to go through before you launch a product like that?
Now, that's a very important question that all of us in industry normally chase after. Because earlier it was very definitive that drugs and pharma had a specification, and that was based on the RDA, that's the recommended daily allowance of a particular ingredient that was there. And then you had, on the other hand, you had Ayush, which had all the natural products. And then both of them expanded between themselves, and you have products that came in between. And that's how this classification of nutraceutical came in, which is neither a typical Ayurvedic product or traditional medicine product or a pharmaceutical. Now, there are companies who actually, the dosing is very important. So if it's not a full RDA, one RDA, let's assume that, you've got a couple of ingredients that is approximately 20 to 30% of RDA. You can actually sell it under a nutraceutical brand. But if you increase the RDA, then you need to go into either a pharma or an Ayush, because you're following a certain, Ayush, you follow a certain traditional documentation that requires you to produce something. And pharma is very different. So it's a very, you can skate your way through that and launch your product depending on, how you formulate your product. That's one part. Two, the launching of the product, you may not be able to do it through let's say a hospital or a doctor or whatever. It's not a prescribed product. But you can definitely do it through a chemist shop, because a chemist now is allowed to sell these products under an OTC category. So it really depends on how you formulate your product and how you, where you want to promote it.
Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Gopakumar Nair has a question. Please give a mic over there.
Regulatory authority for label claims on nutraceuticals. Self-regulation looks far away, but don't we think that there should be some regulation on label claims, especially in light of its impact adversely affecting the health of the consumers?
Yeah, please.
FSSAI already has regulations with regard to label claims, and they are, in fact, a lot of the documentation is under process with industry participation in it. So hopefully we should be able to see more emphasis on label claim and what you can do and what you can't do. The document is still in the draft stage, and some of it is already out to the general public and to industry. And I think you will see a lot more of it, because the government is very worried about the kind of claims that are being made. Absolutely.
I think, thank you very much. And one thing I just want to tell, that we also discussed about patenting and other things, because patenting natural product nutraceuticals is not that simple as the patenting a molecule, its structure, its application, its formulation is comparatively complex. There is no product patent. So I would suggest that, anyone who are interested, because I have been, now you trained us in patenting, so I started training people, but then the best trainer is here, Dr. Gopakumar. So he has multiple offices. You can always go to him for patent related natural product. Thank you very much, and over to you.
That was an engaging discussion on how Kerala can leverage its potential on nutraceuticals and agri-foods with its rich biodiversity and traditional knowledge. Now, I would like to extend our special thanks to all the esteemed panelists, and special thanks to our moderator, Dr. C.N. Ramchand, for expertly guiding this session. As we wrap up this session, may I request Sri Harishankar, Executive Director, KSIDC, to please come forward and present memento to Dr. C.N. Ramchand as a token of our appreciation. Thank you, sir. May I request Dr. C.N. Ramchand to bestow mementos to our panelists as a token of appreciation. As we present the mementos, I request everyone to extend your heartfelt appreciations to each one of our panelists. Please put your hands together.
I'll start with this. Thanks to all of you. Moving forward, we have our last session of insightful panel discussion for today, entitled Idea to Industrialization, Roadmap for Kerala. In this session, our esteemed panelists will delve into the transformative journey from innovative ideas to successful industrialization, exploring strategies and initiatives that can drive Kerala's growth in various sectors. They will share insights on the key challenges and opportunities that lie forward, and how collaborative research and collaborations between academia, industry and government can pave the way for sustainable development.
So we are honored to have a distinguished panel of experts joining us today. Shri Kaviraj Nair, CEO of the Office of Institutional Advancement at IIT Madras, Dr. Sai Shyama Narayanan, CEO of IIT Palakkad Technology Hub Foundation, and Shri Balram, CEO of STIMST TIMAD. To guide us through this critical discussion, we are privileged to have Shri Harikrishnan R, IRTS, Executive Director of KSIDC, as our moderator. Let's extend our warm welcome to panelists and moderator as they join us on stage.
It's my privilege to introduce our esteemed moderator for this session, Mr. Harikrishnan R. He is the Executive Director at KSIDC. With a rich background in the Indian Railway Traffic Services, he has been instrumental in promoting industrial growth and investments in Kerala. His extensive experience in infrastructure development and industrial policies makes him a key figure in driving Kerala's industrialization efforts. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. We all have had a very long day, so 40 minutes are shown on the board. We'll try to keep it shorter. I'll request everyone to give us your attention, and we have very valuable panelists with us. We have with us, it was already mentioned, I'll just reintroduce them once more. We have Sri Kaviraj Nair, a CEO Institutional Advancement at IIT Madras. We have with us Dr. Sai Shyam Narayan, CEO of Technology Innovation Hub, IIT Palakkad. And we have CEO, SCTIMST in MedTech Technology, Sri Balram with us. So I'll start off the panel discussion with Sri Kaviraj. I'll come to the specifics of the IIT thing later on. I would like to get some leverage out of your previous experiences in strategic planning from your Tata days background. So MSME market is about $11 billion. And MSMEs contribute to 95% of the medical device sector MSME market. So how can the MSME scale up? What are the suggestions from all the experience that you are bringing? Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah. I think it's a very valid question. So because
MSMEs are going to be a very critical component of the state's path to industrialization, right? And I think there are, while I think about the question that you posed me, so there are 4 or 5 areas that clearly come to my mind. One is that in this, especially in this biotech, pharma, medtech related areas, I think compliance and regulation is a very important thing. So every time an MSME tries to develop a product, I think it's very important that it be done as per the international standards. In fact, I heard this point being discussed in the previous panels also, but I couldn't help this because it's an important part here as well. I think from very beginning onwards, it's very important for the product that is getting developed to make sure that it meets the global standards and the international standards so that it's marketable, it is exportable, all of that. So I think that's a very important aspect. Second, of course, is, we talk about technology and innovation. So make sure that one makes or leverage the latest technologies available in be it AI or data science or any of that to ensure efficiency in production, to enhance the quality of the product, all of that. So that's another thing that I think is very important that MSMEs should keep an eye open for that, because there are a lot of such components available in the market which it can tie up with. That also leads to the next point, which is about having strategic partnerships. I think that's very important. MSMEs should look for, because perhaps MSMEs don't have enough capital or wherewithal to manufacture everything internally, do all the R&D internally and everything. So it is important to put the various pieces of the jigsaw puzzle together and get partnerships, right? Strategic partnerships in place. Another thing that I can think of is also access to capital. MSMEs always, one challenge to the growth for MSMEs is access to capital. Now, there are multiple viewpoints on this. I have been privy to various discussions where people say that, it's important to get the capital, but it's also important to get the right capital at the right time. In the sense, if you are over-financed or if you have more capital than what you really require, then you lose focus. Then there is over-engineered products which are perhaps not as per the requirements or any of that. Your margins of the ultimate product could actually suffer. It's important that you get only that much capital that is required at every point in time, and then you focus on getting the right product. Right? It's like saying that when you have a plan B, plan A doesn't succeed, because only if you don't have a plan B, your plan A, you really focus on that and succeed. So access to capital is important. But go for capital requirement and capital infusion from external parties only when it is really required, right? I think, this is another thing. And yet another very important component of this is also workforce skilling, right? MSMEs will have a few set of people. I mean, they will be mostly, I'm assuming that they will be on lean organizational structure without much of buffer, and that's the way it should be. And hence getting the right skilled people is also very important. Right, and also continuously, and whomever you have recruited, make sure that their skills are upgraded in a timely and in a relevant manner, so that they stay up to the up to the standards. And so skill development is another thing. So we'll talk more about this during the conversation, but just to summarize some of the points. So essentially, compliance part, make sure that the product meets the international standards. Invest in or look for technology innovations in AI, data science, all of that to enhance your product quality and consistency and ensure efficiency of the processes, all of that. Then I spoke about the strategic partnerships, and that could be to get your capital, that could be to get the right product or remaining parts of the products, or to get mentorship or any of that. Access to capital. And the last one, as I mentioned, is skilling the workforce. So these are some of the things that I think MSMEs should do as basic principles in their journey to scaling up.
Thank you, Sri Kaviraj. Now, Dr. Sai Sham, before coming to your current role as CEO of the IIT Innovation Hub, deriving from your previous experiences, related to the BIRAC, you had a very successful tenure there. So currently the medical device sector imports constitute more than $5 billion, and there is a lot of, even in the PLI scheme is there supporting MSMEs, but it's available to the international corporations as well. So they are also coming in. I think the MSMEs are having a 1% additional incentive. So under all these scenarios, what the MSMEs or the companies, indigenous companies should be focusing on for reducing the reliance on imports?
Thank you. Coming to your question, that was regarding the PLI. So we know that government has introduced this specifically for incentivizing, in different sectors, not just medical devices. And we have been seeing the beneficiaries of these schemes are, as you said, it's international corporations. You see their names also, forming part of this. So from my point of view, when I was just going through the list of beneficiaries, I think they have announced the first set of beneficiaries in at least the 5-6 areas that under the PLI in medical devices. Most of them are very early. They have kind of what I would say is they have the products. They have very early stage in the sense from the revenue point of view. What they ideally should be doing for scaling up from the government, going along with the efforts of the government, is basically, as Mr. Kaviraj was saying, you have to build indigenous capabilities. First thing, the skill sets required, along with you working on your the productization of the existing product. Try to reduce the import of any components that is coming into. So that's one area which I thought we should have probably a list of components that gets into your medical devices. But I was talking to somebody saying that it's easy to kind of import, or it's less expensive to import the finished good than some of those critical components. So they need to identify the areas where this has to be done, and then they need to kind of collaborate with academic institutions, maybe put some money into R&D. That's something which most of the industries, especially while working with our academic institutions, how MSMEs should rather also fund parallelly, have a research wing or get their research done at academic institution. I mean, there is a lot to be done as we scale. It's not just going to be just producing the set of equipment that your product portfolio. Definitely, there has to be a collaborative effort, and a consortium has to be made. Like, for example, if you are identifying strength for Kerala, for this region, if you have identified a priority list of equipments, a priority list of companies who are kind of interested in to be part, we have to identify the ecosystem, who are the stakeholders who are going to be part of it. That's the only way I think we can scale. We can actually fight import. I mean, we need to indigenously develop the capabilities, develop the ecosystem, together develop the production facilities, maybe common ones, like emulate from the AMTZ kind of models, where I think multiple, like I've seen the Bio 360 Park, and I'm sure that that's going to be an example for the state. I think I'm so happy that multiple of these are going to come up in the state. So I think from overall, from my understanding of medical devices, I've worked more with medical devices startups, not much with MSMEs. But from my understanding, these gaps have to be definitely filled along with complementing this kind of schemes like PLIs. So that's my point.
We would like to get further inputs from you on identifying those specific medical devices which the state should be focusing on. That we'll discuss after the program. So, and now coming to our third panelist, Sri Balram is a man of many hats. Other than the official designation and under which we have invited him, he is a member of Advisory Committee on IPR of Kerala State Council for Science, Technology and Environment. He is a mentor for IPR trainees under the Kiran Women Scientist Scheme. And he is a member of Ethics Committee of Health Action by People. He is a mentor in the Stanford Sparks seed program. And many more are there, so I am keeping it limited and moving on to the question. So he's a person with a vast experience in the IPR related activities. So I would like to ask you one specific question in that regard, that patents worth about $240 billion are set to expire by 2026. So how the Indian companies should be leveraging this particular opportunity?
Okay, thank you for bringing up this important topic of patents. If you recollect, today morning the Honorable Minister mentioned that life science sector is basically a knowledge industry. And the very purpose of a knowledge industry is to create new intellectual property. So IPR is one of the foremost in the mind of anybody, anything to do with the knowledge industry. And companies are fiercely protecting their IPs. And unfortunately, in our curriculum, not much about it is being taught. So while the pharma or the established countries, of course, are well aware and they have their own competencies and strategies, probably the youngsters here and probably the startups it would be very important for them to have a very clear patent awareness and patent strategies. So mainly 3 things they should be aware of is one is to do a very thorough patent landscaping before they embark on their new ventures, to see what is protected where, who is protecting it, and what is the technology trends, and all those kinds of everything, the entire landscape of their research. They need to do a thorough patent landscape. Second thing is to do freedom to operate. So it's very important for them to see that knowingly or unknowingly they do not infringe upon somebody else's intellectual property. So before investing, it's very important for them to have a clear understanding of whether they have a freedom to operate. A third thing is even if somebody is not competent or capable of investing and creating their own intellectual property, it might be worthwhile to consider whether they could license out somebody else's IP. And I think very little of licensing activities is taking place, especially in this part of the world. So that is something which people should actively consider. Now coming specifically to your question about $240 billion of patents getting unlocked. It's actually a very interesting phenomenon. There was a study reports that between 2020 to 2030, about $260 billion of patents are getting expired. Of course, this is a matter of big concern for the patent holders and the big companies, and this is especially on the drugs side. So a lot of drugs which have brought the blockbuster businesses, they are getting expired. And for the companies, it's something called, there's a patent cliff. Suddenly, their valuation is getting eroded. Because as we know, the patent protection is only for 20 years. And at the end of this, it's in the public domain. So while it is a challenge to the big companies, and of course they have their own strategies to ensure that they are able to circumvent these, it opens up opportunities for others, especially in developing and middle-income countries, to make use of this unlocking value. So it means that people who want to now look at this, which was protected, now it is being available, so they could have their own strategies and see how they could make use of this opportunity. And as we know that in our country, the pharma sector is very competent enough to produce generic drugs. And analysis of these patents being unlocked reveals that it is more of biologics which are getting expired. So it means more of biosimilars will have to be developed. So it's slightly challenging than developing a generic product. But still, I think this is going to be ultimately beneficial to the patients as it has a potential to bring down the costs also.
Thank you, Sri Balram. Now, before posing the next question, it's based on FMCG strategy, and we have to delve into the past work experiences of Sri Kavaraj a bit. He had joined the Tata Administrative Service in 2002, and he has worked with Tata and GE as well in various roles of general management, corporate strategy, marketing, business development, corporate finance. So he brings in a wealth of experience in the field. So I'm posing one question regarding the FMCG sector related to the good manufacturing practices and good laboratory practices. These are said to raise the cost of a product by about 15 to 20%, but it gives more market acceptability about 30%. So how should a company who's venturing into the field balance between these things, which promotes their acceptability and which drives the cost also high?
Yeah, I think so integrating GMP and GLP as part of your R&D and manufacturing processes respectively, I think that becomes almost passé. Like, I mean, it's an absolutely necessary thing in most of the cases. So if I look at it, I think, when you talk about increase in cost, that could be in terms of some of the capex that you initially invest. It need not be throughout, right? Like, so for example, like, good lean manufacturing processes. Ultimately, so when you have lean manufacturing processes, you make sure that only really value-adding processes are there, right? You cut all the flab out. So there is clear focus on what you want to do. So there is lean manufacturing process one way. Second, as I think about it, I can talk about, data-driven decision making. Right? So we use and invest in automation. See, automation is another thing that we usually do. For example, there could be an initial capex in terms of getting the whole systems in place, but once you have the automation in place, the process efficiency goes up significantly. Human errors that could otherwise happen is eliminated because it's all automated processes and all of that. So overall, the systemic efficiency goes up. So that kind of, in the long run, that helps in improving the margins, reducing the product returns and reputational damage associated with it and all of that. So if you have a holistic view on the cost part and not just on that particular part of the cost, I think overall it works out very well. So I would think about investing in automation, following lean manufacturing processes. Then data-driven decision-making is another area. So these are some of the things. And of course, now in the current scenario, I think integrating sustainability and corporate social responsibility, all of those things into the manufacturing and the full process has very positive multiplier effect on the overall business. Right? So, for example, in Western countries, it's already a practice that if you go for loans and debt, corporate debt, they're also related to your green index and if you're a polluting organization versus a non-polluting organization and things like that, the rate of interest, sometimes you don't even get a corporate loan, right? So it obviously, I think it's a basic thing that you start integrating things like eco-friendliness or sustainability, concepts of sustainability or corporate social responsibility, all of that into your overall business, be it the manufacturing, production, marketing, all of that. Ultimately, it has a very positive impact on the business in the long run, in growing the top line and also the margins. So I would look at it in a very, very positive way that way, right?
Thank you. And now, Dr. Sai Sham, he has a wealth of academic experience. He has a postdoctoral. He was a postdoctoral fellow in telomere biology at Lund University. He has done postdoctoral research in cancer biology at RGCB. So, bringing all this academic wealth and now being part of IIT, how do you nurture startups? Does that kind of researches happen in our campuses? And generally, how does the university support that ecosystem currently? I'll be posing this question to you as well in your current role. So first, to the IIT Palakkad person.
Yeah, so I'm the younger one, I think. So let me give my perspective. So currently in this ecosystem, I've been operating for past 1.5 years. From earlier in my role in BIRAC, and then I've also had esteemed Bits Pilani. So overall, how academia supports startups. This is a very interesting case study. I think more and more management studies have to come out of that. What is the success rates of startups in academia? Because this wealth of knowledge, as you said. No, I would believe the wealth of knowledge that is there in academia, it's untapped. And many of our problems, if there is a proper collaboration that happens with industry and academia, I think most of the problems can be addressed. I mean, there are answers here itself. So it's only the mindset. So coming back to your questions, the kind of support other than giving fundings or incubation, the kind of support that we need to give startups is mostly from the technical point of view, making them understand how technology. Most of the startup founders are they do have the technical know-hows, but when they reach a certain stage, they need hand-holding, which I think many of our ecosystem, the current ecosystem, do not know where to kind of push them to. That's where the agencies like BIRAC or agencies like KSUM, I think they should kind of come and take up, they need to identify startups from academia and to accelerate them further. So, yeah.
Take the lead in this regard.
I would say academia has a role until a startup takes their product to MVP, a minimum viable prototype, if you're talking from the technology point of view. And there needs to be multiple stakeholders. Startups, of course, they need to find their way, they need to find investors, but from ecosystem perspective, we need to have players who are responsible, given responsibility for this, to identify this startups and giving them ample opportunities to get accelerated, find an investor, or if this technology is matured, if they do not want to take it forward, help them to kind of get it transferred or get it licensed or get an exit. So multiple ways, I think all this, Research Park is doing in a great way. I think we have models in front of. So I think that responsibility from the ecosystem, if you kind of identify the key players in the ecosystem who should be responsible. Same thing with MSME. And now I'm more and more learning that how MSMEs also needs to have this kind of startup kind of thought process. It's not just business, but how innovation can come into MSME. This is another area that I think we can discuss. But I think I found that this ecosystem is really good. There are really good potential startups who can really contribute to the economy of Kerala if fostered very well.
Okay. Thank you. I'll pose the same question after going to Sri Balram. The question is regarding the TRIPS, trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights agreement. So what are the challenges and opportunities that have arisen consequent to the agreement?
Okay, so I'll keep it very short. TRIPS probably was a very hotly debated topic 2 decades back, especially when countries like us, we were having a different kind of IPR system. And there was a pressure to harmonize all the patenting regulations. So basically, as part of the WTO formation, TRIPS was incorporated, and the aim was to harmonize all the legal framework regarding patenting. As part of that, in our country, we switched from process patents to product patents in the drugs. And there was concern whether this would push the costs up, but I think experience has shown that more or less there has not been much upsets, and the only thing is actually the situation has improved for the better, and today, thanks to much more awareness of the IPR system and because of the government's initiatives of modernizing the patent office, the entire patent process in our country has become very efficient and more transparent, and the complaint from the industry that it was taking too much time for patents to be granted is no more valid today, and patents are being processed very efficiently and very quickly, and they are being granted as early as in a year's time. So I think it is all turned up for the better, and this is a good time for any researcher or industry to utilize these improvements in the patenting system.
Thank you. Now, I'll pose the question to Sri Kaviraj. Like, how does IIT Madras support the startups, and what are the ecosystem available there and that you don't find in the state currently, which our universities should be looking to establish?
Sure. So I'll talk about both aspects. One, of course, is a startup thing, and the MSME, since we were discussing on the MSME part, I will talk about that as well. So first, on the startup, IIT Madras has the largest deep tech startup ecosystem in the country, called IIT Madras Research Park, which has incubated more than 300 top technology companies. And this is not like last mile delivery or any of that alone, with due respect. This is like hardcore technology companies, and many of them are unicorns like Aether Energy, or like, many of them like Gavi, then Medibuddy, all of them have been incubated in the system. So, and how does this happen? So very clearly, there's an ecosystem that we have developed, and I think that is something that universities in Kerala can also certainly aspire to do, and with maybe some mentorship or support from established institutes like IIT Madras. So one, of course, what has helped is that the alumni ecosystem has clearly helped. Let me say that. Like, we have about 56,000 alumni globally spread, and you talk about any of the global organizations like Google, Microsoft, Amazon, Apple, any of them, in the top 10 people, there is a couple of our alumni there who are all very well connected back with the institute. So whenever we visit any of these places, we meet with them, they visit the institute. So they give a lot of exposure to our students in terms of what's going on, and they enable partnerships wherever it is possible for them to help support directly. They do that through their respective organizations. Wherever it is possible for them to support the ecosystem through networks. So when you have an address in the IIT Madras Research Park as a startup, there are like several of these conferences, international seminars that happen, which talk about different technology trends, wherein we get people from Bay Area or any of that. There are a lot of alumni who come and give the seed funding and grants and things like that, which help them, get up and start walking, right? So that is another thing. So these networks certainly helps. Right, and so these are some of the things that I'm sure that, I have been reading up about the illustrious set of alumni that, for example, Kerala University has got. Now, like Digital University, all of them have. So I think if there's a structured effort to kind of bring all these people together, and I'm sure that depending upon the phase of life that they are in, many of them actually want to come back to the state and want to contribute. I see a lot of people in US and other places who say, oh, Chennai, they have a very emotional connect. Right, and they want to come back and they want to do something. They're super busy, but the fact that I'm coming from their alma mater, IIT Madras, they actually give a couple of hours of time from their busy schedule because there's an emotional connect, and we should leverage that. As a state, we should do that. We should try and leverage the skill sets, the networks, humongous networks. I'm sure that the Keralites all over the world have got humongous networks. So we should try and leverage all of that and bring both capital, technical expertise, deep domain expertise, their network, all of that, that is another part. So clearly, this is something, and this, creating this kind of hubs or, research park kind of equivalent, that is something that we can do. IIT Madras per se does, there are entities within the institute. I'll just summarize quickly, one which will shortlist, for example, a list of ideas, a committee of faculty, and will give for students initial grants of, say, 5 lakh, 10 lakh, 15 lakhs, which are sourced from various corporates and alumni like this as a startup and innovation and entrepreneurship fund. So that kind of helps them flesh out their ideas even as BTech students. So we have now about 75 startups from the 4-year BTechs going on, which means that about 300, 400 students are involved in like really good startups. Things like, the Hyperloop and driverless car and solar powered vehicles and things like which are really scalable and which have practical applications. And we also have a venture studio. He spoke about actually the TRL levels at which a university can do. And we realize that a university can nurture an idea only up to a certain level, where the technology readiness levels is up to a certain level, 3 or 4. And it becomes commercially viable and a person starts investing it only at about 8 or something. So there's a gap. right? And that is where we have come up with this concept of venture studios, whose job is to actually, and venture studios are done in partnership with interested partners, and whose job is to actually groom and nurture these startups and make them investor ready, or make them commercializable and all of that, right? So that's another thing. So there are a lot of such things as an organization, as IIT Madras supports its entire it's a clear ecosystem. And I can tell you that, globally also there are very, popular success stories, be it Stanford University and Google, or you take the case of IBM and MIT. So one may discount universities and the role of universities in this whole process, but it's not like that, is what I'm trying to say. Globally, there are a lot of success stories where a lot of these large organizations have had their humble origins and beginnings in universities and have worked very well. And in India also, we are now beginning to see with this IIT Madras Research Park, a lot of such things happening. So I can see such a ecosystem getting developed in Kerala also. There's no reason why it shouldn't, right? And last one point on MSMEs also, we do a lot of support with the help of, say, for example, one quick project I can talk about is with the help of, for example, CSR project from Kotak. We have a energy assessment center where the faculty members from IIT actually, with the help of the CSR funding, they go and do energy audits for MSMEs who otherwise cannot afford this kind of consultants, and come and tell you that, so many units of energy can be saved through, this improvement. And our commitment back to the CSR donor is that this will not be superficial suggestions. These will be actually implementable suggestions, and now we are measuring how many units of electricity have been saved, which is again a critical cost component for an MSME. So there are projects like that which universities here can take up. It could be energy assessment, it could be solar power related or any of that, which can definitely support MSMEs and even startups otherwise. So these are some of the thoughts that I have. Yeah.
Does the colleges or universities approach IIT Madras to have a view of how this research park works, or does IIT Madras facilitate the visits? If
of course,
any
yes.
university wants to visit and learn how things are happening there.
Yeah. So, in fact, our motto in some of these cases, initially, it is technology for social good. And, we have also evolved, and we have been doing it. And now it's more about supporting nation building, right? IITs are for nation building, very clearly. So anything that will help the overall society and the ecosystem. And our motto itself, as director mentioned, it's IIT for everyone is the motto that we are trying to do. Of course, the BTech program through the JEE is a little bit of an exclusive process, a program. But outside of that, the research, popularizing the research, doing socially impactful thing, nurturing the startup ecosystem, all of that is something that we are very happy to support. Startup Shatam, or 100 startups from IIT is another concept, another thing that we are actually, every year we want to do that, but that's a tall order, but at least we have kept ourselves very challenging goals and working towards that. So for any universities who want to come and learn, try and be partners, all of that, there are several avenues available. We just need to talk the specifics through and come to some sort of conclusion. That's all.
Yeah. So, now we have only 6 minutes left, so we'll...
I think I took a...
No, not about that. We'll take some questions. I can see that there are certain students and university faculties and all. If anybody wants to ask, yeah. Excuse me, can you hand over the mic here, please? To the friends.
Hello.
It's audible, sir. Please.
I have a question to Mr. Balram and all of this, and a comment to you. So, at Cochin University, COSAT, we have started that in 2010, I would say, that incubation center cum industrial park concept, and the first in the nation, the student entrepreneurship program. So we have started in 2010, and I think it is going on right now. And question to all of you, Mr. Balram, and looking from the US side, when we outsource some work here or when we want to acquire a company developed here, one of our main concern is, particularly for the initial R&D, how do you keep the confidentiality, NDA? Of course, the formal patent, IPR, everything is there, but our major concern is how do you protect our proprietary knowledge when you outsource work or when you acquire companies? So how do you implement in your organizations?
Yeah, one is you could do it legally. The other way is you could do smartly. So legally you could do by getting into the legal instruments like the confidentiality agreements or the non-disclosure agreements. And but of course a lot of academic institutions or small companies either are ignorant about it or they may be afraid to get into it. And if it's a government institution, there may be apprehensions about entering into such an agreement, especially with an overseas company. So practically this is the scenario. But otherwise, you will have to work around this by knowing what to disclose, what not to disclose, probably disclose only limited information, and smartly work around it so that even if that other person is privy to your confidential information, he is not able to actually take it forward. But if you have already applied for a patent, you have a patent protection, probably you are already safeguarded.
Can you pass the mic, please?
How we are going to arrange the supply chain globally for the biotechnology IP? Because everything is integrated, no?
Would any of you like to take that question?
Biotechnology supply chain, technology supply chain globally. Because everything is integrated. One company is somewhat integrable with the other company.
How do you look at IP for a supply chain?
Supply chain.
Since it's a very integrated supply chain, how do you demarcate IP at various levels? I think that's what I understand.
Globally.
I'm not sure if I have understood that question correctly.
Okay.
Having understood that question fully, maybe you're trying to ask, there is IP at every level, that how do you protect that while building a biotech product?
Yeah, suppose one company is doing a research that I like research in India, somebody is in US and somebody in that other Russia or some other, that how you will integrate everything?
Okay, so one thing about IP is that it's a national right. Okay, so the intellectual property is actually granted by a country and it is valid only within that country. So unless you are not protecting it in other geographies, it is not at all valid. So if you are thinking of having a business which is global, and if you have an IP protected, if you have not protected your IP in that geography, then it is going to be very risky. So if you are trying to do business in countries, other countries other than your national country, it is very important that you have adequate patent protection in those countries before you enter into business.
If it is a sensitive, something just like a atomic analogy changes and everything.
Some things like atomic energy are not patentable in certain countries. For example, in India, any invention related to atomic energy is not patentable in the national interest.
No, not an atomic energy, atomic analogy, that is change of, yes. Change of fundamental that.
Yeah, you have to see, you see a patent when it is granted is basically for what you have claimed. And it is quite possible that somebody smart can work around it and come up with something different which will not infringe upon your patent. So in that case, we can't do anything about it.
Yeah. One new science evolves. So something we cannot protect.
But if you are working on something which is an emerging science, and if you are not
Yes.
able to establish that to the patent office, it may be
Yes.
difficult to get a
Exactly.
patent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Yeah. Can you please pass the mic? We'll take one last question. Our time is up. So, there in the center. Behind. Okay.
Good evening. I have a question to Mr. Kaviraj Nair. You are talking about, here we are discussing about the concept to market. So we can design and develop a product meeting all international standards within 6 to 12 months. But conducting animal studies, clinical trials, getting approval for drug takes years. So concept to market is going to be a very lengthy process when you're talking about a medical device. So what is the solution to that? Second, you're talking about startups from IIT Madras. Keen to understand what is the success rate. And another question to Mr. Sai Shyam. We are discussing about how can we reduce the quantity of import. When you are talking about semiconductor manufacturing in India, it's solution to that. Thank you.
Yeah. So I will kind of respond to the IIT Madras related question. That I think is easier one for me. So this list of startups at IIT Madras, if you just Google IIT Madras Research Park and also the incubation cell, the list is given. And that itself will give you an idea about the kind of investments that the startups they have attracted from the likes of Sequoia and all of that, right? So directionally speaking, we are trying to build something very similar to a Stanford, Silicon Valley kind of an ecosystem. At least that's a purpose, that's an intention. I mean, there is a long way to go, we realize that, in terms of the numbers and all of that, due to various reasons, right? But at least that's a role model that one is looking at. Of course, the number of unicorn startups that have come out, I spoke about Aether or Unifor or Medibuddy or Gavi or any of these kind of organizations, clearly is a testament to the kind of success that many of these startups have. Forget about the ones in the unicorn category. There are plenty of them in the next level. Aknikul is another one which you would have heard of, which is the 3D printing, satellites, that rocket part. So there are several such, hardcore technology related startups that's happening. And there is a focus on that. And our idea is that we will clearly put in extra effort to help them connect with, various people and get them their first order as a customer from somebody, right? I think that's the real proof of the pudding, right? The first customer order, and that will really help. Of course, we say evaluate it on the basis of the merit. Okay, give any of these startups an order for 1,000 units or 10,000 units, and just evaluate it objectively. Give them a chance, because that's the first step in the actual growth of the startup. So we are talking to various people, our partners, our alumni, all of that, to try and get that. That's a very active conversation happening. So to respond quickly, that success rate as a metric, I have not been tracking in terms of the total valuation of all the companies incubated there. Various sources have said it's now about I think close to 50,000 crores, right? So that's about $5-6 billion. So that is, if that is a metric, how many have succeeded and how many have fallen away. That is a number which I have not really tracked, but I can certainly say that it is definitely better than an average. Now, to respond to your first question, honestly, that is beyond what I could respond. How to reduce the time to market for a product, because that is obviously for the government bodies and the regulatory bodies to kind of come in and discuss. We can only talk about the R&D part and only up to the proof of concept. After that, clinical trials are an issue. In fact, in terms of getting funding also, like when I talk about CSR funding and alumni funding and all of that, last year, for example, we raised something like 512 crores from alumni and corporates together for supporting research, infrastructure, all of that within IITM system. There also I found clinical trials is a little bit difficult because you don't know the outcome. So even a person who wants to support a CSR funds would like to do that with a certain deterministic outcome rather than an uncertain outcome where, they don't know what that money has finally been used for, right? So it is a little bit of a challenge, but we have still been able to convince a few corporate partners to support in clinical trials and things like that. It's a very important step. But after that, the whole approval process is clearly not within the remit of something that I can actually respond to. Thank you.
One question. The question that you have asked, finally, I think it's a wish list of all of us sitting here.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. May I now request Mr. Harikrishna Nar to kindly present the mementos to all our dignitaries as a gesture of gratitude. Thank you. We are excited to announce that a cultural program will take place here at 7, followed by gala dinner alongside. Followed by with along with the gala dinner. Along with the gala dinner. No, you can say, yeah, here it is. Tomorrow. Give me 9:40.
So today's scientific session comes to an end now. We are excited to announce that a cultural program will take place here at 7, followed by gala dinner. We invite you all to join us for an evening filled with wonderful performances and delicious cuisine. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you here.
Just a note, tomorrow's session will also be happening here, sharp at 9:30. So we'll be looking forward to have you there. Thank you.